a phone call on ending the conflict, as the two sides offered seemingly conflicting accounts of their discussion. The Kremlin says Putin agreed only to decrease attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure while imposing several conditions for a lasting ceasefire, including suspending US arms and intelligence support for Ukraine. However, the White House readout says Trump and Putin agreed to an energy and infrastructure ceasefire. Speaking to Fox News' Laura Ingram after the call, Trump denied that Putin demanded an end to Western military aid for Ukraine.
Great call. It lasted almost 2 hours. Talked about a lot of things and toward getting it to peace, and we talked about other things also.
Was there non-negotiables mentioned by Putin? It was reported that I think the Kremlin media actually stated that he demanded an immediate cessation of aid to Ukraine in order to get to this multi-step deal.
No, he didn't. We didn't talk about aid. Actually, we didn't talk about aid at all. We talked about a lot of things, but aid was never discussed.
Although Ukraine was the focus of the call initiated by Trump, a White House statement also said the two leaders discussed improving bilateral ties, including, quote, enormous economic deals and geopolitical stability when peace has been achieved.
The call between Presidents Putin and Trump comes as European allies look to accelerate arms shipments to Ukraine ahead of a potential full ceasefire. Speaking to Bloomberg, the UK's Foreign Secretary David Lammy confirmed that he discussed the possibility with the EU's top diplomat Kaja Kallas during her trip to London yesterday. Meanwhile, European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen yesterday re-emphasised the need for the bloc to be able to defend itself in a future confrontation with Russia.
The era of the peace dividend is long gone. The security architecture that we relied on can no longer be taken for granted. The age of spheres of influence and power competition is well and truly back.
Von der Leyen also announced plans to set up a European military sales mechanism to help pool demand and create an EU-wide market. Earlier this month, Brussels proposed issuing €150 billion in loans to member states to boost defence spending at a national level.
Germany's parliament has approved Friedrich Merz's landmark infrastructure and defence spending package. The Chancellor-in-Waiting's plan to largely exclude defence spending from the debt brake received the two-thirds majority needed to change the country's constitution. It would also set up a €500 billion fund to invest in the country's ageing infrastructure. Merz called it the start of a united Europe defence force.
This decision that we are taking today on defence readiness in a comprehensive sense for our country can therefore be nothing less than the first major step towards a new European defence community.
Merz's historic plan was driven by US President Donald Trump's shift away from the transatlantic alliance and 2 years of economic contraction in Germany. The country's 16 states vote on the bill this Friday. If it passes, it will become law.
Now, one of Wall Street's largest banks is planning a dramatic cull of its workforce to cut costs amid recent market and economic uncertainty. Bloomberg's Tiwa Adebayo has the story.
Morgan Stanley is preparing to cut 2,000 of its workers in the coming month. It's the first major staff-related action under new CEO Ted Pick. Although trimming will take place across the firm, Bloomberg understands its roughly 15,000 financial advisors will remain exempt. Some of the changes are performance-related, whilst a small portion reflect the impact of artificial intelligence and automation, according to those familiar with the matter. Shares of Morgan Stanley are down 6% so far this year, the worst performance among major US banks. In London, Tiwa Adebayo, Bloomberg Radio.
The Bank of Japan has left its policy rate unchanged at 0.5%, while signalling unease about global trade tensions. A reference to trade policies was added to the central bank's list of risks in the outlook in a statement today. The move comes around 2 weeks before President Trump's threatened additional reciprocal tariffs are due to be announced.
Here in the UK, the government has announced plans to cut its welfare bill, aiming to save £5 billion a year by 2030, in a move that may spark a political rebellion. Labour intends to tighten the criteria disabled people and young adults need to meet to claim support. The Work and Pensions Secretary Liz Kendall promised the social security system will always be there for people who really need it.
That is a principle we will never compromise on. But disabled people and people with health conditions who can work should have the same rights, choices and chances to work as everybody else.
Kendall's plan has been met with anger, though, from her own backbenchers, with one MP saying that they show a, quote, basic lack of humanity. 2.9 million people are out of work due to ill health in Britain, which is a third more than before the COVID pandemic.
2 astronauts whose 8-day space mission turned into 9 months have arrived back on Earth. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams returned in a SpaceX craft with 2 other crew members, NASA's Nick Hague and Russian cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. The capsule carrying the 4 landed off the coast of Florida a few hours ago. Here's NASA's Sandra Jones from SpaceX Mission Control.
Copy, splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sonny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
Wilmore and Williams' trip is the 6th longest continuous stay on the International Space Station by NASA astronauts after technical issues with their Boeing spacecraft led to their extended stay.
Those are our top stories. Let's get to the markets. The Hang Seng Tech Index retreating ahead of Tencent earnings. Bank of America says that China's equities rally may face a meaningful correction soon. US and European stock futures are up this morning, although Wall Street did sell off on Tuesday. The S&P 500 fell more than 1%. The Magnificent 7 declining 2.5%, although European stocks outperformed again. The US stocks 50 closed up by 0.7%.
That's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Stephen Carroll.
Everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. फिलहाल देख लेते हैं एक बार मार्केट को. कल क्रूड ऑयल न्यूज़ की वजह से थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम में था. आज तो ठीक है. ये फिलहाल जो चार्ट लगाया हुआ है ये अप्रैल मंथ का है, ध्यान रखना मार्च मंथ का नहीं है, कंफ्यूज मत करना. मार्च की एक्सपायरी भी है आज फ्यूचर की, तो वहाँ वॉल्यूम कम रहेगा. ऑप्शन भी ऑलरेडी नेक्स्ट मंथ का स्टार्ट हो चुका है, तो अप्रैल मंथ का ही चार्ट लगाया है. नेचुरल गैस में सेम ही चार्ट है. पर नेचुरल गैस का फ्यूचर का चार्ट भी देख लेते हैं थोड़ा सा. इंडियन मार्केट तो एक्चुअली नहीं है. ठीक है, ये जो रेजिस्टेंस बनाया है नेचुरल गैस में करंट लेवल पे ना, ये सिर्फ एमसीएक्स में है. ठीक है, ये फॉरेक्स में नहीं है. फॉरेक्स में ऊपर ही मिलेगा रेजिस्टेंस. ये एक रेजिस्टेंस है मेजर, एक सपोर्ट है. ये दोनों ही लेवल मल्टीपल टाइम वैसे टेस्ट हो चुके हैं. तो ये एमसीएक्स में बना हुआ है तो इसलिए मैंने बना दिया. फॉरेक्स में नहीं है बीच वाला लेवल. ठीक है, यहाँ पर भी एक सेलिंग का प्लान करना, थोड़ी क्वांटिटी कम रख लेना क्योंकि ये एमसीएक्स में ही बना है, फॉरेक्स में नहीं है. मुंबई सेशन ओपन था, लंदन सेशन ओपन हो चुका है. शाम को न्यूयॉर्क सेशन 5:30, यूएस मार्केट 7 बजे. 8 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है. देन शाम को एफओएमसी स्टेटमेंट आएगा फेड रेट कट का. दैट विल आल्सो इम्पैक्ट बैंक निफ्टी. तो बुलिश ही है कम्प्लीटली. क्रूड ऑयल को भी देख लेते हैं. लेट्स सी, मॉर्निंग पे फ्लैट ओपन हुआ था, थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग आई, रिकवर कर गया. न्यूट्रली है अभी भी. ओके, यहाँ पर एक एफईजी है छोटा सा. लेट्स सी इसके अलावा और कोई लेवल यहाँ पर बनता है तो. इसको देखोगे नेचुरल सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल को, तो ये है तो अपने सपोर्ट पे, नीचे इसका सपोर्ट भी है, बट ये सपोर्ट भी देखोगे तो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है, 1 2 3 4 टाइम ऑलरेडी टेस्ट कर चुका है इन पर्टिकुलर लेवल्स पे। फोरकास्ट क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री का लास्ट टाइम +1.4 थी, इस बार +0.8 है। लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा कम आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल। तो इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट तो बुलिश ही है प्राइस के लिए। यहाँ पर सपोर्ट है बट मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया, तो मैं इसको रिमूव कर रहा हूँ, नीचे लगा नहीं रहा हूँ। बेटर रहेगा कि नई लेवल ही क्रिएट करे, अब एक लेवल पे बार बार बाइंग भी सही नहीं रहती। भी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट कर चुका है। नीचे एक दो सपोर्ट हैं क्रूड में, बट ऑल आर टेस्टेड मल्टीपल टाइम्स, तो उनको ड्रॉ करना सही नहीं लग रहा है, एंड ज़्यादा पीछे चार्ट जा नहीं रहा है। इस लेवल को लगा लेते हैं, यही लास्ट बचता है और कोई है नहीं इसमें लेवल यहाँ पे। अब आगे नीचे के देखो सपोर्ट और भी हैं बीच में, बट और नीचे भी हैं, ऑल आर टेस्टेड मल्टीपल टाइम्स, तो अवॉइड कर रहे हैं अभी फिलहाल के लिए उनको। इट इज़ सपोर्ट एरिया, यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे। ऊपर एफईजी है, थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग आनी चाहिए। व्यू कोई ज़्यादा बुलिश तो नहीं है क्रूड का कहीं से भी। का ध्यान रखना, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने लेवल पे। ये अप्रैल का ही चार्ट है क्रूड ऑयल का। दिस इज अप्रैल मंथ चार्ट, मार्च का नहीं लगाया, अप्रैल का लगाया क्रूड ऑयल में। ठीक है, ये अप्रैल का ही चार्ट है क्रूड ऑयल का। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है फटाफट से लाइक कर सकते हैं।
They're probably friendly now, but we're going to be friendly with both. I think we're going to be friendly with both. China needs us in terms of trade very badly.
Yeah, and Bill, President Trump also mentioned, I believe, also in that same interview that they have their separate discussions ongoing with the Chinese. Do we have any idea right now, just to follow up on Rebecca's point, what those discussions are, and if we have any indication of when they probably will meet?
Well, we think those are taking place at a lower level, trying to figure out what an agenda would be for a leaders' meeting, and also the details of when they would meet, what the terms of that would be. Having President Xi Jinping go to the United States, if that's the focus from the Trump administration, is a risky bet by China. Because Trump does have a habit of putting leaders on the spot. We saw with the Irish Prime Minister just last week that Trump was very critical of him as the two men sat together. So I think the Chinese would be looking for a very structured format that they could have some control or influence of that might limit the ability of Donald Trump to kind of freelance comments with Xi Jinping being forced to stand right next to him.
Bill, I mean, the other big story for President Trump is, of course, the ongoing discussions around this potential ceasefire when it comes to Ukraine. We do just have some lines from Witkoff crossing the desk. So Witkoff commending Putin for all he's done to move to peace and saying that US officials will go to Saudi Arabia for more talks. But, of course, the bottom line here is that Vladimir Putin did not agree to that 30-day ceasefire. He has agreed to pull back on some attacks on infrastructure. Where do we stand now?
Yeah, I mean, going into this, the U.S., the Trump administration made very clear that their top priority was to get an immediate ceasefire for 30 days and then spend that period trying to work on a longer-term deal that would allow for a de-escalation in Ukraine. That clearly was not met. There was this agreement. There is some confusion about this agreement about whether the two sides will stop hitting energy infrastructure or energy and infrastructure. We're still waiting to get that resolved. But they did not really meet this broader agreement. They've said that talks on a broader peace will start in the Middle East, presumably Saudi Arabia, immediately, but there's also no details on that. when you look at the words that the Trump administration put out before this call and what they're saying afterwards, clearly the 30 days had been a focus, and that is one big thing that they did not get coming out of it, and we'll be following up with them and seeing what the next steps to getting some kind of a ceasefire might be.
Last year, TD Bank became the first U.S. bank ever to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit money laundering. How did the country's 10th largest bank find itself in this position? Court documents and Bloomberg's reporting revealed that breakneck expansion in the U.S. by its Canadian owner, Toronto Dominion Bank, followed by budget cutting, left TD's branches open to exploitation by organized crime. One such network, run out of Queens, deposited large amounts of cash at bank branches and quickly withdrew the funds either as bank checks or wire transfers. Over time, they laundered more than $650 million, with nearly 3/4 of that going through TD, where internal controls failed to stop the scheme. U.S. investigators took notice, and by early 2021, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Newark, New Jersey was involved. A federal investigation into the Queens network eventually left TD itself in the crosshairs, leading to 2 other massive cases involving the bank coming to light. As a result, TD agreed to pay $3.1 billion in fines to various parts of the federal government.
Germany,
and potentially worst of all.
Tailwinds. We could also mention improving corporates revision, and the third one, which has taken a bit of a pause yesterday, but is improving the perspective of improving reduction in geopolitical risks, whether it's the German elections that are behind us, but really a perspective of an improvement in Russia and Ukraine.
Is this a permanent divergence from the US markets? US markets are underperforming year to date, German markets are outperforming year to date. Does that spread continue to widen?
It depends on why they widen. If it's idiosyncratic situations, such as, for example, the uncertainty for the policy in the U.S. policy that we see, then the divergence should continue. If it's more general concern about the growth, then we should see similar reaction across both sides of the Atlantic. But specifically, the reason why the U.S. market have had a tough time since the beginning of the year is linked to the uncertainty around the policies, and specifically the fact. So it's not so much the tariffs or the decision that the U.S. administration has taken, but more the sentiment of uncertainty that in itself is likely to delay investment or consumption decision, which in turn are an immediate risk to U.S. growth. So, you know, we don't think the U.S. is. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, yes, I mean, that makes me wonder whether April 2nd will represent a change in thinking in the markets, given we will have at least an element of certainty in the short term. Whether that will be sustained, we'll see. But actually, what I wanted to ask you about, Bettina, is the Fed, and whether you think we'll get any kind of dovish or hawkish messaging at the margin from the Fed today.
So this is interesting because it's a central bank heavy week, but it's also one where we don't expect much to happen, really. So we expect the Fed very much to be on hold. So what the market is going to look at is much more the narrative around the statements that the Fed and the other central bank are going to put out. And we expect these narratives to acknowledge some slowing growth by not inflecting fundamentally the direction that the Fed is heading towards to. What we really believe is that the Fed will be waiting for greater clarity coming from the U.S. administration in terms of the measure they want to implement in order to inflect durably their path.
Bettina, we're going to leave you there. Thank you very much indeed. Bettina Mazzocchi joining us from BlackRock. Let's look at how the markets are performing right now, give you an idea of what the centre of gravity looks like. The core 6 looks like this, as you can see. A mixed picture. It's interesting. The pharma sector is definitely under pressure this morning. Luxury is down a little bit as well. Mixed performance when it comes to the car sector. Tech is also taking a hit. Obviously, Nvidia was the story yesterday. Schneider's up. Nestlé's down. I can't discern anything in terms of the trend that board tells me at the moment. Maybe Joe's got some more useful things to say. What are you seeing in the banking sector?
So the banking sector is interesting, Guy. Because of this Turkey read across, we are seeing BBVA, one of the worst performers in the European market this morning. We're down around 2% at the moment. It was down around 3%. We are actually also seeing some weakness in a couple of the other stocks exposed to Turkey. ING with a little bit of exposure, and also Airport de Paris and one of the construction firms, VCAT, over in France as well. But BBVA really taking the brunt of the declines, given that big exposure via Garanti Bank. They are the majority holder of that lender, so that's accounting for the weakness over there. Then in terms of the pharma stocks, GSK was a little bit weaker over in the pharma space in the London market. This, of course, coming from this news from the Wall Street Journal that potentially the US scaling back support for HIV drug funding. That did hit Gilead in the US yesterday and feeding through into Glaxo in London today. We're down 2% on GlaxoSmithKline this morning. Then in terms of the truck maker Traton, looked a little bit weak as well, and it's the second big drop for this company over the past couple of weeks. We saw some concerns again around some changes in US regulation hitting the firm, but today it's the earnings and the orders do look a little bit soft for the German truck maker. Then in terms of your analyst ratings, Compass, that's the worst performer on the FTSE 100 today. Exane BNP downgrading, saying that they are seeing weakness in staff retention numbers in the US, and that's going to feed through into the catering sector. And this has been one of the best performing London listed stocks over the past couple of years, a massive blue chip firm, but we're down 5.6%, a big move and a big points weight on the FTSE 100 today. And then finally, just checking back in on Schneider Electric, as Guy mentioned a moment ago, that stock is higher. A double upgrade, another upgrade for Schneider, given the sell-off we saw related to the data centre worries. RBC today reckons that has gone too far, so they're adding to the bullish calls on Schneider Electric, and that one moving 0.8% higher in Paris this morning.
OK, Joe, thank you very much from our equities team with a rundown of stocks that are moving. Something that definitely moved stateside in yesterday's session, and we'll keep an eye on it again today, pre-market in the US, now open, of course, is Nvidia. Has Jensen Huang lost the Midas touch? Nvidia's shares certainly lower yesterday, pretty flat this morning. A lot of new product announcements. We heard more about new Blackwell. We heard more about Rubin. But has it moved the dial at all? We'll get details next. This is Bloomberg.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal-making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial and geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onik, only on Bloomberg.
You agree with my view that the highest calling of mankind is private equity?
I do not.
No, you don't think so? There's something more important? Well, I don't know what it is, but okay.
I would have thought you were going to tell me the highest calling was to own a baseball team.
If it's a winning team, yes.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech.
How does that spread across global markets?
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Welcome back. Wednesday session. Banks are under a little bit of pressure in terms of the European story this morning. It's a mixed picture. Some are up, some are down. One of the stocks that is certainly down is UBS. That stock trading down currently by 1.25%. The Morgan Stanley Banking Conference is taking place in London as we speak. And as we speak, Sergio Mossi, the CEO of UBS, is speaking. We're starting to get some headlines crossing from what he is saying. I don't think any of it's particularly revolutionary. Not sure the capital question will be cleared by May. Our 2025 share buyback plans are credible. Interesting, he's saying the macro consensus at the end of 2024 was wrong. I think we've all learned to appreciate that it was fairly wrong. But he is confident that UBS can meet its cost and return on tangible equity targets and may implement further headcount reductions from the end of 2025, which is a theme that this morning is running through the entire banking sector.
Yeah, absolutely. Jobs certainly in focus. So let's go to that conversation in the wider banking sector now. Bloomberg has learned that Morgan Stanley is planning to cut around 2,000 employees later this month in the first major workforce reduction under the CEO, Ted Pick. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Charlie Wells, who can tell us more about this story and other news flow surrounding the banking sector. So let's start with the Morgan Stanley then. Good morning to you, Charlie. Let's start with Morgan Stanley. 2,000 cuts. Where and why is this happening?
So these cuts are happening across the bank, and they come at a really uncomfortable time for the U.S. banking sector, because if you flash back to that November election, there was so much exuberance, so much hope that this would unleash a wave of deregulation, a wave of mergers and acquisitions. Of course, it's still early days, and people familiar with the matter have has said that these cuts across the bank, don't have to do with recent market turmoil, but they have to do with this issue of attrition, of staff just not leaving, and of Morgan Stanley needing to keep control on costs. So these are significant, right? It's 2,000 cuts. They've got about 80,000 people, so those will be felt across the board. And they come at a really uncomfortable time when that story about banking is turning darker.
Let's talk about what is happening over at Citi. Jay Fraser's revolution at Citi continues, but it comes in waves, and there's a series of bonuses that have been kind of tied to it and the changes that are being made. And we've had phase 1, we've had phase 2, both of which have kind of gone through. Phase 3 is looking a little bit more tricky.
Not good. I mean, look, these are bonuses that were tied to progress on risk and regulation. And I think if we were just talking about job cuts, I think this gets to the idea of careful who you cut, right? Because Citigroup's back office has been under a lot of pressure. Yeah. Some of the regulatory groups have been fined, I think in July it was over $130 million. And so you've got to keep that, that data control. You've got to keep those risk operations moving, even as you're trying to reform a bank. But it's not looking good in this third tranche of bonuses that were tied to that performance there. It was about 70% of target. In prior years, it was 80 and then 95. And then something that was really sticky here is this third tranche of bonuses, there was an element tied to share performance. And without that, this would have been, 53% tied to performance. So not great, guys.
OK, not great there. I'm looking at how European banks have done since the start of this year, and actually that's the best performing sector in Europe this year. But the European story and the US story are not the same thing, and perhaps increasingly or decreasingly so. So how are banks faring this year then, Charlie? Talk us through the volatility in markets, how that's playing out for them.
I think this is a really pivotal time, especially ahead of earnings season. And we've been talking in general strokes about the end of US exceptionalism. I think as we start to get into that earnings story, we might start hearing the end of U.S. exceptionalism in insert industry, and we might start hearing about the end of U.S. exceptionalism in banking, and you're just seeing that in that divergent performance. I was just looking at that KBW index, that big index of U.S. bank stocks. It's down just to where it was just before the election, and so that really kind of, is evidence of that huge boost that we saw, that huge wave of optimism coming back down to earth.
Great to see you, Charlie. Thank you very much indeed. Charlie Wells joining us on what is happening with the banking sector. Let's turn our attention to US pre-market. Some of these banks may be moving there, but there are other stocks that maybe we want to focus our attention on, and one of those certainly is Nvidia. The stock is not doing much this morning. It's up a tiny, tiny little bit, as you can see, but after getting hit quite hard yesterday, we're not getting the bounce back that some may have anticipated this morning. So Nvidia's CEO, Jensen Huang, unveiling more powerful chips. He's developed a platform. He's got a platform that is going to develop humanoid robots. We're talking about GM, Walt Disney. There's all kinds of relationships that are being enhanced. What wasn't enhanced yesterday was the share price. But take a listen to the spread of what this company wants to achieve.
Time for autonomous vehicles has arrived. And we're looking forward to building with GM AI in all three areas. AI for manufacturing, so they can revolutionize the way they manufacture. AI for enterprise, so they can revolutionize the way they work, design cars and simulate cars, and then also AI for in the car.
Tom's here to talk about this. Tom McKenzie, of course. Normally, he opens his mouth and all is good. Didn't have that effect this time around. Is this just because the market is so much more skeptical right now of what is said and the achievability of what is said?
There are some things that Jensen Huang can control and some things that he can't, which is that focus on the macro, the risks around recession, and whether ultimately that leads to the hyperscalers pulling back the CapEx pledges, $370 billion for this year, with Bloomberg Intelligence projecting maybe that gets to something like $500 billion in the years after that. So there's the elements that he can't control, which is part of the factor, I think. But to your point, in the room, according to the people, men and women in the ground, in the room, the journalists and the analysts, there was a very different mood, given everything around what's happened through the impact of DeepSeek and the concerns about recession risk. The mood has changed around the Woodstock of AI, as it's been framed, given previous speeches where stocks would move. This time, stocks moved to the downside. GM Tech took a bit of a hit. He talked about T-Mobile and Cisco. None of these stocks get a material upside from Jensen Huang this time around, and that tells you a lot. This is a CEO now trying to do multiple things. One is convince his customers, the hyperscalers, that he can produce chips, the software, the hardware, and the services that are creating efficiencies, as he continues to believe there will be greater adoption. The other is trying to convince investors that this is a company that is future-proofing its business trajectory. And I like the way you emphasize spread, because they are really trying to push out. If you just look at the auto sector, they're looking at the car itself, the factory, and the services and software that goes into them. Just in that particular sector. I haven't even mentioned telecoms or robotics, other elements that he tied in as well. So it's about future-proofing the business, but some of those technologies are more mature than others, which is why there's still question marks.
Yes, and he sort of nodded to that, didn't he? So just in the making of a car, there's the manufacturing, there's the enterprise that you need for the business, and there's the in-car stuff, and these are all really different uses of AI, perhaps. But in terms of the hyperscalers, Tom, just take us through that then, because I was looking at the Bloomberg intelligence numbers. They are estimating that actually we do see, or rather they've increased their capex expectations for hyperscalers in 2025 since we heard from DeepSeek. So it seems as if there is some resilience to the capex spending expectations, although big questions about the years after that. Is that where the focus is now?
I think that's probably an accurate way of framing it. And Jensen Huang said almost everyone in the world got it wrong when it comes to how DeepSeek changed the expectations around the demand for chips. Simply, and look, we've been speaking to DeepMind CEO about this. He said DeepSeek exaggerated some of its claims around the costs needed to train the models. Others have aligned with that view as well. Jensen Huang saying ultimately, whatever DeepSeek did, there will be greater adoption as we move towards agentic AI, so agent models within businesses and enterprises and the consumer doing different tasks. The move to artificial general intelligence, that race for superintelligence, that will continue to drive. They bought 1.3 million Hoppers last year. They bought more than 3 million of the Blackwell GPUs just this year alone.
OK, we will continue to focus on NVIDIA, of course, Tom. Thank you, Tom McKenzie. Coming up, the lira plummets after the Turkish president's main political rival is arrested. We'll get details. This is Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
You have sell-side analysts taking a look at what you're doing and starting to compare you to Coinbase. Are you after their business?
Well, I think we compete in the general sense of offering crypto to customers, but also this is a nascent industry and not very many companies have entered yet. Even though Bitcoin has now been around for 15 years, institutions and other companies have been waiting for signals to enter the market.
There are a lot of financial firms that are looking to tokenize private funds also. Yeah. Are you in talks with any of them?
We're generally in conversations with anyone trying to do interesting things in the space. If I had to pick the biggest pain point, AI is like transforming everything. So I think it's tough right now if you want to be in the AI sector as a retail investor. There's relatively few options that you can actually invest in.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto live Tuesdays.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Surveillance, Elon Musk, who's leading Doge, was talking about maybe going to Fort Knox to make sure those gold reserves are there. Do you have any plans to visit Kentucky?
I don't have any plans. I can tell you that we do an audit every year. I can tell the American people on camera right now, all the gold is there. Any U.S. senator who wants to come and visit it can arrange a visit through our office.
Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance, live every weekday.
U.S. tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. 30 minutes into what has been a fairly eventful session, actually, for Europe so far. So it's Fed Day. We're waiting for that big event later on today. In the meantime, we get news out of Turkey. We'll come to that in just a moment. But that has had a sentiment impact on what we're seeing here in Europe. So the Stock 600 is down by 0.2%. The DAX is down by 0.4%. And, Guy, we've been watching to see what happens with the banking sector. BBVA is one of the businesses we look to there. That's down by 2%. But other banks with Turkish exposure not down by much. And maybe worth pointing out, US futures and the euro have regained a little bit of their poise from earlier.
So there's a ripple across from what is happening with Turkish assets into the lira. And in some ways that is logical because it further complicates the geopolitical narrative that we're watching. Turkey is definitely part of that. The role that Erdogan is going to play going forward from here could be hugely significant. So it just complicates kind of the outlook for Europe and its ability maybe to push forward in terms of the rearmament programs and so much of all the other stuff that we are talking about at the moment. So that effect is there. But as you say, we're going to move off that quite quickly and focus more on what is happening with the Fed a little bit later on. And that's a little earlier in the European day as well. So we need to bear that in mind. There's only a 4-hour gap between London and New York at the moment, or Washington, as it's probably more importantly to focus on. So that'll be really interesting to sort of see how that works. The market doesn't. I get the feeling the market really doesn't know what it's going to get from the Fed today.
Yeah, I feel like,
that's different to the kind of the meetings we've had over the last few kind of months and years in some ways.
There could be a sort of dovish presentation of where we are right now with concerns around the economy. I mean, not too overtly stated, perhaps, but maybe a slightly dovish stance. You could also imagine there being a slightly more hawkish stance because they're mindful, even if they don't say the T word, tariffs out loud, they're mindful of what that might do to pricing in the United States. And as we were hearing from Thanos Papasavis, everyone's still scarred by the fact that inflation went so high in recent years that they'll be mindful of inflation expectations and not letting those off the leash. But it does feel as if it's with those two arguments running around in our heads. It feels like one of those days where tomorrow we come in and we say, well, everybody got something out of that.
Yeah, you could end up in that kind of scenario, couldn't you? I'm also curious to see whether or not he talks about the stock market, because there is a connection between what happens with the stock market, the wealth effects, and how that ultimately affects the consumer. And it'll be interesting to see whether he talks about that. The market has now, it seems, discounted the idea that we've got a Trump put. Do we still have a Powell put? Is that still in existence? Is he concerned about the relationship between the stock market and what happens on Main Street? So I think that's going to be really interesting as well.
I've seen so many puts mentioned in recent days. It's quite staggering. I'm going to have some sort of tally chart and tick them off every time they're mentioned. I mean, the Fed put was the original, and the Powell put more, sort of part of that. But then that morphed into something around the bond markets, didn't it? With the Besant put around treasuries and whether that. And then I saw someone talking about a Xi put yesterday around the extent to which we've seen pain in China, China coming back to the fore, China on the front foot, while the US on the back foot. Maybe there's some kind of China put there as well.
The market, ascribing a strike price to all of these things, I think, quite hard at the moment. We also need to talk about what is happening with Turkish assets, which have been, as Anna said just a moment ago, moving quite significantly. So the stock market is down by 5.5% at the moment, 5.6%. The lira against the dollar is down by 6%. So some significant moves there. The Turkish bond market is reacting as well in terms of the dollar bonds. We've got them up by 20 basis points at the moment. The CDS is widening out quite significantly as well. This, as we see the mayor of Turkey, who has presidential aspirations, being detained and potentially the political fallout from this quite significant. Let's try and understand what is happening here. Why has Imamoglu been arrested? Why are we seeing this detention? What is happening right now that has required this move from Erdogan? Paul Wallace joins us now to talk us through all of this. Paul, thanks for taking the time. Why now? Why is Erdogan doing this now? Why is this happening at this point, this sort of critical time when so much else is going on around the world? Why is Erdogan deciding that this is the moment to strike?
Hi, Guy. Yes, it's a difficult question to answer as to why now. It is not a complete surprise, and in recent months, in recent weeks, there has been a widening series of investigations and lawsuits against opposition figures. Ekrem İmamoğlu is the big one in a way. He's one of Turkey's most popular politicians. He's the mayor of Istanbul, a city of 15 million people. He was widely seen, or is widely seen, as Erdogan's biggest biggest political rival. And the fact that Turkish authorities have decided to detain him is something that is really, really worrying markets. We saw the lira down about 6% on our screens earlier. It was down 10% only about 10-15 minutes ago. Huge losses across the board in the Turkish bond market, in the Turkish stock market as well. On Sunday, there was meant to be a rally with the CHP, Imamoglu's party, in Turkey. It was probably going to draw big crowds. It's unclear if that's going to be allowed to still take place. And at that rally, Imamoglu was effectively going to be announced as a presidential candidate. The vote is scheduled for 2028, but there's a widespread expectation that Erdogan will want an early vote for constitutional reasons. He can't stand again if the vote's in 2028, but he can if it's held sometime earlier than that.
Okay, put this in the longer sort of lens of history for us, and quite recent history, really, Paul. It's within the last few years, I think, that we've had clampdowns on political rivalry within Turkey. And that, for some time, went hand in hand with some fairly unconventional economic policy. Then, latterly, the latter of those pivoted to something more conventional. Looking at the extent to which the market has responded today versus how the market responded previous times around, it seems as if perhaps this is more in the realms of expectation than it was some years ago.
It was, but I think it's the kind of move that could undo a lot of, let's say, the goodwill that Turkey has built up since mid-2023. Erdogan was re-elected around that time, and he pivoted on economic and monetary policy pretty dramatically. He no longer called on the central bank to carry out ultra-loose policy, and the central bank raised rates massively from 8.5% to 50%. That was all to curb inflation. And broadly speaking, that has worked. That has led to inflation slowing. It's still around 40%, so still one of the highest rates in the world, but it's come down a lot from levels of.
का ध्यान रखना गाइस यहाँ पर, ठीक है, जिन लोगों ने एफई से सेल किया है नीचे तक आता है तो यहाँ पर बुक कर लेना प्रॉफिट। ओवरऑल व्यू बेरिश ही है, बट सपोर्ट है नीचे, मल्टीपल सपोर्ट भी है, जैसे पहले बता चुका हूँ। बट हो सकता है लाइक प्राइस वहाँ पर उतना होल्ड ना करे, तो बाइंग में ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी मत रखियो। जो लोग सेलिंग में है, बुक द प्रॉफिट ओवर इन दिस सपोर्ट एरिया। बाकी इसके नीचे और ज़्यादा कोई सपोर्ट है नहीं, एक दो बने थे, वो ऑलरेडी मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया, उसके पीछे उतना प्राइस दिख नहीं रहा है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। तो लेट्स सी, यहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आती है तो क्वांटिटी कम ही रखेंगे बाइंग में, ठीक है। क्वांटिटी लो रखना बाइंग में, ज़्यादा बड़ी क्वांटिटी मत लेना। पुलिस होना है तो एटलीस्ट ये एफईजी के ऊपर सस्टेन करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, अराउंड 5810 के ऊपर, तभी कहीं ये बुलिस हो पाएगा। नहीं तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली या तो ये रेंज बन जाएगी या फिर और गिर सकता है। बुलिस तो नहीं है जब तक 5810 के नीचे ट्रेल कर रहा है। अप्रैल मंथ का चार्ट है जो। क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम ही रखना बाइंग में, क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना, डोंट गेट विथ अ हैवी क्वांटिटी।
we've wiped away some of the post-election euphoria. People are tamping that down.
Investors globally have got to take more balance. That probably means lightening up on US exposure and broadening out to the rest of the world.
The administration has greater tolerance for a move lower in the market and even a full slowdown in the economy.
It's going to seem loud. It's going to be a lot in the headline news. But for the long run, we will get through this.
There's this really negative narrative around tariffs. I promise you it'll change as we get into the summer months.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Tuesday on a two-day winning streak, the biggest two-day rally of the year so far, with the Fed's two-day meeting kicking off in Washington later on this morning. Attention turning to Europe as President Trump is set to hold a call with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin, pushing for a 30-day ceasefire, just as German lawmakers are in the process of voting on a bill that could unlock hundreds of billions of debt-fueled spending. That spending, a key pillar of the long Europe trade. The latest Bank of America fund manager survey capturing the biggest allocation to European stocks since July 2021 and the biggest drop in US equity allocation ever. They're calling that this morning, Lisa, the bull crash.
And right now there is this question of how far it can continue. And I'm really glad that you brought up this idea of the event risk truly being in Europe this morning. You have the 1-2 punch of both the potential for the Ukraine-Russia war to end, as well as spending to get past the Bundestag, the lower house of German parliament. If they don't get done, do you get a reversal of what we've seen? If they do get done, do you just have a turbocharged move into Europe and away from the United States?
We've been on this story now for a number of months. The actions of the President of the United States pushing the Europeans to do things that might be good for them.
It might be good for them as we see what's going on in Germany and potentially also Europeans talking about things like deregulation. When it comes to, though, this potential of ending a war on European soil, Caroline Leavitt, the president's press secretary yesterday, said we are on the 10th yard line of peace. Coming out of this meeting is going to be incredibly important. The Kremlin says it's going to begin potentially as soon as 9 a.m. this morning. Two things to watch out for. Maybe the two will talk about a summit when they meet in person, and whether or not we could see business ties, maybe some sanctions lifted or other sort of business ties come back into the fore.
Which a few months ago was absolutely unthinkable. Now, you may disagree with the President of the United States on his strategy to get Russia to come to the table and secure some kind of peace agreement in Ukraine. But the euro doesn't have feelings. The euro right now is close to 110, and the euro is close to 110 because of that, not just because of the spending effort in Germany.
This was one of the bull cases for Europe coming into this year, was the potential for the Ukraine-Russia war to end. Now we seem to be getting closer to that, and it's one of the prongs. Mark Ruda, in a conversation with you from NATO, talking about the likelihood of normalization of ties with Russia. Seems like it's a far way off for that in Europe. That said, it really raises the question, are there a lot of things that could go right or not?
He said it's not there yet, but he did say step by step. And if the war were to end and relations were to be normalized, this could be a potential outcome.
That call is set to take place a little bit later on this morning. Once we get headlines from it, we'll share them with you. Equity futures right now on the S&P just a little bit softer. We're down by 0.2%. Coming up this hour, Peter Chi of Academy Securities in the recession camp, Elias Galou of Bank of America on a cautious global fund manager survey, and Kit Jiggs of SocGen looking for the big euro rally to continue. We begin this hour with stock steady as the Fed kicks off a two-day meeting. Peter Chi of Academy Securities writing, I don't see the Fed acting in a big enough way to offset the risk that I see. The convergence of so many policies seems to risk a recession before any probability of seeing the benefits. Pete joins us now for more. Pete, good morning.
Makes me sound so bearish.
Got to say, you sound incredibly bearish. Are you saying you're not?
No, I actually am. I think one thing is, even the prior discussion, I think a big part of the change is we are trading capital flows, for trade benefits, right? So we're going after trade. I think we're seeing capital outflows, and it's been a perfect, mix for taking capital outside of the U.S. All of a sudden, you have yields up in Japan, you have yields up in Germany, so you can actually get some return on that side. And when you look at equity valuations, all these other markets had lower valuations. So I think one of the big problems with our strategy so far is rather than having people come to the table begging for mercy, it's actually pulled money out of the system. It's made people rethink things, and they're not rethinking things in a way that really involves the U.S. I think people are trying to rethink things away from the U.S., and that's the negative.
That was not the objective. These are unintended consequences. And for the market, the consensus view was that some of these policies would lead to dollar strength. They've led to dollar weakness. That speaks to the capital flow story. Do you see this turning around anytime soon?
Yesterday was the first day we really went the full day without any big tariff headlines. People have seemed to maybe there is a Trump put. Maybe you realize, hey, bashing on tariffs every single day, bashing our allies is not a good strategy. And you keep looking at it. We've been searching for where's all this excess capacity. So one, there isn't a ton of excess capacity. So if we just make things more expensive coming in here, that will flow through a little bit. And then you have China. China's the one with excess capacity. Their pricing is so cheap that 20% tariffs that we've added don't really make them uncompetitive. So I think we have to rethink this and do some sort of holistic strategy that has a 1 to sort of 3 year plan. How do we build steel plants in the U.S.? There's so many things that need to be done to make this effective, and we just dumped everything on day one, and it's been a mess.
There's shifts in capital flows that are easier to see than others. One of them is just looking at the euro versus the dollar. One of them is looking at stock allocations shifting to the euro region rather than the U.S. You've raised a point about boycotts or basically withdrawing from American brands overseas. Are we seeing any signs of that other than, say, Tesla, which is somewhat idiosyncratic?
It's hard to tell, but I think you are seeing a little bit of evidence that people are, okay, at the margin, shifting away from American brands. And I think American brands represented so many positive things. And I really think the administration is at risk that there were so many intangible benefits from what the U.S. does, from, the presence that we had, kind of this benevolent superpower. And as that goes away, I think we lose some of the reputation, and that hurts. And unfortunately, too, I think the way we've thrown out all these tariffs, even if you didn't like China, you kind of have to come knocking at China's door and say, hey, maybe we should be doing business.
Is there a risk that people are getting over their skis with all this pessimism? That if you take a look at the actual policies, we haven't seen the more positive sides of things. Not all of the people are in their seats yet in terms of executing these. We haven't been through April 2nd. And if you actually look at growth, it isn't that bad. Even the airlines, which everyone uses the example of a slowdown, are still booking at pretty healthy rates. What's that risk?
So I think the risk is where we're headed. I think the things that DOGE has been doing, so one, we're cutting some spending. That does flow through the economy. I think you're seeing that it's very difficult to get jobs for those people who are getting left behind. But then more importantly to me is there's so much uncertainty, it's putting plans on hold. So, normally you like to do things that pull demand and, hiring forward. If anything, we're pushing it further away, right? There's no one that we talk to really that's saying, well, I have to bring my construction back to the U.S. from, say, Canada or Mexico because I don't know how long these tariffs last. They might only last a month. That would be silly for me, and it's going to take months and months, if not years, to do this. So I think there's a lot of hiring on, freeze. So unless the Fed does something tomorrow, which they might, but I don't think they will, when we see a real change in messaging, I think we resume the sell-off, and I think we're going to head to bear market territory down at least 20%.
Are you saying that the tariff uncertainty can tip the U.S. into recession, just that alone?
I think that combination of the spending cuts that we're doing, the firing in that sector, it was already, I think, I look at the quits rate, right? The job market wasn't that great. I think the official data tends to get overstated in January, February because they're still miscalculating a bunch of the seasonals. So if we tip over into weak employment, people on hold, no one quite understanding the cost of goods, which I think will go up to some degree. Yeah, I think we tip into recession far faster than people think, and maybe we're already at that sort of stage.
We're at an inflection point this morning. You have a bunch of generals you consult with at the firm. What do they make going into this phone call between Trump and Putin?
So one, I'll take a step back. I think one thing they were all very positive on was the actions in the Middle East to clear up shipping. I think that's the right sort of thing. It puts pressure. I think we've argued under the Biden administration that we lost deterrence as a tool. And to get deterrence, you actually have to be aggressive periodically. You have to put some fear. So that I think we were very positive on. I think we're all trying to figure out what exactly the end game is with Russia and Ukraine. I think there's an opportunity maybe for the president to come out looking good. I think if Putin offers a really bad deal and the president accepts it, again, I think that will cause this further divide where you see more of this. Any sort of peace deal, though, we really think was always going to benefit Germany and Poland. Poland is going to continue to be the big winner in this whole realignment of Europe. So continue to be positive there for stocks. Whether or not there is a deal right now, we're headed that direction. And I think a bad deal, though, would really push people away from the U.S. again, unfortunately.
Hold up, Pete. You see a situation where U.S. equities could be in a bear market down 20%. And German equities could stay this high, up 20%.
Yeah, I think, one, you look at valuations, they're still somewhat cheap. People are pulling their money back to their own home base. They are doing spending. They're doing things that are going to be clearly constructive for their businesses. I think they do have some excess capacity, right? VW is trying to figure out, no one wants to buy a VW EV, supposedly. What do we do with that? Okay, can we make military equipment? And I think that's going to be interesting. And normally that sort of spending would fall heavily into the U.S., right? Germany would be spending a lot of their money on U.S. equipment and U.S. things. They feel very reluctant to do that, given the current tone. That could change, but so long as that's going, yeah, we're getting the separation. You get those valuations picking up there.
Does the groupthink not concern you? over in Europe right now, that overwhelmingly there is a huge consensus celebrating Germany rearming. Does that not concern you?
In which I don't think it's a bad thing for people to have their own ability to defend themselves. What I do think, though, is Trump's been pushing for this, 2.5%, 3%, whatever spending required he wants. But I think that was all done in the way that, well, we're still going to be the big person in NATO. We'll still tell NATO what to do. And I think the spending is now, okay, we're actually going to spend this, but maybe we don't need the same U.S.
I just want to approach this logically, because at the one point earlier this year, we were confident that for European equities, it was a good story of the United States push for a quick peace agreement. Part of that story's happened. But Germany rearming, Europe spending on defence, doesn't scream they're pushing for a quick peace deal. That tells me they're pushing for something very different to what President Trump is pushing for.
Well, I think this all comes down to what sort of deal is put in place, right? I think the fear is that and I'm probably on the European side, I think most of our generals would be, that if you do not put some sort of protection in place, this is just a temporary rearming for Putin to go back in and take a bigger bite. And I think that's the big disconnect right now is, I think when we were looking at this and we figured we'd get some sort of peace, we did not think it would be easy. We do believe that Ukraine's going to have to give up some land. We do think that they will get a lot of money from this. The whole key is, like, whether it's security agreement, how do you stop Russia from just rearming and coming back in? And that's, I think, what Europe's preparing for.
Is German rearmament basically Europe trying to set deterrence with Russia?
Yes, I think that's
Even
exactly.
if they're willing to have gas deals once again?
They will try and do both. I think all sides, again, it's like this going to be this mad panic where everyone's trying to rearm themselves.
Something about it, Pete, doesn't add up. Something about it doesn't add up.
Well, none of this has added up when we look at what the U.S. was doing with Iran, right? We were allowing Iranian oil to go through. Russia continues to sell your oil into and natural gas into Europe, right? Everyone is so scared about energy, and that's the crazy thing, right? If you went back 5 years ago, everyone was about green energy, green energy, green energy, and even the U.S., everyone energy self-sufficient. We realize all it takes is one oil price shock to realize we are not that energy and self-sufficient. Inflation's scary. So I do think I love the energy market. Again, my strategy for the U.S., where I do like the U.S., is I'm continuing to invest in anything that national production and for national security's sake. So anything that has a security element, I do think we are going to see more and more production of that. I think things like chips are very important, medical equipment, those things are actually going to be really part of what gets driven by this. So you'll see some growth. That's where I'm headed. I'd like to see more done, though, by actual legislation. The executive order thing, I think, is not going to work particularly well. If it takes 4 or 5 years to build a plant, no one's sitting there saying, based on some executive orders that may be turned over in 4 years or may be turned over in 2 months, I'm not investing.
Pete, it's good to see you. Bearish, very bearish, US equities. Peter Chair there of Academy Securities. I'm saying that for Pete, but Pete basically said it too. Looking potentially for a bear market in US equities at a time where European equities might be as high as 20%.
Yeah,
up 20% by the end of the year.
Talking about the flows really reversing, and the only thing that could really stave that off would be more policy certainty from one or the other, either the Fed cutting rates this week or potentially for the White House to back away from some of the plans.
Equity futures a little bit softer this morning on the S&P 500 with an update on stories elsewhere. With your Bloomberg brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. President Trump, is set to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin today. Interfax reporting that the call will kick off at 9 a.m. Eastern. The U.S. is pressing for Russia to agree to a 30-day ceasefire with Ukraine. Trump has hinted that the U.S. and Russia are already discussing how to divide assets in Ukraine. Elsewhere, Israel launched a wave of airstrikes across the Gaza Strip today in response to what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says is Hamas's refusal to release Israeli hostages. Gaza health officials say at least 44 Palestinians have been killed. The move ends a nearly 2-month ceasefire that had paused 15 months of fighting. A proposed tie-up between Capital One and Discover Financial Services may be in jeopardy. The DOJ has expressed concern about the $35 billion merger, saying it would harm competition, but did not make a final decision. That merger is awaiting approval from the Federal Reserve and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. And that's your brief, John.
Danny, thank you. I remember the days not so long ago when we all thought it would be easy to make deals happen.
I had the same reaction when I saw this story. I was thinking, really, a financial deal that could get stymied because of concerns about the subprime lending market? Think about tables turned in terms of expectations.
Not what we expected, put it that way. Up next on the program, all options on the table.
The president would tell you that all options are always on the table. April 2nd day is a big day for the country, as the president has said. Reciprocal tariffs will go into effect.
That conversation up next with Ed Mills of Raymond James, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Equity futures on the S&P 500 just a little bit softer here. We're down by 0.4% on the S&P. Some breaking news just moments ago. Later on this morning, there will be a call between the two leaders of Russia and the United States, President Trump and President Putin. This coming from our team here at Bloomberg, that Putin is said to want all arms to Ukraine, demanding a suspension of all weapons deliveries to Ukraine during a ceasefire proposed by Donald Trump later on this morning.
Not surprised by this headline. Putin is certainly going to come into this negotiation with really high demands in order to get to that 30-day cessation of fighting. One of them seems to be he wants all arms to Ukraine halted. Basically, the U.S. has been the ones backstopping and arming this country. And for, I think, Putin to get to a yes on a 30-day ceasefire, he's not going to want to see that military equipment come into the country. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Zelensky to sign off on, as well as European allies.
Plenty of coverage on this story throughout this morning for you. We'll hit that a little bit later. Under surveillance this morning, all options on the table.
The president would tell you that all options are always on the table, and he's always ready to respond if he feels the United States is being unfairly treated by our allies and also our competitors around the world. But yes, the April 2nd day is a big day for the country, as the president has said. Reciprocal tariffs will go into effect.
So here's the latest this morning. US Trade Representative Jamieson Greer pushing for order after months of confusion over tariffs. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that Greer is looking to take control of President Trump's upcoming tariff announcement on April 2nd. Tyler Kendall joins us now for more. Tyler, good morning. What's the latest on this front? What's behind this big push?
Yeah, John, good morning. Well, it appears the USTR has already started to implement some changes, including reestablishing a formal process for businesses and stakeholders alike to provide feedback. That's something that's considered to be traditionally done, but we've yet to see in this tariff rollout so far. Sources familiar do tell Bloomberg News that those requests will be taken into account ahead of April 2nd. And that could be critical, as that same report indicates that President Trump could ramp up or tone down tariffs depending on how he feels countries have been either cooperative or combative ahead of next month. And it comes as senior administration officials keep pointing us to the fact that we have seen some of our more unbalanced trading partners bring down those tariff barriers. But we've yet to hear if there's going to be any exemptions or carve-outs. We did get fresh reaction this morning from at least one trading partner, Australia's treasurer, saying that these U.S. tariffs so far have been, quote, self-defeating after the country failed to secure any exemption last week for those 25% steel and aluminum tariffs. John, just quickly, later on in that press briefing, the White House press secretary said that investors should be confident because they are taking the same first-term formula, as she called it. But she failed to mention the uncertainty that we have been seeing, as well as that it appears out of order, that we have yet to get that firmer fiscal agenda footing that we saw last time around.
Tyler Kendall down in Washington. Tyler, appreciate it. With us around the table to extend the conversation, Ed Mills of Raymond James. Ed, good morning.
Morning.
Good to see you. Let's talk about the April 2nd date. Conversation we've had around this table a few times now is how misleading that date might be. What actually happens on April 2nd? How long before these tariffs would actually hit?
In some ways, nobody knows. But what I'm expecting at Raymond James is that we will get some announcements that are immediate, but we'll also get some announcements that set in place a series of new kind of investigations. And what you hear with Jamieson Greer trying to take control of this is there's a real concern within the Trump administration on some staff that if you were to try to do all of this on April 2nd and use emergency powers, there's huge legal risk and it's going to get struck down. And so what can you do on April 2nd that goes into effect immediately, that can be upheld in the courts? And what can you do that sets in motion maybe a worldwide Section 301 investigation that can be defended in the courts, but ultimately still have a very high tariff rate that goes on basically every single piece of equipment and goods that come into the United States? That's still a very high probability, John.
So Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, actually outlined that to us as well. You could see some on April 2nd, and then some might be weeks or months down the line. So if they go on April 2nd, they're likely using IEEPA. What could we see them use IEEPA for and say, actually, this will hold up in court because there's national security concerns?
Yeah, so Anne-Marie, I would say there are some IEEPA stuff, and I think that the Mexico-China on IEEPA probably holds up. If there are other national security items, they could say semiconductors, clear things within our supply chains. But I would look back to the first Trump administration. They had a Section 232 investigation on autos. They could kick that in pretty immediately. They've already done some investigations on semiconductors generally under the Biden administration. Use that. There was a investigation into France on digital service taxes. They almost put in place a set of tariffs on France back in 2020 when Trump was in office. They could reactivate that. And there was also an investigation into currency manipulation in Vietnam, which could go into effect immediately. So take things off the shelf you've already done that are legally defensible and put that into effect on April 2nd. Seems like a pretty reasonable expectation.
Ambassador Jamieson Greer is very methodical. He flies under the radar. He's a lawyer. Mark Short had this to say: if you had people in the first Trump White House who fundamentally disagree with trade policy, this time around, they don't disagree with him on trade. They disagree with the implementation. Do you view it like that? Who's potentially holding Trump back from potentially his most aggressive policy proposals on tariffs?
So I think they have a team of rivals again. I think it is team economy versus team tariff. Team economy is Scott Bessent. I think the kind of overall kind of team tariff is Jamieson Greer, is Howard Lutnick, is kind of Peter Navarro pushing for it as much as possible. And on team tariff right now is Donald Trump. And so he alone gets to decide exactly what happens.
There were two dueling articles that I thought were really interesting. New York Times had an article yesterday about how Donald Trump is serious this time around, plans to put these tariffs on, and had a call with some of the auto manufacturers saying, guess what, guys, this is for real. You need to get used to it, 25% tariffs. There was an article by Bloomberg talking about all the people around him saying, hold on a second, we need to understand what the corporate concerns are and actually try to mitigate this with pro-growth policies, et cetera. Do you have a sense of how much this White House, and I mean everybody in the White House, actually does care about markets and what companies are saying?
Yeah, I think they care about markets. They care about the economy. I think what I hear from them is that this is a process, that they have to do the deregulation, get the tax cuts, do the tariffs, break down non-tariff barriers around the globe. And then you get the positive market reaction. What I'm hearing this time in Trump 2.0 is, wait for it. We have to put this all in place. If I get some pushback, is the process right now is too chaotic.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is there a process, or is it a concept? Is it concepts of a plan, or is it actually a plan?
I think it's more concepts of a plan, and I think that there is a lot of disagreement. Folks on Team Econ are not okay in the way in which this is being put out, but Team Tariff felt that they went too slow in Trump 1.0. If you go back to Trump 1.0, it was March 2020 before they signed the phase 1 trade deal. We've already, in the first couple of months, done more on tariffs than Trump did in 4 years the first time around. They say their biggest mistake in 1.0 was taking too long. So they almost don't care.
Just want to fit in this final question. Some breaking news about 5 minutes ago. We know this call is going to take place later on this morning at 9 Eastern time. President Putin demanding a suspension of all weapon deliveries to Ukraine during a ceasefire. That could come up on the call. We expect it to later on this morning between the two leaders. What do you think the outcome of all of that's going to be?
I don't think that's a realistic goal of this. However, I do know that Donald Trump likes to have any phone call come with a bold announcement. So I would expect him to talk up the opportunity of a ceasefire. But Putin is doing a good job of trying to reset the goalposts, because Donald Trump always resets the goalposts. And a lot of world leaders know if you can get him one-on-one, he usually agrees to more than what staff would agree to.
Well, that's the question we've got this morning, isn't it? We're going into the phone call. Will we get a one-on-one meeting in person off the back of this?
My reporting weeks ago was that Trump and the Trump administration wanted a meeting with Putin in Saudi Arabia by the end of February. Well, guess what? We're in March. It's Ramadan. Then there's Eid. Potentially, I would say you could see one, if this phone call goes well, in the next month.
Ed, it's good to see you, as always. Appreciate it. Thank you. Ed Mills there of Raymond James. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500, negative by, let's call it 1/3%. Up next on the programme, Eddie Escalou of Bank of America on the latest fund manager survey, seeing record amounts leaving the United States and heading to guess where? To Europe. That conversation up next. Equity futures on the S&P down here by 1/3% on the S&P 500. A two-day run on the S&P amounting to a gain of about 2.8%. The best two-day pop going back to November of last year, shortly after the US election result. In the equity market beyond the S&P, the Nasdaq 100 down by 1/3%. Tesla still falling in yesterday's session. That stock down by some 18%. so far this month. Brutal stuff. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, what do you do with retail sales yesterday? Just how weak are things? Beneath the surface, some cause for concern.
Yeah, if you look at some of the lack of buying, particularly autos, negative. When you take a look at the headline number, negative, the comp sales was the one bright spot. That comparable sales actually beat expectations, but downward revisions in the prior month. What you do with this is, it's not bad enough for the Fed to cut rates, but it's not good enough to lose some of the concern around a slowing U.S. economy.
So you mentioned the Federal Reserve. They go into this 2-day meeting. If you're on the committee this morning and you start that 2-day get-together, are you more focused on downside risk to growth, upside risk to inflation, or both? And it's the or both that's problematic to set policy for this Federal Reserve. In the FX market, things are straightforward for the year so far. You buy Europe, you buy the euro. Euro dollar approaching 110, 109.34, positive 0.1%. An important vote taking place in Germany throughout this morning.
Yeah, you get a vote in the lower house of German parliament to try to see if they can get some of the spending actually enacted in short order. The expectation is they could end up with almost €1 trillion of spending on both infrastructure and defense at the same time that you have another positive impulse coming from the potential end of the Ukraine-Russia war. Try to put it all together. I know that we've all been trying to struggle with it. Markets are rallying in Europe, and that is the direct response.
The euro near the highs of the year. On our radar this morning, US Trade Representative Jamieson Greer pushing for order after months of confusion over tariffs. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that Greer is looking to take control of President Trump's upcoming tariff announcement on April 2nd.
So this makes sense, right? This is the individual who is the trade lawyer who spent so much time working and learning under Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, who was Donald Trump's USTR head in Trump 1.0. We've seen a frenetic nature on how these tariffs are being rolled out. Sometimes it feels like his team isn't even aware of some of the truths that are about to hit our computer screens when it comes to tariffs. So Jamieson Greer, according to Jenny Leonard and the team down in Washington, is really trying to become more methodical about this approach. I think a key question is, what actually happens on April 2nd? What do they use using IEEPA and could be national security concerns? And then what are the other duties that we just have to wait weeks, potentially months? And in that time frame, how much market disruption could there be because Donald Trump will be negotiating?
You know, it's interesting. Some of the reporting really raises a more fundamental question, which is the anxiety in markets because of the uncertainty or is it because of the tariffs themselves? And right now, people have been conflating the two. It's sort of the Trump put has been thought of as removing some of the tariffs. But is a Trump put equal to just creating a more reliable framework that companies could use to plan business? Is that enough of a Trump put to really galvanize some enthusiasm for the U.S.?
Can I say both? I know it doesn't help, but I'll say both. I think the administration's been much more aggressive on some of our biggest trading partners, Mexico, Canada, than some people predicted. Don't think the volatility helps at all. And at this point, the bar is so low that if you just told them it's going to be 10, 15%, give us something to work with, I think people would move on. It's difficult to move on when you don't know what the policy is going to be.
Which is the reason why reporting from Bloomberg is talking about trying to create a more predictable methodology. Larger question, who is actually driving the bus? It is President Trump. And whether he is sort of amenable to that type of structure is still a question mark.
And he's going to set the bar very high. This is an individual that enters negotiations and talks from a very maximalist approach to try to get to where he wants to be in the end.
You know, I followed the Greer story yesterday, and my view, my reaction to that is that's not so much about the policy, it's about the rollout of the policy. Because if you get the rollout wrong, to your point, in early April, you come out, you try and do too much, you get struck down, then you've got even bigger problems. For me, it's less about the policy, whether you agree with it or not. It's about the rollout of the policy. And the rollout over the last few weeks has been all over the place.
All over the place. Frenetic. Random. Whatever happened to the 200% on European champagne, wine, and cheese that I know, Jonathan, you're stockpiling? Whatever happened to that? Are we going to see that or not? So there has been almost spaghetti thrown at the wall when it comes to these tariff pronouncements, but there hasn't been a follow-up or even the process of how he would go about this. So I think that's why April 2nd is going to be very important and probably why Jamieson Greer is dying to get his hands on it.
Stockpiling cheese can be problematic. We'll put it that way, all right? President Donald Trump expected to speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin later this morning. Putin is said to want all arms to Ukraine halted in a Trump truce. That call about 2 hours, 30 minutes away.
I'm not surprised by this headline and the reporting from Bloomberg because what a source has said to me, Putin is going to go into this meeting saying he wants the land he currently occupies. Russia currently occupies 20% of Ukraine. Putin also has to prove domestically he's obtained the region most important to Russia, given the lives Putin has lost. He wants no NATO membership of Ukraine, which Donald Trump has basically said that's not happening anyway, and he wants sanctions lifted. This is an incredibly high bar, not just for this White House, but even more so for Kyiv and European allies.
We'll have more coverage of this in just a moment. Kit Juice of SocGen will join us in about 15 minutes' time. Euro-dollar target for him, 113. We're just south of 110 at the moment. Wanted to squeeze this story in. What a development. BYD shares jumping to a record after the Chinese automaker unveiled a lineup of EVs capable of ultra-fast charging. The company's saying the vehicles can charge in 5 minutes. That's almost as fast as it takes to fuel a regular car. That could be a massive game changer.
And turbocharged BYD is the leading manufacturer of electric cars in the world. This goes to something Peter Shearer's talked about. China used to compete on value. It used to compete on just lowering the price. Now it's competing technologically. It's trying to say this is actually the better product that can charge faster, get more range, and be cheaper. That is going to be a difficult mix to counter with just tariffs or even just putting the walls up, especially for a place like Europe.
It's not just a cheap imitation anymore. We've seen some real developments come out of that country in the last 2 months or so. Tesla, by the way, down again this morning in the pre-market. It's negative by 1.6%. Let's turn to the Bank of America Fund Manager Survey. It came out a little bit early this morning, pointing to the erosion of US exceptionalism, US equity allocation falling the most in the survey's history, with the investor push into Eurozone stocks hitting the highest level since July of 2021. Joining us now to discuss, Elias Galou of Bank of America. Elias, welcome back to the programme, sir. I think it's good to sort of set the stage here and compare this release to the previous survey. What's changed in between the two?
Morning, John. It's great to be back. Look, I think what's really important is this survey is to understand that it was a survey for the record with some epic rotation in asset classes. Look, just to take a step back, the Global Fund Manager Survey has been around for pretty much 25 years, and it is so valuable because it offers clients with data on sentiment and positioning from institutional investors. And in March 2025, we saw the second largest rise in global macro pessimism in the past 31 years. For some institutional investors, March 2025 has felt pretty much like August 2007, August 2011, or even March 2020. The big difference, to answer your question, your institutional investors was a raging bull coming into 2025 with record exposure to the US. The bull has crashed, and your institutional investors is now ending the first quarter as a bear.
One feature of the last month survey that you put out was this massive drop in the cash level, and the equity market, I think, topped 24 hours later, all-time highs on the S&P 500. Elias, what's happened to the cash level this time around?
Look, the cash level is one of the three big metrics that we look at when we analyze the fund manager survey. And as you said, it dropped below 4%, which is the key technical level that we look at when we say probably the market is poised for a top or a sell-off or a correction. And it remained pretty much below 4% since December. Now, the cash level has risen back above 4%, but also what's important is the speed of the increase in cash level from 3.5% last month, which, by the way, was a 15-year low, to 4.1% this month. And this kind of rise in magnitude of the cash level is typically associated with the end of a stock market correction. So that's a very bullish, important development.
Yeah, you pointed out the last time that we saw this speed of an increase in cash allocation was December of 2021. Does that make you think that maybe some of the rotation that we've seen, the flows of capital, have gotten kind of extreme in their magnitude of shifting into Europe away from the United States and toward cash?
Look, I think it's a very important point that you just mentioned, flows, all right? I mean, when you look at the fund manager survey, you see data on sentiment and positioning, what investors would like to do. However, you always need to compare the fund manager survey data with the flows data. On one side, we see a fund manager survey with epic rotation out of the US. In fact, the fastest rotation out of the US on record. At the same time, a big rotation into Europe. So in this sense, investors are buying Europe and selling the US. Now, what does the flow say? When you look at US flows, for every $100 of inflow into U.S. equity funds since the U.S. election, there's been less than $1 of outflow in the past few weeks. In fact, the outflow was recorded last week when it comes to U.S. equities. Now, when it comes to Europe, what we saw in Europe is the big inflows in the past 5 weeks, the largest pretty much in the past 10 years, and that's why investors are saying they are not really selling the U.S., but they are definitely buying Europe.
Which raises the question of how much of a contrarian call this is. And Elias, one thing that you've been really smart on is talking about how sentiment surveys can be contrarian indicators and sell signals or buy signals counter to what people are doing. You indicated that we saw the 7th largest rise in global macro pessimism in the past at least 31 years. Does that indicate to you this is overplayed? Or does that indicate to you that flows are going to follow, right? I mean, there are two counterpoints at a time of incredible uncertainty, but this hinting suspicion that maybe people have gotten overly pessimistic about the policy mix in the U.S. and perhaps a little optimistic about what's transpiring in Europe.
Sure, absolutely. Look, I mean, the old adage says flows follow returns. And so far, what we see is that flows have not really followed the price action in the U.S. because there's been almost zero outflow from U.S. equity funds. However, what we see at the same time is extreme speed of bearishness when it comes to the U.S. This is very U.S.-driven. If you look at the fund manager survey, the big silver lining is the international developments. Investors are the most bullish they've been on Europe pretty much in the past years. Allocation when it comes to European equities is the highest since 2021. And even the UK now records a positive overweight when it comes to equity allocation. But you're right. If you are a contrarian investor today, and this is the value added of the fund manager survey, it's the contrarian trade that it offers, you would pivot back in favor of U.S. equities, and in particular, you would buy the tech sector and the Magnificent Seven in the case there is a rally. And for a big rally to happen, you also need an easing of the trade war fear and the inflation fear.
Well, favoring or echoing the ECB's Digendos yesterday, this line stood out for me. The last time participants were this worried about one single development, it was 5 years ago when their main concern was COVID. Are investors concerned about the uncertainty of tariff policy out of the United States? Or are they concerned about the actual tariffs?
I think both, right? I mean, John just mentioned before our conversation, it's the rollout, how the rollout of the policy is important. And if you look today at the U.S. administration's rollout in terms of the big policy pillars, you see on the one hand tariffs, which is fueling business uncertainty, and the consequence of this is a pullback in investment. Just look at the NFIB survey last week that shows that business uncertainty for small cap is the highest almost it's ever been. And on the one hand, it's the impact on the labor market from the Department of Government Efficiency. And these two policy developments, they mean that U.S. exceptionalism, which has been significantly driven by how exceptional government spending has been in the past 5 years, has probably peaked.
Elias, appreciate your view. Fantastic survey once again. Great read. Very, very provocative on a morning like this morning. Elias Kalou there of Bank of America. Sentiment has soured so much. And then you look at the moves. If you just knew where sentiment was and where it has been, you'd think equities were down 20%. High-yield spreads have blown out by some 200 basis points, and that's not what's happened. Not that kind of damage at all.
Not at all. I mean, we're down, a little bit more than 7% from the all-time highs. That's the kind of correction that we're in for the S&P 500. But what Elias Kalou said was really important. If you were going to be contrarian, you'd go into U.S. tech, because that has been a much more significant downturn, and that has been the barometer of U.S. flows and U.S. exceptionalism for the past 3 years.
Fantastic report from the team over at Bank of America once again this morning. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. President Trump says that Chinese President Xi Jinping will visit Washington in the not-too-distant future. Discussions between the two countries on trade and other issues are said to be stuck at lower levels. Both sides are deadlocked on how to proceed. Trump has said that he is open to reaching a new trade deal with China, even as he intensifies pressure. Elsewhere, Alphabet is said to have restarted talks to buy cloud security company Wiz for $33 billion. The deal could be announced as early as today, and it would be Alphabet's biggest acquisition to date. Wiz would boost Google Cloud's cybersecurity offering, helping it compete against Amazon and Microsoft. The Hong Kong billionaire, sometimes referred to as Asia's Warren Buffett, has died at the age of 97. Li Shaoqi founded Henderson Land Development in 1973 and built it into one of the city's largest developers. His $23 billion fortune ranked third in Hong Kong. A statement says Li passed away peacefully on Monday, surrounded by family. And that's your brief. John.
Danny, thank you. Thanks for that. More from Danny in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, a defence spending boom.
But we are also now facing new two-sided shocks, mainly linked to trade and defence, trade fragmentation, and higher defence spending in a capacity-constrained sector could, in principle, push inflation up.
In just a moment, we'll catch up with Ollie Crook out of Germany on the vote that's set to take place in Germany this morning. From New York City this morning, good morning.
The Langham is more than a hotel. It's a cultural landmark, a symbol of timeless style and luxury. It's not just about expanding. It's about thoughtful growth. Each location reflects our dedication to preserving heritage and creating something extraordinary. That coupled with our own legacy for having been around for over 160 years, that's what sets us apart. A focus on your story, our legacy.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
क्रूड ऑयल में देखो बाइंग कर सकते हो, यहाँ से लगा रखा है, ध्यान रखना बाइंग ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी में करना मत अभी, ठीक है, सपोर्ट एरिया से, बिकॉज ओवरऑल व्यू बेरिश ही है मार्केट का, ठीक है, जब तक मार्केट 5810 या 12 और 20 के ऊपर सस्टेन नहीं करता तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली या तो मार्केट इसी रेंज पे रहना चाहिए या फिर और गिरना चाहिए। जब तक इसके ऊपर सस्टेन नहीं करेगा तब तक व्यू तो मेरा बेरिश है, या सपोर्ट है, थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग जरूर आ सकती है, क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना। बाकी नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज ही हो गया रेजिस्टेंस एरिया के अराउंड। गोल्ड के लेवल देख लेते हैं, गोल्ड के लेवल ओवरऑल तो बुलिश ही बना हुआ है, कोई चांसेस लग नहीं रहे हैं, थोड़ा बहुत लेट्स सी नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट कहाँ पर है। नीचे सपोर्ट आपको मिल जाएगा 3014-13 के अराउंड, ठीक है, एक सपोर्ट वहां पर मिल जाएगा आपको 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। बाकी रेजिस्टेंस वापस सेल करना चाह रहे हो तो ऊपर सेल भी कर सकते हो, सेलिंग वाला रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा ज़्यादा अच्छा है। आता है तो 3037-38 के आसपास सेलिंग प्लान कर सकते हो। तो ये दो लेवल रहेंगे एज अ सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस। रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है, सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा कम स्ट्रॉन्ग है। इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, याद रखना अलग अलग टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग अलग अलग हो सकता है डेटा। तो ये दो लेवल रहेंगे आपके गोल्ड में, फॉरेक्स चार्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ।
been batted away. But John, we should just take a moment to just observe and appreciate the politics of what's going on here. You have somebody who is not even Chancellor of Germany using a basically legally strong but basically politically no longer valid mandate in order to push through a constitutional reform in Germany on something that he spent 4 months campaigning saying that he wouldn't do in order to open up the fiscal space for himself, which he denied the last government. This is something that is, of course, very sort of controversial politically. Whether or not that will sort of stick with the Germans, I think, will come down to a large part about whether basically almost €1 trillion of spending is going to be enough to basically make people forget about the politics of this because it turns the economy around. But this could cause even bigger problems and blow sort of even more fragmentation into what is a very sort of fragmented political landscape here in Germany.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's not controversial when you take a look at markets, and they're rallying on this pretty dramatically. You're seeing the euro gain versus the dollar. You've seen German stocks reach record highs. How much is this potentially going to create a lot of fissures that are going to be politically difficult and delay some of the deployment of these funds that people are creating so much optimism around?
Yeah, so listen, I think the big question, and you point this out, is the pragmatics of this. How do you deploy this money? Where is this money going to be spent? How much capacity is there in this economy to absorb that, right? There is not the sort of capacity to do the military hardware at this point. That needs to be built out. How inflationary could this be? I mean, we have different estimates from different economists. We heard from the DIW, one of the sort of big research institutions here in Germany. They're saying that this could basically add 2 percentage points to the German growth figure annually for the next 10 years. And that's just the infrastructure fund. That is to say nothing of the defense fund. I mean, I was just speaking with the head of KKR's investment research, who happens to be in Berlin, their head of infrastructure. They're saying that basically they see this as a massive opportunity. They're seeing and feeling the kind of euphoria in Europe that they haven't felt in many, many years. And they see it sort of coming out across the energy sector, digital infrastructure, all of these sorts of things. So I think for one of the first times in a long time, a lot of these sort of deal makers are really looking to Europe for something, for a place that they can actually grow after what has been a very sort of, we should say, sort of limping growth picture for the Europeans.
Oliver, I spoke to Mark Rutte last week, the NATO Secretary General, and he really was welcoming what was going on in Germany, especially as the Trump administration is pushing for NATO members to spend more. Their goal is 5% of GDP. Are you seeing that Trump effect as the reason why we see Germany rearming?
Undeniably. I mean, I think that whether people have been talking about it for a very long time, I think the reality of what a Trump presidency means and the reality of what his policy proposals are have really brought basically this issue to the fore across Europe. And it's not just Germany. The difference is that Germany has the fiscal space to move in a massive way on this, a very big way. You can't just go to Italy, you can't just go to France and say, hey, listen, we're just going to tack another percentage of GDP of our GDP to defense spending. That's just not an option that most of these countries have. The Germans do. And when you look at the impact that it's had on the market, it's much bigger than any of the EU-wide initiatives that they've been talking about. I mean, I think the only thing that could arguably be bigger is the question of joint debt at the EU level, and we're still some distance away from that. This has been an absolutely huge boon. I mean, this is going to potentially also raise European growth across the board over the next couple of years by potentially 0.5 percentage point. So this is going to benefit, yes, Germany, but potentially Europe more broadly.
It's a massive regime shift. Ollie, just before you go, plenty of discussion on the programme this morning about a conversation between the Russian and US presidents later on this morning. Ollie, how's Europe responding to that? A phone call between Putin and Trump?
I mean, listen, we get comments from European officials, but at the end of the day, Jonathan, unfortunately for them, they're not really even a part of this conversation. So they're just sort of watching and hanging back and seeing basically how this develops. What we need to watch very closely to get out of this conversation with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, because the one thing we really don't know about Trump's position is how many of these sort of red line demands, which are very aggressive by Putin, the U.S. administration is basically willing to entertain. That is something that is a huge question mark for the Europeans, and I think everybody is watching very, very closely.
Ollie, appreciate the update. Great work as always. Ollie Crook out of Berlin this morning. Later on this morning, President Trump, President Putin holding a phone call.
And there's a lot of trepidation right now in Europe, to Oliver's point, but Europe's not at the table. And that's kind of the problem. They're knocking on the door and Trump's not really allowing them in. He wants this to be bilateral between the United States and Ukraine, the United States and Russia, to bring these two individuals together. But Putin, according to our reporting, is coming in with some heavy demands.
9 o'clock Eastern time.
Potentially that's as early as it could start. Anywhere between 9 and 11 Eastern, it could start.
That's a few hours away. Equity futures on the S&P down about 0.25%. Up next on the programme, Tom Becker of BlackRock, Andrew Bishop of Signum Global, Anisha Sherman of Bernstein, and Greg Tuorto of Goldman Sachs from New York City. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance. Up next.
the underlying story is still weaker. You clearly see weakness in soft measures of economic activity.
We'll need to start to see more hard data roll over before we get a little bit more concerned.
At worst, the Fed stays on hold for a while, but if something does materialize that's much worse and the Fed does have to ease, they'll provide protection in the portfolio.
The Fed is right now no probability that they will cut in the next month or two.
You need time to process what is effectively a meaningful dose of uncertainty that's been injected in the economy.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now with equity futures on the S&P 500 negative by 0.2%. Just a little small softer pullback on the S&P following 2 big days of gains, up over the last 2 days by close to 3%. On the Nasdaq 100 down by 1/3% over the next 24 hours. One big event gripping global markets, a 2-day FOMC meeting begins later on this morning, concludes tomorrow.
There's a question of how much the Fed is willing to be the relief valve for a market that is looking for one, that wants to see a put come in somewhere, whether it's from the Fed or the Trump administration. Will they emphasize the slowing growth profile of the United States over inflationary concerns? And if they don't, what does that do with the ongoing trend of bonds not acting as a buffer to the equity sell-off?
We talked about this in a previous hour. Are they gripped by downside risk to growth or upside risk to inflation, or both? And it's the both that puts this Federal Reserve in a sticky position. Why? Because they're focused on policy coming from the other side of Washington, and that policy can change from day to day, minute to minute.
Especially when it comes to inflation, even though it's a one-time price hike, as the administration will talk about it, it still could be inflationary when it comes to things like tariffs. And how do you decide on Fed policy when you're unsure of what the tariff level or the tariffs on which trading partners are going to be? So for the Fed, they might have actually an easy excuse today saying, we can't comment because we need April 2nd to happen first.
The data has soured. The sentiment data, the survey data has soured. We got retail sales in the last 24 hours. Beneath the surface, away from headline, we talked about this briefly before, there was some cause for concern out there.
Especially because last month, the prior month, was downgraded in terms of the revisions downward. You get the sense that maybe there has been some froth taken out of consumer spending. Some people will say it is just payback for really robust spending at the end of last year. Some people say that even the auto figure looks like maybe it's a little too pessimistic and people bought a little bit more. These are all subject to revisions. That said, it's just bad enough to continue with the concerns about a weakening consumer, and they're not bad enough for the Federal Reserve to come in and rescue the market.
Which is why people have soured on U.S. equities, captured by the Bank of America Fund Manager Survey, capturing everything we already know. Incredible bullish sentiment on the European continent, and we haven't seen that for a long, long time.
And it is fueled by the sort of 1-2 punch that we get today. I mean, really, if you talk about event risk and a historic event risk, it is today, and it is in Europe, with the idea of a call between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, with potentially coming to some resolution of the Ukraine-Russia war at the same time that there's a vote about what fiscal spending, which is sort of anathema to the culture of Germany. But guess what? It is happening in Germany.
And one has informed the other in a big way.
Absolutely. When it comes to Lisa's point, this is an inflection point. We could look back at this phone call being massive in terms of history, because this could be the day that Putin decides he will sign up for the 30-day ceasefire. The issue is he's coming into this call with an incredibly high price. We have reporting that prerequisite for him to sign up on this 30-day ceasefire means no more military equipment coming into Ukraine, especially from the United States. That is going to be something incredibly difficult for Zelensky to swallow, as well as European leaders.
The euro close to 110, 109.36 this morning, positive by 0.1%. New lows for the dollar, new highs for the euro in the last 24 hours, for the year at least, for 2025. This morning, equity futures pulling back by just 0.2% on the S&P. Coming up this hour, Tom Becker of BlackRock, as stocks look to build on a 2-day winning streak. Andrew Bishop of Signum, with President Trump set to speak to President Putin. And Anisha Sermon of Bernstein, with retailers bracing for a consumer slowdown. We begin this hour with stocks steady as the Fed's 2-day meeting begins. Tom Becker of BlackRock writing, inflation data continues to appear inconsistent with achieving 2% on any policy-relevant horizon. We'll be watching tomorrow for how FOMC members incorporate the stagflationary US data revisions into the 2025 rate path. Tom, good morning. It's good to see you. I was thinking of you earlier this morning. Went short buns in February, and I just thought you should take the rest of the year off. You made that shift to Europe early for the equity side of things and got away from buns at just the right time. You must be feeling good.
In the nick of time, yeah.
I mean, part of it was the European growth data started to inflect in January and February. So some of the U.S. Leading indicators were getting a bit toppy November, December. Europe started to shift a little bit more positively, but then some of our fiscal insights started to turn. And as you know, and as you were just talking about, fiscal's been the driver of markets post-pandemic. And so this fiscal shift in Europe with Merz sort of being the anti-Merkel, Merz kind of taking the Bidenomics playbook of guns, butter, infrastructure, kind of defense spending, and applying that to Europe, the pricing just wasn't set up for that, and positioning really wasn't there. And so you've just seen this huge rotation of positioning kind of undoing Q4s.
And huge unexpected divergence between the performance of European and US equities, where US equities have really lagged. Where are we now? And just going into the Federal Reserve tomorrow, what kind of policy response would you like to see over the next several meetings that might change your mind?
I think they've been pretty clear that they're on hold here. So December, they kind of iced the easing cycle. I think the data they've gotten since, given, even subject to the uncertainty, I think that they think that this is a good level to stay at, given that the labor market appears pretty firm. It's mostly been a sentiment data concern, and the inflation data and the inflation expectations are shifting up. I think it's sort of those expectations. You can dismiss one survey, you can dismiss another survey, but as they all gradually grind higher, I think they do worry about kind of a de-anchoring of their commitment to 2%. And so just staying put would be a shift relative to what's priced in markets now.
I'm laughing because I remember when the Federal Reserve pointed to the University of Michigan sentiment survey and inflation expectations as a reason to make a move one way or another for their policy action. Could we see a similar type of reference at a time where there is no survey like the UMich survey that triggers so many people with such violent emotions? I mean, truly, it's sort of shocking. But do you think that once again, this is in the driver's seat?
I think there's a New York Fed survey where it's started to grind higher. The Michigan survey has a lot of challenges with how they're polling and the partisan kind of nature of it. But overall, if you look at break-evens on a 2-year horizon, if you look at kind of the surveys in aggregate, they're drifting higher. And so that's just in conflict with where they were at the end of last year, saying, we're making steady progress, kind of 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It looks like kind of the direction of travel has changed. And that makes sense with kind of, Anne-Marie, you were saying with the tariffs and just, the sense that prices have to drift a little higher here to accommodate some of these changes.
Which raises the issue of what we're pricing in right now. Are we pricing in the idea that these tariffs or policy uncertainty continues, or both, and that the United States is truly going to lose the exceptionalism, which could be a contrarian buying indicator? Or are we pricing in something of just a little bit of turmoil that will pass and that will essentially be met with either a Fed put or a Trump put?
I think exceptional, you could frame it the other way, glass half full, glass half empty. The U.S. exceptionalism is Europe and China now kind of taking the U.S. playbook with fiscal and kind of maybe taking over the leadership mantle. So the U.S. has been the only place where we found economic growth, the only place where we found earnings growth over the last few years. It looks like there are signs now that economic growth is going to be a little bit stronger, a little bit firmer outside the U.S. Earnings growth, too, with kind of these fiscal measures that are going to feed into corporate profits outside the U.S. I think you can frame it that way, which is the global economy is pretty resilient. It's just the U.S. is no longer the only game in town.
So you're saying U.S. exceptionalism, European exceptionalism, Chinese exceptionalism all at the same time?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of what fiscal is, right? So you had kind of a decade of austerity. You've had now kind of the government checkbooks opened up in sequence. And I think that is where bond yields have started to react. In Europe, but we're going to have another fiscal event in the U.S. There's one big, beautiful bill coming, and it looks to be very big. And the reconciliation and kind of what gets chosen to be added is not much talk about what you're going to subtract from it. And so I think kind of the amount of fiscal stimulus that's coming on both sides of the Atlantic is going to be pretty big.
John started off making a point that you nailed the first half of the year. The second half of the year, once we get over tariffs, is going to be all about potentially deregulation and tax cuts. What do you want to do in that scenario?
So I think it comes a little bit to the fiscal multiplier. So it's a very different dynamic to give tax cuts versus direct kind of stimulus and kind of when you have companies want to invest because you're co-investing with the stimulus, kind of what you had with Bidenomics. A little bit similar to what's happening in Germany, where you're saying we're going to be doing the military spending that's going to flow through to the companies in those industries. Tax cuts are just not as simulatory. A lot of it gets saved. And so I think that's part of the dynamic in the U.S., where the concerns about what's the next thrust for the U.S., the consumer is set up pretty well. There are wobbles in the industrial sector, but is this going to be this continuation of the TCJA? It's not really as stimulatory because it's current law. And so there's some sweeteners in there, and there's some additional tax easing, but it's not nearly as big as kind of these big marginal programs.
If everyone's exceptional and everyone is investing in fiscal spending, are bonds remarkably unexceptional around the world right now?
They're not a great long-term return. So when you look at where cash yields are, you look at kind of long-dated yields, and kind of from our perspective, the risks are for higher inflation and higher issuance. Populism tends to lead to higher inflation, higher issuance. We did some work on insurance in California. The dynamics are pretty bad, and that feeds through into the prices of kind of everything that you buy. So the price to insure your property goes up, the price to insure your warehouse goes up. That means that you get markups, you get restaurants marking up their prices, and it's not in the CPI itself, but the cost of kind of insuring kind of an asset base that's gone up 40, 50% since pre-pandemic, the kind of catch-up dynamics of that, we think are just going to keep services prices sticky, and then you add on the tariffs, and then you add on the defense spending, and then you add on tight labor markets. And it seems like markets are priced for they're still pricing for kind of the secular stagnation, new normal. And we're back in kind of, much more of a 1990s type of economy, which is just higher yields and higher wage growth and slightly higher inflation.
Hey, Tom, you've made some fantastic calls over the last few months. We're all listening to you now in a much more bigger way. Tom Becker there of BlackRock on the bond market and on equities as well. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. President Trump has picked Federal Reserve Governor Michelle Bowman to serve as the central bank's vice chair for supervision. Bowman is expected to support a lighter touch on bank regulation than her predecessor, Michael Barr. Bowman has been a sharp critic of plans to require banks to hold more capital. BYD has unveiled a lineup of electric vehicles that it says can charge almost as fast as it takes to refuel a regular car. The new battery and charging system can provide about 249 miles after 5 minutes of charging. BYD plans to sell the cars with the new technology next month. After 9 long months in space, 2 NASA astronauts are finally heading home. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams departed the International Space Station aboard a SpaceX Dragon capsule at 1:05 a.m. ET, beginning a 17-hour trip to Earth. The astronauts are due to splash down along the Florida coast around 6 o'clock tonight. And that's your brief, John.
Hey, Danny, what a turnaround. What a turnaround for them. Just phenomenal. About time, right? 12 months.
Can you imagine? I mean, can they even still walk? I mean, say it, because don't your muscles have issues?
Oh, they need to do some serious physio.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
They're going to have a medical visit before they go to their families, and their families were like, well, we were expecting to see you at, 8
months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Up next on the program, peace talks with President Putin.
We're going to see if we can work a peace agreement, a ceasefire and peace, and I think we'll be able to do it. I'm speaking to President Putin tomorrow morning.
That call set to take place later this morning. Andrew Bishop of Signum joins us next from New York City. Good morning. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking just moments ago to American media. Some of the headlines for you. On April 2nd, each country will get a tariff number. For some countries, on April 2nd, that tariff might be quite low. 15% of the countries make up a lot of the trade with us, so a lot of those tariffs are going to go on 15% of those countries. All of this is still coming together ahead of that April 2nd date.
It feels like they're out loud talking about the negotiations and some of the work that they're doing to try to, what they would call, have reciprocity when it comes to America and its trading partners. What's interesting here is they won't be automatic, 25% plus 25%, the Treasury Secretary had said. And I think it's interesting that some countries it actually may be low. So maybe for some countries, actually, they don't need to fear so much about what Donald Trump has been talking about.
And nothing to fear on the economy as well. The Secretary going on to say that the underlying economy is healthy. There's no reason for there to be a recession. And asking for a guarantee that there won't be a recession is silly. So start asking. Apparently, I think that's the message coming from the Treasury Secretary this morning. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500 is down about 0.2%. In the bond market, yields just about unchanged, 430.62 on a 10-year. Under surveillance this morning, peace talks with President Putin.
It's a bad situation in Russia, and it's a bad situation in Ukraine. What's happening in Ukraine is not good, but we're going to see if we can work a peace agreement, a ceasefire and peace, and I think we'll be able to do it. I'm speaking to President Putin tomorrow morning. We're trying to get a peace agreement done. We want to get a ceasefire and then a peace agreement.
So here's the latest this morning. President Trump speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin this morning about a ceasefire in Ukraine. Tyler Kendall joins us now from the Washington, D.C., from the nation's capital for more. Tyler, welcome back to the programme. Let's just set the stage, just frame for us the stakes of this call, what the ask will be from either side.
Well, John, an incredibly high-stakes call after weeks of intense dialogue, reporting this morning that Putin wants to see all weapons flows to Ukraine halted amid Bloomberg News reporting that he could really slow-roll these negotiations over concerns about Western security assistance, Ukraine's neutrality, and seized territory. Now, for the most part, this White House, as you heard there from President Trump, has remained relatively optimistic, despite Vladimir Putin failing to publicly commit to that 30-day peace plan that the U.S. is backing. I spoke to one foreign policy expert who described this as a tightrope for the Kremlin, considering Moscow does want those strengthening in relations with Washington. We know, for example, that commercial ties are going to be discussed on that call today as Russia really seeks greater access to Western financial markets. Now, the other part of this, which we have been covering at this point for weeks, is the alarm that our European allies are sounding amid these direct talks with Russia, that it could pose concerns for Ukraine over accepting potentially a deal seen as unfavorable. Perhaps the biggest question there is the future of security guarantees and whether or not the U.S. will commit to back any. And John, to be sure, Ukraine has agreed to that 30-day ceasefire proposal backed by the U.S. And yesterday, President Zelensky said that he is urging the U.S. to hit Russia with sanctions if they do not also agree in short order. It is something that the White House press secretary did not rule out.
Tyler Kendall from Washington, D.C. Tyler, appreciate it. Let's build on this conversation with Andrew Bishop of Signum Global Advisors. Andrew, welcome to the programme. I asked Tyler to sort of frame the call, what the stakes are. Can you frame for us your expectations, what you and the team expect to be the outcome of this call?
I think the expectation is, first of all, that from the Russian perspective, this call is very much about U.S.-Russia relations, bilateral relations. It's not about Ukraine. So that's the first thing, that they're trying to set expectations and try to narrow the conversation to the U.S. relationship with Russia rather than to any sort of ceasefire agreement with Ukraine. Now, in terms of Ukraine itself, I think this is going to be Putin, bouncing the ball back to the Ukrainians by saying, I will indeed agree to a ceasefire if Ukraine fully pulls out of Kursk. It's already left for the most part, but fully. And if President Trump can give me assurances that there will never be European peacekeepers in Ukraine and that I will be able to get most of the four regions, including parts of those four regions that are currently unoccupied by Russia as of now.
Andrew, on top of that, we have reporting that Russia wants to make sure that the U.S. halts weapons flows before signing up to a 30-day ceasefire. Is that something this administration would agree to?
Yes, I think anything that Russia asks of the administration, it will likely get. And I don't mean that in an exaggerated sense. It's not because we view President Trump as somehow a Kremlin puppet or anything like that. It's just because President Trump wants this conflict solved and he wants it off the agenda. So I think President Trump would be inclined to agree to pretty much anything Russia asks for.
But he wants it solved enough that he would maybe accept a poor deal or lose leverage in the negotiations?
I do think he would. That was not my expectation a month ago, but I think we have to learn from his demonstrated and empirically proven behavior, and I think that is where he's headed. The problem he's going to face, though, is that only applies to what the U.S. can deliver. So what I mean by that is the U.S. can stop sending weapons to Ukraine, but it cannot, or it would be much harder to force the Europeans to stop sending weapons to Ukraine. The U.S. can recognize Crimea, but it can't force Ukraine to recognize that Crimea has been, taken over by Russia, and so on and so forth. And so that actually does put a big limit to what Trump can deliver to Putin.
In early February, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sat with us around this table and talked about how there's a menu to increase pressure on Russia, dial up the sanctions, or draw them back, depending on a negotiation stand. Is that where Treasury is today?
Yes, it is. I mean, that is where Treasury is today, in the sense that all options are on the table. But to be very clear, I think this administration might be willing to tighten sanctions on Russia, but it will not be willing to impose the type of sanctions on Russia that would be required to get Russia to cave, right? So it's a zero-sum game. In order to really get Russia to cave, you need to put major sanctions on the country, and that's not something this administration will be willing to do, I don't believe.
Andrew, what is the potential risk for the United States if the U.S. agrees to something with Vladimir Putin that really increases the fissure between the U.S. and Europe?
So as long as it stays at the level of the U.S. doing things that previously were considered, morally reprehensible or unbelievable, incredible, like recognizing Crimea as being Russian, as long as it's at that level, I think those expectations are baked in as of now. Where it would get really problematic is if the U.S. starts doing things like using ITAR and export control restrictions to prevent Europe from supporting Ukraine itself. Right? Because at that stage, that would fundamentally undermine the U.S.'s not just credibility of security guarantees and diplomacy, but specifically of military procurement or provisions by American companies to the Europeans. That would be a huge issue. And that's something I think Trump won't do.
There's something that John has raised, and I think it's a really good question, which is what is the signal that Vladimir Putin is taking from the fact that Germany is expanding its military budget and there's a rearming of Europe to try to defend against Russia at the same time that the U.S. is trying to negotiate a deal between Ukraine and Russia?
So I think that he welcomes, because it's actually giving him, because on the one hand, the rearmament, although real and, although it has some legs, is no threat to Russia anytime soon, right? So he's not sort of shaking in his boots. And at the same time, this rearmament by the Europeans is giving him an amazing talking point, which is the reason the Europeans are standing up for Ukraine is not because they want a fair peace. It's because they don't want peace. And that is an absolutely amazing talking point for the Kremlin.
Andrew, just finally, just a quick question. The amount of LNG, the amount of Russian energy that the Europeans are still buying, what are those levels at the moment? Because I find it to be the most contradictory point of this whole war and the effort of the European capitals over the last several years. Just how much European energy, how much Russian energy are the Europeans still buying?
It is indeed entirely schizophrenic and contradictory. And as you've said, not only are those levels high, but they've actually increased over time. So yes, it is Europe shooting itself in the foot. The one thing I will say is we think that even if there is to be a peace deal, which is not our expectation, it will not involve a return of piped Russian gas anytime soon. So from that perspective, I think the Europeans have turned a corner to some extent.
It's quite a corner to turn. There's one big one left to take, and they haven't taken it. Andrew, appreciate it. Andrew Bishop there of Signum Global Advisors. It's shocking to see the numbers, isn't it?
Rystad Energy came out in early this year talking about the fact that Europe actually for 2024 bought a record amount of liquefied natural gas from Russia. At the same time, they're sending aid to Ukraine, and then also pointing the figure at the U.S. administration for wanting to get on the phone with President Putin and bring an end to this fighting. So the problem with the Europeans is they kind of talk out of both sides of their mouth.
And then spending all this money to increase your defence capabilities against the country that you're funding right now. It's bizarre.
Andrew's point on that was fascinating. He said it's a fantastic talking point for Vladimir Putin to say, look, they want to keep fighting. They want to bring down Russia. So, they're not necessarily going to have a seat at the table. Whether that is going to be what actually gets the negotiations going, we'll see.
The fact of the matter is the West, whether it's the United States or Europe, were never willing to take the steps because it would hurt their own economies. That would bring the end to this war, which is Putin having no funds to fight it.
Equities right now negative by 0.2%. That call set to take place later on this morning. Up next on the programme, Anisha Sherman of Bernstein as retailers brace for a consumer slowdown. From New York, this is Bloomberg. This is a great post by Hugh Van Steenis this morning out on X. There was a 44% increase in attendance by US investors at Morgan Stanley's European Financials Conference today. The interest has shifted pretty quickly, hasn't it?
People are looking for opportunities. We heard that from KKR this morning about potentially investing in infrastructure. But European financials have been the unexpected bright spot. What have they always been? The death trade for everybody? Well, no longer. And the fact that U.S. investors are saying, all right, whatever, policy difference, whatever, let's go for it.
Massive turnaround in the first few months of 2025. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500, just a little bit softer. We're down by 1/3% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we're down by 0.4%. With 2 hours away until the cash open. Let's get you some morning movers with Yahara Hackers. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. We start with Lucid getting a boost here in the pre-market, up 2.3% after getting an upgrade by Adam Jonas over at Morgan Stanley, changing his rating from underweight to equal weight. And let's remember, this is a stock that has been in a rut since the sudden departure of its former CEO. But Adam thinks that with new leadership, he sees scope for Lucid to play a role in the AI theme, which he says could re-rate the stock. Next up, we have another EV maker, but that is moving in the opposite direction, down nearly 2.5%. Tesla shares on this news that BYD's new EVs have raised the bar, offering ultra-fast charging. Just another sign of the Chinese company's growing dominance as it closes the gap on Tesla. I will also note that on top of this, Tesla did just get a price target cut from Tom Narayan over at RBC. And last up, we have Ralph Lauren shares. Those are up 2.8% after Goldman Sachs upgraded the stock to a buy and raised their price target. They say this is a company that has been executing well. The analysts also noted that Ralph Lauren has more limited exposure to near-term risks, including tariffs, as well as the health of the lower-income consumer. John?
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara in the next hour. We'll get you some more movers a little bit later. Here's one right now, JP Morgan. This according to our reporting. Really interesting numbers here. According to people familiar with the matter, JP Morgan is on track to boost revenue from equities trading by more than 30% this quarter from a year earlier.
And that would put it on track for a record haul when it comes to equity trading revenues. Raises a question. Okay, we've seen a lot of bad news getting priced into the banking stocks just simply because there isn't the apparent wave of M&A that a lot of people were expecting, deals, the dynamism, et cetera. Can it be offset by the fact that volatility can be a good thing? There's good volatility and bad volatility, as we've learned, and maybe this is good volatility when it comes to stock and bond trading revenues for the banks.
The golden age of volatility. We'll talk about the M&A in just a second. On our radar this morning, German lawmakers voting on a spending bill unlocking hundreds of billions of euros for debt-financed defence and infrastructure spending. The Chancellor-in-waiting, Friedrich Merz, already securing the two-thirds majority he needs.
This is all set to go through. They have a buffer of 31 votes, basically something that I imagine Speaker Johnson would be incredibly jealous about. What I find so interesting about this is something Oliver Crook brought up earlier, the politics around it. This is an individual who is not even chancellor yet. Arguably, this is a government that does not have a mandate, yet they are pushing this through. And what kind of precedent does this set for the future?
The politics of it interests you. The economics of it really interests me. I want to understand how they're going to deploy this and what the ramifications are, not just for the growth aspects, but also inflationary aspects when it's hard to see whether they have the workers, the supplies, where are they going to get those supplies, the raw materials to really build up their military as well as their infrastructure. A lot of questions here, aside from just the knee-jerk boom.
We've gone from discussing parity on euro dollar to 110, just like that, 109.33 right now, and positive by 0.1% on that currency pair. Elsewhere, here's some news for you. President Donald Trump's top trade negotiator, Jamieson Greer, looking to inject order into tariff policy after weeks of confusion. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that Greer is prepping to take control of the administration's April 2nd reciprocal tariff rollout.
I think this is important because we've seen in consumer sentiment surveys that the tariffs has been driving consumers with some anxiety they have going out and spending and what potentially the price levels could be in the future. Jamieson Greer, great reporting by Jenny Leonard and the team, is an individual who really flies under the radar. He's not out on the TV screens like you see the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and he's trying to bring a more principled, methodological approach to the tariffs because right now it's been tariffs by truth. And it's been very confusing to see what actually the administration is going after. Is it fentanyl? Is it reciprocity? So April 2nd, Jamieson Greer getting his hands on it, I think potentially is market positive. But we still don't know what the tariffs are. It feels like they're building the plane
as they're flying.
So April 2nd, you might get the announcement of some tariffs. You might also get the announcement of some investigations that could well lead to some tariffs further down the road. So if you're hoping for clarity after April 2nd, there could be a new runway of several months before you really get your hands around what the full trade picture looks like.
Which goes back to the question, what are people looking for with a Trump put? Are they looking for certainty, or are they looking for a walk back of some of these tariffs? Or is it some combination of both? And how are they going to get it when uncertainty is part of the whole program?
So for the business community, they came into 2025 looking to invest and hire. Now they've gone into wait and see. How long do they have to wait? How long before wait and see becomes fire and divest instead of hire and invest? Because at the moment, we're somewhere in between. Maybe it's several months. Maybe it's a year. I don't know the answer to that question, but the patience of corporate America is being tested.
This is the reason why I thought Jenny Leonard and the team had a really interesting take, and that story was so important. Susie Wiles, the key advisor to President Trump, also said to be trying to get some of these concerns among corporate America in front of the president so he understands some of the uncertainty and what it's doing potentially down the line, not just to a freezing of plans, but exactly to what you're talking about.
Speaking of policy, we mentioned M&A. Check this out. Capital One saying it's, quote, well positioned to gain approval for a $35 billion deal to acquire Discover. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the DOJ is concerned, saying a merger will harm competition.
So it sounds like something we heard continuously during the Biden administration. And this comes from this Capitol Forum. They posted on LinkedIn saying that the Justice Department staff had misgivings about the deal. So potentially this can hold back that approval. I'm reminded what Senator Dick Durbin had to say about Donald Trump's pick for antitrust division Gail Slater. We discussed top priorities to protect consumers, including bringing competition to the debit and credit card markets. Potentially, this is going to be harder than people expected.
David Costin, Goldman Sachs. Due to the softer macroeconomic and market backdrop, we reduced our forecast for completed 25 US M&A volume growth to 7%, down from 25, a function of growth, CEO confidence, financial conditions, weighing on all of the above.
And maybe you can add to it maybe a less friendly antitrust environment than a lot of people thought going into this administration.
It's not what we expected. We did have this conversation about whether the J.D. Vance wing of the party would get its hands around the antitrust effort, and here we are.
Yes, but when it came to big tech, because remember, that started actually in Trump 1.0, and something that at tech forums, J.D. Vance has said things like, I actually think Lina Khan is an individual that's doing good work in the Biden administration. But now it seems like actually it's broader than just the tech space.
That's the latest on the merger push. Let's get you the latest on the consumer. Disappointing February retail sales pointing to a pullback in consumer spending in the United States. Investors looking ahead to earnings from Five Below, Nike and others this week. Anisha Sherman of Bernstein writing, a combination of bad weather and macro uncertainty around tariffs and immigration have put a lot of pressure on consumer sentiment. Anisha joins us now for more. Anisha, welcome to the programme. This word transitory was used by Ed Bastian, the Delta Airlines CEO, and I think we all want to know how transitory this weakness might actually be. What's your view on that?
I think it depends a little bit on where we land on tariffs per your earlier conversation. So, there is some weakness that hasn't even fully come through yet. We haven't seen the full effect of price raises that the tariff policy will result in. That is only just starting. So I think it could get better, get worse before it gets better. The magnitude of how bad it could be depends on where we eventually land with tariffs. Do we end up putting tariffs on more countries beyond just China, more countries in Asia? Do we end up raising the tariffs on Canada and Mexico? Are there other retaliatory tariffs that we don't know about yet? All of those will result in price increases over the subsequent several months. And so this is kind of a lag effect. We're only starting to see the beginning of it. And if this is the extent of it, then maybe it will be transitory, but we're not entirely sure yet.
Anisha, we know the low-income consumer has been squeezed for quite a while. One pillar of US consumption has been the high-end US consumer, particularly for retail. Something we saw in the airlines is that long-haul and premium has held up quite well. Are you seeing any sign of weakness for the high-income consumer for the companies that you cover?
We started the year with a very bullish high-income consumer. In January, every higher-end retailer and brand were talking about a super strong holiday season, very low inventory, very strong January. We saw it in our own survey results of thousands of consumers. Above $100,000 earners were much more bullish about spending this year. That sentiment has also dampened. It hasn't dampened as much as it has for lower income, but yes, it has certainly taken a downward shift since the beginning of the year.
Anisha, how much is this uncertainty being driven by tariffs and how much is being driven by pullbacks from government spending, from the fact that you do have people who are uncertain, not just about if they have a government job, but if they are a contractor? There just is a different feeling among businesses that seem to be on hold rather than the go-go days of peak fiscal stimulus.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a part of it. That part.
FUG और कैन गो टू द अपर लेवल। फिलहाल FUG तक ही है क्रूड का टारगेट। इसके ऊपर अगर सस्टेन करता है यहाँ कहीं 5815-20 के ऊपर, तब फिर एक बड़ा टारगेट रखना, नहीं तो इतना ही टारगेट है अभी। वापस नीचे आएगा, वापस कर सकते हैं बाई क्रूड ऑयल में, ठीक है। नेचुरल गैस अपर लेवल हैज़ बिकम वीक, बहुत टाइम से इसी लेवल पे रुका हुआ है। इसमें सारे लेवल ही वीक है। ये ऊपर लेवल देखोगे, ये भी 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, ये नीचे वाला लेवल भी 3 बार टेस्ट हो चुका है, और इसकी तो बात ही मत करो, ये तो मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो चुका है। बट लेवल है फिलहाल के लिए, अब क्या कर सकते हैं। यहाँ पर ना ये जो लेवल है ये MCX में है, ये फॉरेक्स में नहीं है, ध्यान रखना। फॉरेक्स में यहाँ पर कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं है, फॉरेक्स में यहीं पर एक रेजिस्टेंस है और यहाँ सपोर्ट है, बीच में और कुछ भी नहीं बना हुआ है। बट ये MCX में क्योंकि मार्केट हमारा क्लोज हो गया था, उसके बाद कोई प्राइस एक्शन नहीं है, तो फिर वहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ है एक्चुअली में, इसलिए मार्क करके रखा हुआ है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 3:30 हो चुका है ऑलरेडी। डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया है कर दो फटाफट से। Ukraine's President Zelensky to meet with Trump again on Wednesday for discussion. Wow. करते रहो guys, come on, don't forget to like the stream. एंड फिलहाल के लिए अगर देखोगे नेचुरल गैस को, सो Nasdaq level, please share, very important today since yesterday in the range, please share screen. नेचुरल गैस, सॉरी, ये Nasdaq के लेवल भी देख लेते हैं। फिफ्टीन मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे देखना है ना, एक सेकेंड। फिफ्टीन मिनट में देख लेते हैं एक बार Nasdaq के लेवल भी। रेजिस्टेंस ही है मार्केट के पास, मार्केट जो कल साइडवेज हुआ था शाम को मार्केट ओपन होने के बाद, तब से वो रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही है, बट मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट कर गया, तो देखना पड़ेगा अभी भी होल्ड करता है या नहीं करता है। 19,600 से लेकर 19,700 पूरा रेजिस्टेंस जोन ही है। बाकी नीचे रुक रहा है तो डेफिनेटली यहाँ सपोर्ट भी होगा, अदरवाइज ना रुकना नहीं चाहिए प्राइस को। ओह यार डेफिनेटली सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस के बीच में 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे। तो हुआ है सपोर्ट और रेजिस्टेंस के बीच में मार्केट। किसी एक साइड का एसएल चला जाए तो बेटर रहेगा मेरे अकॉर्डिंग, तब थोड़ा मार्केट प्रॉपरली मूव होने के ज़्यादा चांसेस लगते हैं। तो ये प्राइस ऊपर 19,700 के ऊपर कहीं निकले तभी रेजिस्टेंस माना जाए, रेजिस्टेंस का ब्रेकआउट माना जाएगा, अदरवाइज ये रेजिस्टेंस पे ट्रेल कर रहा है। तो रेंज मेरे अकॉर्डिंग वेट कर लो ब्रेक होने की, नहीं तो ऊपर से सेल कर रहे हो तो वो ही बढ़िया है, क्योंकि ये किस साइड ब्रेक करेगा आप कह नहीं सकते अभी 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे एटलीस्ट। अगर नीचे आ जाता तो बेटर रहता मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। अच्छी लॉजिकली देखा जाए तो इसको सपोर्ट वहीं पर एक ठीक ठाक है, फिलहाल बीच में रुक रहा है बिकॉज एक सपोर्ट था वो ब्रेक हो चुका है, वो रीटेस्ट की तरह काम कर रहा है और ऊपर नया रेजिस्टेंस भी बन गया है। हाँ स्क्रीन देख लो, स्क्रीन यही है। बाकी आज फेड रेट कट का डिसीजन भी आने वाला है तो हो सकता है साइडवेज ही रहे, नीचे आ जाए इस एरिया पे। यहाँ देख लो बाइंग के लिए, यहाँ पर रुक रहा है थोड़ा बहुत, एक ऊपर पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस है, या तो यहाँ का ऐसा उड़ाए या फिर नीचे ऐसा उड़ाए, तब रेंज थोड़ा बेटर बन जाएगी। नहीं तो ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ठीक ही है अभी भी, इस एरिया से सेलिंग का प्लान रख सकते हो। नीचे टारगेट अगर ब्रेक करता है तो वही 19,300, बट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग साइडवेज रह सकता है, देयर इज अ हाई चांसेस बिकॉज ऑफ एफओएमसी डेटा टुडे। लेट्स सी क्या होता है उसमें। बड़ी इतनी बड़ी रेंज के सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस बने तो वो थोड़ा सा कुछ नहीं, ऐसा बड़ा बना देते हैं बस। इज ऑन रेजिस्टेंस, नीचे सपोर्ट दिखा दिया मैंने कहाँ पर बन रहा है। भाई देखो, अगर ये थोड़ा सा नीचे अगर आया ना नेचुरल गैस, क्योंकि ये मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट कर चुका है ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस पे, आना होता नीचे अभी तक आ जाता। अभी डेलो वाला एरिया भी सपोर्ट की तरह बन जाएगा। ये रेजिस्टेंस तो है ही, एक बार सेलिंग यहाँ से आई थी मॉर्निंग पे, फिर सेकंड टाइम यहाँ से आई, थर्ड टाइम यहाँ से आई। अभी मेरे को लग रहा है किसी एक साइड पे निकलने के मूड में है। तो नीचे अगर ये वापस आता है इस एरिया के आसपास, यहाँ से एक वापस बाइंग कर लेंगे। अगर ऊपर एसएल निकाल देता है इनकेस, तो ये फिलहाल के लिए मान लो ये रेंज बन गई है छोटी सी। ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस, नीचे सपोर्ट, अब किसी एक साइड पे निकलना ज़रूरी है। बाकी ऊपर जो रेजिस्टेंस बना रखा है वो एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग है, याद रखना। फॉरेक्स में नहीं है वहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस। फॉरेक्स चार्ट को अगर एनालाइज करोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल भी ठीक ही चल रहा है। नीचे आता है तो वापस ये क्रूड ऑयल का ध्यान रखना। कौन से मंथ का चार्ट है ये? आपका करंट मंथ का चार्ट नहीं है, अप्रैल का चार्ट है क्रूड ऑयल का। आज एक्सपायरी भी है करंट मंथ के, तो वॉल्यूम वहाँ ज़्यादा रहता नहीं है। एंड ऑप्शन भी नेक्स्ट मंथ का ही चल रहा है। सो गाइस, लाइक भी करते रहो। 20 पर आप वॉचिंग, 29 में रुकना नहीं है।
now for them to advance in the future, which is where they haven't had much the past few years. I mean, cheap asset classes need a catalyst. I think they actually have that, and that's where investors are still underinvested, and that's where I think there's opportunities pushing forward.
Are bonds cheap? Are they a diversifier?
I think right now, if you think about the Trump put, it's probably out of the money. If you think about the Fed put, we're going to find out if it's out of the money. I think it should be. If not, then we'll see about that. But right now, the one thing I can tell you about fixed income and longer term bonds is they are hedging equity downside risk. And that's because I think people are thinking about an economic slowdown, even though they won't mention it too often, just because it hasn't worked in the past. That's where I think right now, I think you want to own longer, higher quality bonds in the event the economic downside does broaden out just a bit.
So I keep thinking about what Tom Becker of BlackRock said earlier on the program. He was talking about how everyone's becoming exceptional, how you have fiscal spending everywhere. You have European fiscal spending, you've got Chinese fiscal spending, and probably in the United States later this year, we will see another round of fiscal expansion of some sort or another. At what point does that concern you? On the flip side, the idea that you could end up with structurally higher yields and higher inflation that really reduce that mitigating feature?
I think that's a current concern for the next 6 to 9 months, because I think eventually whatever austerity that we're going to have, I think that probably ends at some point, as you're mentioning. And that's where I do think the way out of this, because there is quite a bit of debt around the globe, is still through inflation. But I think that's off in the future somewhere. And I think for the here and now, you want to own longer term bonds, because I do think there is still economic risk to the downside of an economy that was already bifurcated coming into this. I mean, we have parts of the economy that haven't worked for the past couple of years. That's why the market's been so narrow. If you think about our positioning, and Lisa, you kind of went through some of our trades, small and mid cap, equal weighted S&P, all we're positioned for is the broadening of the market. It's been incredibly narrow the past couple of years, and I don't think that can continue. How that occurs is less important to me than it actually occurring. And I think if you look historically, when you've had this narrow of markets, that's what's happened on the other side. And I don't think this time will be any different.
Brent, you mentioned the Fed put. Is the Trump put dead?
I don't know that it's dead, but I don't know how he backs away right now from what he's looking to do. And so we'll see on April 2nd. That's where I think it's just further out of the money. I think that had to occur because everybody thought it was a negotiation tactic. And for me to believe that a negotiation can be successful, you have to believe that you'll follow through with it. And I think most people thought that he would back away when the market fell, and that has not been the case. I do think the bigger question, back to Lisa's inflation question, and something I'll be listening for in the press conference, given the fact that both sides of the Fed mandate are at risk, which side do they err upon the side of? If it's more along the growth side, with inflation expectations where they're at, with inflation still where it's at, then perhaps my comments on longer bonds need to be revisited. But for right now, I think at least my base case is that they will kill the inflation if they have to.
Well, when it comes to inflation and the potential concern around tariffs, what are you expecting the Fed to say? Because, yes, we're waiting for April 2nd, but at the same time, 20% tariffs have gone on Chinese imports and 25% on aluminum and steel.
I think they're going to try to say nothing new. We'll see if that's where the press conferences become incredibly important, because that's where the opportunity for a slip up are. To me, they're going to keep it kind of status quo, talk about the outlook, shifting just a bit where economic growth has slowed. They'll probably talk about that being more in soft data. They may even make the comment, which I kind of disagree with, that inflation expectations remain well anchored, which I don't think that they do. But that's where I think it's going to be a lot of, can we get out of here without doing any harm and see what happens next type of a meeting.
If that's the objective, do you think that harm is all but guaranteed, Brent? Because they could come across as incredibly blasé at a time where we can all see downside risk accumulating.
If I listen to your show every morning and I hear a lot of people come on this show, I do think there's the belief that the Fed will pivot and save the day no matter what, which to me probably ties into your question. That I think if they don't offer that up during the press conference or during the meeting, that may be a little bit of a disappointment to some investors who have learned for the past 15 years to bank on the Fed to be there whenever they have to be. And that's where I don't think they're going to be as quickly as they were in the past, just because of the changing dynamics. And that's where I think you need to rely upon diversification, not Fed or Trump puts to bail you out of markets.
I'm with you, Brent. I still think it's what a lot of people are looking for tomorrow afternoon. We'll see if we get it. Brent Schutte does not think you will. Brent Schutte of Northwestern Mutual. Thank you, sir. The pain tolerance of the Trump administration, let's sit on that for a minute. It's almost as if we've forgotten what happened back in 2018. We had an ugly, ugly period for markets back in 2018, and not just equities, high yield. That December of 2018, and the Fed had a role in all of that, I know. That wasn't just about the Trump trade and what was happening with trade. It was about the Federal Reserve. But at that time, you remember, we had something like a 100 basis point widening of high yield spreads in the month of December alone. I remember the primary market, you do too, it completely seized up. No issuance whatsoever from junk issuers that month. They can take a lot of pain. They've shown that in the past. This isn't a major change from what we saw back in 18.
And if you look at some of the recent reporting out of the New York Times, they indicated that President Trump's attitude is if the market really determined political popularity, then President Biden would still be president. And that actually, if it really did determine how people felt on Main Street, we would be dealing with a very different political reality than the one where a lot of people were clamoring for change.
Equity futures right now on the S&P, negative by 1/3%. Lots to talk about. A Federal Reserve meeting concluding tomorrow. With an update on stories elsewhere, here's your Bloomberg Brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. NASDAQ is planning to open a regional headquarters in Dallas later this year. The location will reportedly house parts of NASDAQ's technology and financial crime management business. It's the latest push by a New York firm into Texas, which is trying to unseat the Northeast as the epicenter of U.S. business. Elsewhere, Harvard University is giving free tuition for students whose families earn $200,000 or less. That means about 86% of Americans would qualify for Harvard financial aid. The program will start in the upcoming financial academic year. Undergraduate tuition is about $57,000 a year, with more than half of students receiving financial aid. Rory McIlroy has won his second Players' Championship title in a thrilling 3-hole playoff against J.J. Spaun. McIlroy hit a timely birdie on the 16th hole, which Spaun followed with a costly triple bogey into the water. The win marks his 28th PGA Tour victory, and it moves him past Phil Mickelson on the all-time PGA Tour earnings list. And that's your brief, John.
With his B game as well. Wasn't even playing as well as he possibly could. Impressive. Danny, thank you. More from Danny later on this morning. No one round here.
I know, I was just about to say, the point where John talks to himself. I love it.
John on the way out of the office yesterday won't even look at you because he's staring at his phone. He's like, the golf's on.
I'm not even going to try and talk to you about it, all right? Up next on the programme, The Morning Calls Plus. Pierre Federico of New Street Research with NVIDIA's AI conference underway. The conversation up next. The opening bound 1 hour and 14 minutes away. Equities going into that negative by 1/3%. Coming off the back of 2 days of gains on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq 100, we're softer by 0.5. That's the equity picture. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Citi lowering its price target on FedEx to $317, noting investor sentiment is heavily skewed to the downside. That stock is down by 0.7%. Your second call from Evercore, raising its price target on Apple to $275, expecting consistent growth for the next several years. That stock just a touch softer, pretty much unchanged in the pre-market this morning. Finally, the stock to watch at the moment, RBC lowering its price target on Tesla to $320. The firm lowering its valuations for FSD and Robotaxi. That stock is down by another 3% so far this morning. Softy yesterday. Got news from BYD as well, that essentially they can charge these cars in like 5 minutes with some great range too. So big developments coming from elsewhere.
It's two prongs of attack when it comes to the valuation story of Tesla. On one hand, you've got this question of international purchasing ability, given the fact that there have been drop-offs, particularly in European sales of Teslas. But then the other, can they remain at the vanguard of technological advancement when you have a real competitive edge coming from China?
That stock has had a phenomenal run over the last several years. It's been cratering through this month. We're down by another 3% this morning. Let's turn to another Mag 7 name. Let's talk about NVIDIA. Shares slightly lower in the pre-market ahead of CEO Jensen Huang's keynote speech at the company's developer conference. We're down by 0.5%. Pierre Federico of New Street has a buy rating on the stock with a $200 price target. Pierre joins us now for more. Pierre, welcome to the show. We'll get to Tesla in just a moment. Let's start with NVIDIA. What do you expect from Jensen Huang later on?
Well, from Jensen specifically this morning, I think the focus is going to be, as always, on the product roadmap. You know, what are the chips coming through? There has been like a fairly high amount of leaks, so we have good visibility. There is a Blackwell 300 that is going to start shipping towards the end of this year, whereas like the Blackwell 200 is shipping now. So you have this shrinking, time between product and the next generation Rubin products. And as always, what Jensen is going to do is going to showcase on this giant screen in front of like 15,000 people, like 25,000 people even probably this year, the scale of the data centers these chips are going to power. You remember last year he presented the NVL72. It was a shock to see like a single server with 72 GPUs, with 72 like $35,000 GPUs. And we expect this year that he's going to announce like the next stage of super large cluster for very high performance inference, the NVL 288. So with 288 GPUs that are going to cost even more than $35,000, and that's probably going to come with the B300 or the Rubin architecture.
Pierre, is that enough? And I say this at a time where people are worried about the potential blockades on NVIDIA selling chips to China, on questions about technological advancements made elsewhere, and frankly, a real existential questioning of just how much the big tech players can keep spending on chips without showing some real advancements that can move the needle.
Yes, you're totally right. This is what Jensen is going to talk about. But yesterday, during the first day of the conference, that's not what people were talking about at the cafe and in meeting rooms and in the corridors. People are talking a lot about China, of course, and like on two fronts, like this idea of a blockade, of course, that has been lingering now for years. But there's also the question of how China is contributing to AI developments. And one of the buzzwords this year in the show is distillation. How does this industry do well if Chinese players like DeepSeek can come in and produce a model that is 10 or 20 times more efficient for a similar performance to what has been developed in the US with like multi-billion-dollar data centers. So the focus is not so much on NVIDIA itself. Like, I think investors understand that NVIDIA has a very strong market position and will probably defend it, even if some of the clients are developing their own ASICs. But the question is more like people investing these now hundreds of billions of dollars in data centers, are they ever going to make a living if the Chinese can copy what they do relatively easily with smaller models? So that's really like the number one focus, I would say, of investors as much as industry practitioners on the fair today.
There's a question about whether this affects NVIDIA, but there's probably a bigger question about how this has ramifications for the likes of Apple and Tesla we were just talking about. If China truly is getting to a technologically advanced point where they can produce products that are competitive and even supersede the technological abilities of the United States products, does that engage with a new paradigm which not only threatens the sales of some of the Apple phones or Tesla cars in China, but more broadly, internationally, how does that affect the competitive landscape?
Yeah, it's not something new, to be completely honest. We could have had this conversation 40 years ago about train technology. We could have had this conversation 20 years ago about car technology. And today we have this conversation about electric car technology for Tesla, chip manufacturing, and chip design, and also algorithmic design and AI development. So China has always been like a very, very fierce competitor. I think the key change today is that in the past, China used to leverage US and Western technology in order to be a competitor in the technology sphere. So they having access to mostly like the manufacturing technology, the IP developed in the West. And now the West is kind of like throttling access to that technology. So it's very visible on manufacturing. The Chinese can't access like the most leading edge manufacturing tools, and they're lagging behind still very much so today. We see that now with chips, where the Chinese can't access like the most advanced chips NVIDIA is producing. And now the debate is, how can we like protect our IP from the Chinese leveraging it to compete against us? And you know that in the terms and conditions of the use of ChatGPT, you can't use ChatGPT to develop a competitor to ChatGPT. And so now the question mark is, okay, can we enforce that kind of protection to protect Western-grown AI? So the way forward is that it's very, very difficult to know how things are going to evolve. it's a balancing act between keeping the market open, because of course US and Western technology companies like to sell in China, and also limiting sales to China in order to prevent China from making progress. And it's, I just talked about the past 40 years. It's going to keep playing over the next 40 years, because for China to catch up on advanced chip manufacturing, for instance, we're talking about projects that are probably going to take decades. It's going to take decades for China to be able to develop their own tools and things like that. So we'll be here in a year from now still talking about it. It's not going to be an overnight change. That competition is mounting, and of course, what we see is the risk of polarization of the world. Like that's what we call in our research the silicon wall. This idea that if the West becomes more and more protective with their technology, and China is becoming more and more driven towards developing independent and competing technology at all levels of the supply chain, then what you'll see potentially is this market polarizing and China being dominant on their area of influence, and the West keeping China out of their area of dominance. That's really, one of the direction of evolution of the situation that you want to watch out for.
Pierre, it's wonderful to catch up with you. Next time you're on, we need to spend some more time on Tesla. Pierre Ferragu there of New Street Research talking about NVIDIA. Tesla, for Pierre Ferragu, still has a buy rating on the name, 465 price target. This is what Tom Naran of RBC is looking for now, 320. So a cut to his price target, lowering its valuations for FSD and robotaxi over at Tesla. Really difficult month for that car company.
Yeah, and so far it has been driven by sales overseas and sort of the political association of Elon Musk with Tesla. But the FSD portion is really interesting. And Tom Narayan, for him to downgrade that, it's also another fundamental hit to the potential valuation.
Stock is down by 3% in the pre-market. Up next on the programme, we'll talk about the economy with Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research, and get to the bond market with James Camp of Eagle Asset Management as the Fed's two-day meeting kicks off in Washington, D.C. From New York, this is Bloomberg. The opening bout 60 minutes away. Equity futures right now negative by 0.2% on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq 100, a little bit softer as well. We're down by 0.4%. With 1 hour until the cash open, let's get you some morning movers with Yahara Hecker. Say, Yahara.
Hi, John. We start with a big mover here, and that is Bakkt, cratering 36% in the pre-market. This is a crypto exchange and custody firm that just lost two of its biggest partners. Bank of America and Webull have decided not to renew agreements with the company. And on top of this bad news, the company is also delaying its annual report. Next up, we have shares of PepsiCo. Those are falling more than 1% after Barclays downgraded the stock, saying that PepsiCo's ability to re-rate higher depends on its U.S. snacking business. And right now, the analyst says there remains a heavy lift to shore up that segment of its business. And because of that and some macro uncertainties, they are taking a cautious stance on the stock for now. And last up, we have Li Auto. This is a Chinese EV maker listed here in the U.S. It could be getting a lift on that BYD news, but it also presented at NVIDIA's AI conference, unveiling a new autonomous driving framework that it says has human-like capabilities. And all eyes will stay on that conference, of course, with Jensen Huang set to speak later today. John?
The hits keep coming for Tesla, that's for sure. Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. That's the latest on the stock front. The Fed's two-day meeting kicking off later on today. The rate decision coming tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, followed by Chairman Powell's news conference a little bit after that, 2:30. Mike McKee, our economic and policy correspondent, joins us now for more. Mike, what's the big focus for you and everybody else going down to Washington tomorrow?
How fast they can get out of Washington after the meeting is probably the focus for the Fed at this point. With no news yet on the tariffs, there's not much they can do. So they're not going to change their monetary policy. They're not going to change their dot plot, and they're probably not going to change the economic survey very much at all at this point. We do have a couple of additional numbers this morning. Housing starts up 11.2% after falling 11.5% the month before. So that industry fairly flat at the moment. Building permits were down 1.2%. Then we get the import price index, and the import price index is up 0.4, with passenger fares rising 3.4%. That is one of the last inputs into PCE. PCE expected to come in higher at the end of the month. So another reason for the Fed to just stay on hold.
And get out of that meeting as soon as they can. Let's see if it's that easy. Mike, appreciate it, sir. Michael McKee there. We'll be down in Washington for us tomorrow afternoon in that news conference with Chairman Powell. Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research joins us now. She says Washington is shaking up her economic forecast, writing, "We revised down our US growth forecast from 2.2% to 1.6% on the back of 3 surprises out of the White House: DOGE cuts, early tariff implementation and economic uncertainty." Stephanie joins us now for more. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning.
That is quite a cut to GDP growth from 2.2 to 1.6. Is the Federal Reserve easing in that world or standing pat?
In that world, they are, but they're not easing for good reasons. They're easing because growth is weakening, and then they have to respond. But that's not something that they're going to put to their forecasts right now. Our base case is that they're going to call for 2 cuts in their dot plot, and we'll try to get out of that meeting as quickly as possible, as you said.
How much can they really signal that they can provide some sort of ballast at a time when people think some sort of economic downturn that induces job loss has a sort of prolonged scarring effect on the economy?
I think they'll say what they typically say is they're going to respond to the data, and if the data weaken, then of course they're going to respond. But they can't really promise that much more in advance, especially because this is an environment where they're likely to take down their growth numbers tomorrow, but they're likely to take up their inflation numbers. So this is a really difficult environment for them because they're going to have to wait until unemployment rate starts to rise more materially for them to actually be able to cut, as opposed to the idea of them being able to cut because inflation is low.
You know, I'm always struck by sort of the mass moves on Wall Street. Everyone seems to be downgrading their growth expectation to the U.S. for the U.S. GDP over the past couple of weeks. And part of it is this belief that this uncertainty isn't going to go away and that tariffs are here to stay. Is there anything that could make you revise it back? Is there any kind of caveat to that you're waiting for?
Yeah, so the April 2nd deadline is a big one. So this is where we're expected to get the sectoral tariff information as well as reciprocal tariffs. Our base case is that he'll do something country by country and he won't incorporate a significant VAT. But if he does just that, then at least that's a positive sign. And if he doesn't do some significant thing on the sectoral side, then that provides a little bit less of a GDP headwind than we were forecasting. But base case is he's not going to go light on that day. He's been talking about tariffs in a big way. He wants to do the sectoral things. He believes that that's going to help U.S. manufacturing and wants some right-size trade from a country-by-country perspective and has been talking about VAT. If they incorporate VAT, that could be a 1.4% GDP headwind. In addition to all the sort of the negative numbers that we've talked about.
You think that April 2nd is a key risk event that investors aren't paying enough attention to? We have reporting that Jameson Greer, President Trump's new USTR chief, is trying to really drive the narrative when it comes to April 2nd. This is someone who is a thoughtful trade lawyer. He's pretty calm, cool, collective compared to some other individuals, let's say, in the Trump orbit. Does that make you more encouraged about what we can see?
I mean, I think it all comes down to what Trump wants to do. Trump believes that the tariffs are going to be beneficial. He's going to do what he wants to do. And if that means doing sectoral tariffs, which, fine, there's arguments to do it, and country by country, that's fair. But what we've gotten so far has been a substantial headwind on GDP. And that's fine if this is the direction of travel. It's just a negative GDP shock. And 1.6 growth is, if we end up with that would be a decent scenario, realistically.
At the end of the day, Trump will make the decision. It's an individual that's been speaking about tariffs since the 1980s, let alone before he entered politics. If that's the case, and it's such a hit to GDP, what does the Fed look like? The one-time inflationary shock of tariffs or actually growth slowing?
So back in 2018, if you look back to their Teal book, they said there were 2 scenarios that they could go about this. One would be exactly what they did, was looking through the tariffs. They ultimately cut because it hurt growth. Scenario 2 is where they have to hike and cause a recession. And the deciding factor between the two is inflation expectations. So this is going to be the main thing that they're going to be looking at. is if inflation expectations stay anchored. And as of now, it's a little bit mixed. Some of the surveys are showing them ticking up. Some of them are a little bit more noisy than others. So this is going to be the main thing. If inflation expectations and people feel okay about the inflation backdrop, then the Fed can look through it and ultimately cut as a result. If not, their plain threshold is going to be a lot higher in order to do so. The main driver of inflation expectations, at least over the long term, is past inflation. So this is different than where we were in 2018, because 2018, people don't really remember inflation. Most investors didn't really experience it. This time is very different. Our inflation expectations over the past 10 years have been shaped over the COVID pandemic, where it's been a different backdrop. So expectations might react differently this time, plus the tariffs are likely to be a lot bigger.
So let's go through the SEP. Let's look at this, and if you can get the mic up, and hopefully that's up. Is that on? The mic's died, apparently. So Lisa,
okay. Well, you were talking about the statement of economic projections and whether they'll signal a greater willingness to look at the weakness in growth versus something that we have seen with inflation expectations. How much do you see sort of an increase in worries about inflation at the same time of potential weakness?
Yeah, so there's a couple things that are going to be interesting. One, what do they do with their GDP forecast for 2025? What do they do with inflation? What do they do with the Fed funds rate at the end of the year? So base case is they take down their GDP, something like 1.8, take up inflation to something like 2.7. And then what we're going to look for is within the SEP, you're going to see the risks around growth and inflation. And they're both going to be to higher inflation and lower growth. So that's a backdrop where, it's a very tough situation for them. And right now, I think they're probably going to keep the two cuts and kind of see how this plays out. Ultimately, they'll probably be, forced to cut a little bit more than, what's in the dots.
I keep getting struck by what Tom Becker of BlackRock said, which I thought was really interesting. This idea that everyone's exceptional in this new era where fiscal spending is taking off in places like Europe and places like China at the same time that, on the margins, fiscal restraint in the U.S., but not really later on where you're going to get further fiscal expansion as well. How much are you looking at a structural shift upward in inflation globally that's going to also rebound on the United States in a new way with a lot of debt sloshing around and a lot of debt-financed funding?
You know what? If it all plays out the way we're sort of forecasting for this year, you're going to end up with a Fed funds rate that was lower than would otherwise be the case. That is, we have a material slowdown in the economy because, it's more about growth and inflation, and then you ultimately have lower rates as a result. So I don't necessarily believe in this big structural shift up in inflation. Temporarily, of course, because of tariffs and some of the fiscal. Perhaps you'll run slightly above 2%, but I don't think we're talking about anything 2.5% to 3%.
They're so stealth here. New batteries in the mic pack. Not sure why that happened. Stephanie, I apologise. Had lots to ask. We'll save it for another time. Stephanie, appreciate it. Stephanie Roth there of Wolf Research. I want to get back to Mike McKee. Mike McKee, we had some economic data moments ago. For people just tuning in, Canada, inflation, not something we usually talk about. Let's get to it. Big upside surprise.
Big upside surprise. Last month, inflation was up this is CPI inflation in Canada, just up 0.1%. This month, up 1.1%. However, there is an explanation. The federal government had a sales tax holiday through half of the month. And when that came off, that pushed the rest of the prices up. And, of course, the hangover from the previous month kept part of it lower. So year over year, inflation comes in up 2.6%, would have been 3% without the sales tax holiday. The inflation problem in Canada, much like in the U.S., it's housing. But the Canadian central bank cut rates again last week, 7th time in a row. So they're going to have to think about it again now when they meet on April 16th.
Mike McKee, certain central banks, including Canada, Lisa mentioned this in the last week, have tackled the policy uncertainty head on. They've said what it could do to the economy, and they've signalled how they might respond to it. We've seen something similar from the ECB President Christine Lagarde. She's been able to talk about the data in a way that maybe Chairman Powell has not. We have seen a subtle shift from Powell, though, in the last month, where he's begun to talk about various issues with the policy and what it might mean for their policies going forward from now. Do you expect him to be even more transparent and blunt about things tomorrow afternoon?
I don't really, John, and the reason is the Fed is in what it considers a pretty good place at this point. They are somewhat divided over where neutral is, but they're not that far from it. And with inflation being a little bit higher on the PCE numbers coming in at the end of the month, they can justify just staying where they are and saying, we don't know what the impact of the tariffs is going to be. We can model out a lot of things, but we don't know what the impact is going to be because we're putting on these tariffs. Our economy is also a lot bigger than the other countries. So the Fed is probably going to just try to stay out of it as much as possible and then try to measure what happens, which is why you see markets pushing out any kind of a rate move until the fall.
Mike, appreciate it. Mike McKee breaking down the economic data out of Canada, what that might mean for that central banker. The bigger picture tomorrow, Chairman Powell in that news conference. James Kemp of Eagle Asset Management joins us now for more. James, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, John. Good morning, everybody.
What are you expecting from the Fed chair tomorrow afternoon? Let's start there.
I think this is one of the more interesting moments for the Fed in my career. And I say that because I don't suspect Jerome Powell approves of policy. He had an economy that was moving at or close to potential before the events, post-election, post-inauguration, I should say. He had inflation trending the right way, and now he's got this uncertainty that he has to deal with. So I think what will be interesting about the news conference is, does he talk about things like independence? Does he talk about working with Treasury? And we've got a debt issuance calendar that's going to pick up here pretty aggressively. And there typically was a pretty good relationship between Treasury and the Fed. I suspect some of that is splintered. So I'm interested more in his context, more of the feel of his language. Probably nothing on the rate front, probably till May or June. You do have a window here where inflation is going to be better. It's going to be more benign prints for a month or two. So if they're inclined, they've got a May-June time frame. Thereafter, I think the inflation story is prohibitive.
So Secretary Bessent sat in your seat. Let's talk about the debt market first. And we were interested at the time as to whether the Treasury would extend duration, issue more debt at the longer end of the curve. And one thing he said in his response was that he didn't want to compete with the Federal Reserve, who was still engaged in QT. What happens with QT?
I think it slows. I think there's a realization that these tariffs are going to slow growth. Perhaps we already had a negative print because of the import-export. I think Bessent is absolutely the key to this administration. And how he behaves and how he manages the debt, which is increasing, will continue to increase despite what I would call performative measures in headcount. And he is going to have to structure the term structure of interest rates so that we can absorb both domestically and internationally a heavy debt burden. So I look at him as key. I feel, these are opinions of mine, that he's been stilted and awkward in his responses. I think it's an uncomfortable place to be a Treasury Secretary juxtaposed against policy right now.
To John's point, some people have speculated that we could get an announcement of a slowing of quantitative tightening at this week's meeting, possibly as soon as tomorrow. If they don't signal some sort of wrapping up or ending of that program where they allow treasuries to roll off and not repurchase them, do you think that will be a signal that they're at odds in some ways with the Treasury Department?
Absolutely. And I think that's a great insight, Lisa, because I do think you'll get some relaxation. But if that were not the case, it just adds to me to the long-term pressure on longer-term yields. I do think the Fed would like to see some slope in the curve. And let's just talk about what that means. The banks are underwater at the regional level. Loan growth in small business has been stymied because of the yield curve. I think the Fed ideally would be a 350 funds rate and a 450 10-year, but I don't think the events of the day are going to allow that kind of nice configuration to play out as theoretically we might see.
Which raises this issue of if the Fed were to cut rates in the near term, would that lead to another rise in long-term rates at a time when we have inflation ticking up in Canada, albeit for specific reasons having to do with the sales tax holiday being ended, but also fiscal spending around the world?
It's our belief that the long-term pressure on interest rates is to the higher side because of the issues that you espouse. It's our belief that inflation is structural, not transitory. I think we've proven that. We'll get through a couple of relatively easy months with the inflation print, but then it accelerates. It reaccelerates because of math, because of owner's equivalent rent, the other things that are died in the economic machine, if you will. And kind of like we talked about in September when I mentioned the 50 basis point cut, we kind of got that. It was maybe a little more fun but the idea was there's going to be narrow windows for the Fed to normalize. The fall was one. This period is one, and thereafter, I think they're back to the inflation fight. And the policy moves of this administration don't quell the concerns of inflation. If you look around, inflation means they're anchored. If you look around inflation volatility and the deviations around those means, they're as wide as I've ever seen.
Is that because of tariffs?
It predated the tariff moves, but I think we don't know what this economy post-COVID really is going to look like. I think we're still wrestling with labor market dynamics. We're still wrestling with onshoring, nearshoring, supply chain. We're still wrestling in the unleashing of pricing power at the producer level. So what I tell clients about interest rates is unanchor yourself from the financial crisis to COVID. Just take that away. That's the moment in economic history that won't be relived. This is more normal. 2.5% inflation rate, a treasury rate with a 4.5% yield, income markets being more balanced relative to risk in equity markets. It feels abnormal because of the anchoring to the pre-COVID period.
I'd love to pick up on one point you made, performative cuts. Are you talking about, is that a translation for Elon Musk and Doge?
It is. And my belief, and I grew up in the D.C. area. I've seen the footprint. I know what's happened in the Washington area. But head count doesn't get us there. It's just math.
But do you think they're making it more efficient?
No. Categorically, no. Efficiency requires work. Efficiency requires what Bill Clinton did with Congress in the 80s, where you cut 170,000 jobs, but you did it judiciously. This is getting attention. There are probably agencies that had a political disagreement with the administration, but if you just do the math of 10% of the federal workforce and you give them $100,000 jobs, you got $23 billion in savings. We've got multi-trillion-dollar debts.
We've got a lot of work to do, that's for sure. James, appreciate your time, sir. To break it down, James Camp there of Eagle Asset Management. We've got to talk about a big deal in the tech world as well. Let's get to your Bloomberg brief with Danny Berger for more. Hey, Danny.
Yeah, breaking news on that deal. It is official, John. Alphabet is buying cloud security company Wiz for $32 billion in an all-cash deal. It is Alphabet's biggest acquisition to date. Wiz will help boost Google Cloud security offerings and help it compete against Amazon and Microsoft. Elsewhere, President Trump has promised to overhaul the Kennedy Center and accused prior leadership of improper spending. Trump said that the center will host Les Mis instead of Hamilton, which he said he never liked anyway. The president plans to ask Congress for additional funding to, quote, save this structure. And after 9 long months in space, 2 NASA astronauts are finally heading home. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams departed the International Space Station aboard a SpaceX Dragon capsule at 1:05 a.m. ET. That started a 17-hour trip to Earth. The astronauts are due to splash down along the Florida coast around 6 o'clock this evening. That's your Bloomberg brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Up next on the program, we'll set you up for the day ahead and get you the latest on that big tech deal from Alphabet. Live from New York City, this is Bloomberg. The opening about 38 minutes away, with equities declining 1/3% on the S&P, down 0.5% on the Nasdaq 100. Your trading diary looks like this. Interesting couple of days coming up this morning. President Trump speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin overnight. A BOJ rate decision tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. The Fed rate decision followed by Chairman Powell news conference. On Thursday, it's the Bank of England's turn. Plus, we'll get another round of jobless claims and another read on consumer spending with earnings from Nike and FedEx after the closing bell. That call set to take place a little bit later this morning, potentially in the next 10 minutes or so. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now from the White House with more. Tyler, set it up. What are you looking for over the next few hours from this phone call?
Well, John, I actually had the chance to catch up with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent here on the White House North Lawn last hour, and I asked him how the U.S. is using its economic might going into this call when it comes to sanctions and potentially opening up Western financial markets. And he said at this point it is all, quote, path dependent. That is how high stakes this call is going to be. He told another media outlet in an interview this morning that President Trump has authorized him to ramp up sanctions from a level 6 to a level 10 if that's what it would take to get Russia to the negotiating table. Our Bloomberg News reporting that Russia could slow roll these negotiations after a headline broke this morning that Putin is looking for all military weapon flows to halt going into the country. Sources familiar tell Bloomberg News that at a minimum, Putin would like to see the U.S. stop those weapon flows. It remains to be seen if that's something that this White House would commit to. After just last week, it lifted its own halt on military assistance and intelligence sharing to Ukraine after they did agree to that 30-day ceasefire.
Tyler, thank you. Tyler Kendall in Washington on a phone call set to take place between the Russian and U.S. leaders later on this morning. We also want Washington's reaction to this one. Announced just moments ago, widely expected, reported overnight, dropped 24 minutes ago, that Alphabet has agreed to acquire cybersecurity firm Wiz Inc. for $32 billion in an all-cash deal. Where will Washington stand on that one?
Well, it's a good question, right? Because what have we been hearing? That this administration is kind of following the same tact as we saw from the previous administration when it comes to making sure that big tech is really working within guardrails and there's no concerns on antitrust. But potentially, this looked like this might actually go through. I think the deal is there, but it really depends on if there's going to be any antitrust concerns.
Number 3 player, I believe, in the cloud business. They've got Amazon and Microsoft in front of them. I imagine that's the argument they're going to make as the number 3 player, that we've got to compete with the other two when the other two are bigger than us. Whether that works in Washington, I've got no idea what works in Washington.
We've gotten conflicting signals. To put in some numbers on this, it's $32 billion in cash, as you said. It would potentially join the Google Cloud business and would give those cybersecurity tools to customers to try to compete better with rivals. Question about what kind of antitrust business they're trying to prevent, right? It's one thing to say there are other cloud providers. It's another thing to say that they're going to own the cybersecurity world in a way that they wouldn't otherwise be able to. So this is an interesting moment and the first inorganic deal that Google has done in a long time.
Caroline Hyde and the Bloomberg technology team on top of the story later on this morning, of course. I believe at about 11 o'clock Eastern time. Later this morning on Bloomberg TV, Alphabet shares in a pre-market, not doing much, negative by 0.06%. Tomorrow, it's all about one thing. It's the Federal Reserve, and our lineup looks like this. Sebastian Page of T. Rowe Price. We'll speak to Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge, the former Kansas City Fed President Esther George, Gargi Chowdhury of BlackRock, and a whole lot more. And special coverage of that Fed decision starts at about 1:30 Eastern time tomorrow afternoon. The decision's at 2, the news conference 30 minutes later.
Which might be the most interesting part when you have to hear Jay Powell respond to plans that actually are out there. He can't just say, we don't know what the plans are. The plans are available to us to some degree. So how does he parse that inflation versus growth?
The plans are fluid. The policy's volatile. I don't know what's going to happen.
Is that what you're going to say? You're channeling Jay Powell?
I've got no idea what
do you think the market would do if you did that?
This is what I think.
Fluid.
Good luck. From New York City this morning, good morning. Thank you for choosing Bloomberg TV. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
तो गाइस क्रूड ऑयल को चाहो तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकते हो या फिर अगर ट्रेल करना है रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी ट्रेल कर सकते हो, ठीक है। थोड़ा बहुत रुकना चाहिए इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे। सो आइदर बुक द प्रॉफिट और इफ़ यू वांट टू ट्रेल, चॉइस आपकी है, ट्रेल कर सकते हो। ठीक है, बुक करना है बुक करो, होल्ड करना है ट्रेल कर लेना। बाकी ट्रेल करोगे तो एटलीस्ट हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ही ट्रेल करना। अगर ये निकल जाता है 5815 के ऊपर सस्टेन कर देता है, देयर इज़ अ वेरी हाई चांसेस कि फिर इस लेवल तक जाएगा। यहाँ तक का एक टारगेट उस केस में रख सकते हैं, फिर यहाँ से सेल कर सकते हैं। नहीं तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली यहाँ पर वापस से रिजेक्शन मिल जाएगा, थोड़ा बहुत तो मिलेगा डेफिनेटली। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री भी है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग थोड़ा बहुत रिजेक्शन लेके शायद साइडवेज हो जाए, उसके भी हाई चांसेस हैं। बाकी वैसे अगर इसके ऊपर चला गया तो इंट्राडे में बुलिश हो जाएगा 15 मिनट। तो ट्रेल इफ़ यू वांट टू ट्रेल, अदरवाइज बुक करना है तो बुक कर सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस का भी थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, नेचुरल गैस में ना इस पर्टिकुलर जोन पे वापस प्राइस अगर थोड़ा सा नीचे आता है, ये जो मैंने लेवल बनाया है यहाँ पर वापस बाइंग कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। क्रूड इज मूविंग इन फॉरेक्स बट नॉट इन एमसीएक्स, एमसीएक्स में मूव तो कर रहा है। हाफ बुक कर लिया, ट्रेल कर लो रिमेनिंग क्वांटिटी। ठीक है, नेचुरल गैस अगर ये नीचे आता है तो यहाँ पर भी एक बाइंग का प्लान रखेंगे। वैसे इसमें और भी सपोर्ट है, ऊपर वाला रेजिस्टेंस एरिया ने 2-3 बार रेजिस्टेंस लिया तो यहाँ से अब निकल गया ऊपर, तो ऊपर वाला लेवल अब हमारे काम का नहीं है, उसको रिमूव भी कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, ये रेजिस्टेंस अब काम का नहीं रहा। नेचुरल गैस थोड़ा ऊपर आ जाए तो भी बेटर है, अराउंड 363 364 के अराउंड इस एरिया से या तो डायरेक्टली सेल कर सकते हैं अब, या फिर थोड़ा नीचे बाई कर सकते हैं। बाकी ऊपर और रेजिस्टेंस हटा देना, मॉर्निंग से 2 बार ऑलरेडी सेलिंग आ चुकी है, अब निकल चुका है ऊपर, तो अब ये उसको हम कंसिडर नहीं कर सकते एज अ रेजिस्टेंस। वो सेलिंग भी कुछ खास नहीं थी, यहाँ से देखोगे ना, ये 2-3 पॉइंट की सेलिंग थी बस, 3 पॉइंट एग्जैक्टली नंबर पे देखोगे तो। ठीक है, तो ये ऊपर आ जाए, यहाँ से सेलिंग अच्छी रहेगी, अगर थोड़ा नीचे आता है तो यहाँ से बाइंग भी अच्छी रहेगी। बाकी इसके नीचे एक और लेवल 347 के अराउंड रहेगा एंड 345 वाला तो लगाए रखा है। दो सपोर्ट एक साथ ही हैं, तो नीचे वाले को ले रहे हैं। फोर्टी 45 के बीच से बाई कर लेना, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं हो नीचे आने की। रुक ही जाएगा इस लेवल पे, ऐसे भी है।
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is The Close.
Live from Studio 2 at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Alex Steele.
And I'm Scarlett Fu. We're kicking off to the closing bell here in the U.S., and we've resumed declines.
Tough day for the equity market if you were long. Let's take a look at where we're seeing the biggest breakdown.
Hi, I'm Renat. Welcome to my office in Ritzy. When I came here for the first time, I felt like I'm very lucky. You feel more connected to yourself. Come to the Ritzy and regenerate your mind.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Putin pushes back. Russia's president rejects Donald Trump's 30-day ceasefire, but agrees to pause attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. This as the German parliament passes a landmark package to boost defense spending. No surprises, the Bank of Japan holds rates steady. We're going to hear from Governor Ueda later this hour. Up next, it is the Fed and its forecasts, with some expecting a stagflation scenario for the US economy. Plus, a raft of new innovations from Nvidia fails to revive the chipmaker's share price. We discuss if CEO Jensen Huang has lost the Midas touch. Good morning, happy Wednesday. A bit of a holding pattern across European futures after 3 straight days of gains. We'll see if that picture continues. Just some very modest upside being flagged by the Stoxx 50 futures, currently up just 2 points so far as we build up to the open. With that focus, of course, on the decision, but arguably more importantly, the dot plots and the forecast from Jay Powell of the Federal Reserve later today. FTSE 100 futures here in the UK looking to add just 12 points. S&P futures stateside after further losses yesterday and continued flows out of US equities, adding just 0.1% as we again build up to a Fed day and whether or not the Fed put is going to be at play to reassure investors. Nasdaq 100 futures after losses of 1.7% yesterday by the end of the close looking to add just 29 points. Let's flip the board and have a look across asset. Relative stability across the Treasury curve so far in the session. 429 right now on the benchmark 10-year. The Japanese yen a little softer by 0.4%. The BOJ standing pat. We wait, of course, to hear from the governor in about 30 minutes' time as they raise the risk in terms of the focus on geopolitical risks, external risks, as inflation of course, continues to be relatively supportive to their mandate. Gold above that record $3,000 per troy ounce level, gaining again today in the session at 0.3% higher. And Brent, $70 a barrel, a little softer in today's session, down 0.5% as the focus switches from the geopolitics in the Middle East, at least for now, to oversupply constraints. Talking of geopolitics, Russian President Vladimir Putin has rejected Donald Trump's call for a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine. During his call with the US President, Putin only agreed to limit attacks on energy infrastructure while demanding a stop to the flow of weapons and intelligence to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he'd like to speak to Trump about the details of Moscow's proposal.
We will support any proposals that lead to a sustainable, just peace. But for this, we must understand what is at stake. What are the details? And I hope to God that we know all these details so that the partners talk to us, because there are two sides in this war, Russia and Ukraine. Trying to negotiate without Ukraine, in my view, will not be productive.
For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Russia economy and government editor, Greg Sullivan. Greg, what more do we know then about the sticking points? How much, in terms of the accounts that we've heard from the phone call, they've differed in terms of what we heard from the Kremlin and what we've heard from the White House? Trump is talking up this conversation and these apparent commitments from Vladimir Putin, but some are taking a very different take, which is this is a Russian government and a Russian leader that is nowhere close to agreeing to a ceasefire that has been articulated by this Trump administration.
I think that's a very accurate read. What we know about Putin is that he's likely to try to drag out this process. He has very little incentive at the moment to agree to a ceasefire, aside from pleasing Trump. But on the battlefield, he is making slow, albeit costly gains. His forces have almost completely dislodged Ukraine from the Kursk region. And he's really making a litany of demands that are very hard for Kyiv to swallow. The first one is that he does not want Western weapons supplied to Kyiv during the duration of any ceasefire. Now, European allies have largely said that this is not a non-starter. They see Ukraine being able to defend themselves as the best bulwark against a future resumption of hostilities. And they also see it as a play for Russia to basically continue to rearm while keeping weapons out of Ukraine during a ceasefire. So that is one of the demands that it's very harsh. For a longer-term settlement, there are also demands such as never joining NATO, which Ukraine has said it was key to their security guarantees. So these harsh demands are definitely from a maximalist position to try to play for time and drag out the process.
OK, so the demands are there still for Putin and his team. And one would have to wonder whether or not Ukraine is being viewed by the Trump administration as something of an obstacle towards much bigger ambitions from the Trump administration, arguably looking to reset ties with Moscow, but also arguably, it seems, to try and cleave China and Russia apart. Let's take a listen to what the president has been saying.
The first thing you learn is you don't want Russia and China to get together. It was always a natural enemy situation. They're probably friendly now, but we're going to be friendly with both. I think we're going to be friendly with both. China needs us in terms of trade very badly.
So, Greg, President Trump saying he wants good relations with both Russia and China, and talking about that close relationship, as he describes it, for now at least, between Beijing and Moscow. He doesn't see that as being necessarily a long-term proposition. What do we expect to see, maybe, from this Trump administration to build out ties with both Moscow and Beijing going forward?
I think those were very significant comments from President Trump last night. And I think they also shed some light in the motivation. Up until now, we've seen a much more conciliatory approach towards Moscow than we've seen, say, towards Kyiv. And if he is truly trying to split the Beijing-Moscow relationship, that might go some way towards explaining it. Beijing has been hugely important for Moscow. China has been an economic and diplomatic lifeline since Russia was hit with a slew of international sanctions in the wake of the invasion. So it's hard to see that anything immediate will break that relationship up. They've declared a no-limits partnership, but Trump has vowed to be friendly to both countries. Nonetheless, he's very fixated on this trade deficit with China and certain energy policies that he believes have created an unfair relationship between the two. So that would likely need to be addressed before any friendly outreach towards China.
OK, Bloomberg's Russia economy and government editor Greg Sullivan with that important update and the context. Greg, thank you. Let's cross over right now to Singapore, where Avril Hong is standing by with a check on the Asian markets. A bit of a soggy session, a bit of a mixed picture, Avril.
Oh, absolutely. And we're actually seeing how Chinese tech shares rally has taken a breather, a step back. And this is despite Xiaomi. Remember that bit earnings that we were watching out for, that sales beat. The rest of the Chinese tech complex is actually treading water. We have the likes of Bank of America citing potentially a meaningful correction soon, which I'll talk more about in just a bit. But keep an eye on the Japanese stocks as well as they look ahead to Ueda-san's presser. We are seeing the banks underperforming while the Japanese trading houses are still doing well. Let's flip the board and take a look at dollar yen, because as you know, the past couple of sessions it has been climbing, and this is despite the build-up of net long yen positions. And if Ueda sounds a bit more dovish than expected, they could be vulnerable, the currency, to pull back. And of course, we are also going to be keeping a close watch on his potential comments on the bond market. As you know, he recently sounded quite unbothered about the rise in yields, but it does sound quite unrealistic to expect him to sound hawkish, given these global tariff risks along with domestic political concerns. Now, I'll flip the board and take a look at this chart, courtesy of Valerie Titel, that will show you as well that parallel with the 2015 boom and bust cycle for Chinese stocks. That is what BofA is actually flagging, and they say, you know, this mid-January run-up of about 30%, where we've seen the Hang Seng China as well as the MSCI China, is, you know, reflective of the moves back then. They also cite a recent trip to Shanghai where investors sounded quite worried, especially the long-only investors, of the lack of improvement in the job market, the economy, and then there were some that also flagged a bubble emerging in the tech space. So that's among the concerns that they are raising for Chinese tech stocks.
Yeah, shadows of 2015 will make some palms sweat, certainly in Shanghai, Shenzhen and Beijing, you would have thought. Avril Hong in Singapore with a check on the Asian markets. Thank you. Traders, of course, seeking clarity from the Fed as well. So we've got that clarity at least partly from the BOJ, and we'll get that press conference at 6:30, of course, from the governor. And then we look ahead to the Fed later today. Recession fears, of course, still being discussed in the States, and uncertainty certainly in focus over Trump's economic policies. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Valerie Titel on how the markets are positioning ahead of the Fed meeting, and whether or not Fed, Valerie, we're going to be getting a Fed put. Is that something we should be bracing for from Jay Powell?
Look, Tom, I think tonight's decision is going to be very interesting. I want to take you through a hawkish scenario and a dovish scenario that we could possibly get from Jay Powell later this evening. Let's start with the dovish scenario, is that he is out of the gates focusing on the deterioration in consumer confidence, focusing on what you mentioned, those rising risks of a recession that economists have pointed out recently. He also emphasized the downside risk to growth from tariffs. Instead of talking about inflation, he's more focused on the downside risk to growth that this tariff and tariff uncertainty could entail. Lastly, again, more maybe a bit of a Fed put. He acknowledging the recent decline in equity markets, maybe calling that concerning. On the flip side, though, Tom, we could get a hawkish Fed, and I think we're going to know this right out of the gates when they release their dot plot. Let's say they only imply one cut for the 2025. That would take the market by surprise, and he would focus instead on the recent rise of in inflation expectations, in saying that the Fed is in no hurry, that monetary policy is well positioned where it is, and they need to stay the course. He could also talk about the U.S. economy as solid. He has characterized it previously as being solid and in a good place, as he repeat those lines when talking about the U.S. economy. I think a hawkish surprise would jolt the markets a bit more, and that is because if we look at how the market is positioned versus those dots, if you flip on, I can just talk about this one thing. The market is currently implying over 2 cuts for the Federal Reserve through this year. If he doesn't change the dot plot and does imply 2 ahead, that could surprise the market in a hawkish direction. OK, those 2 scenarios then, the dovish and the hawkish, and we'll get the details and the answer later today with all that live coverage, of course, and analysis. Valerie Titel from our markets team, thank you. Here's what else to be thinking about today. Then 12 p.m, we are going to be getting the EU defence white paper, so some more details in terms of how Europe is looking to step up its
defence spending after, of course, a pivotal day for Germany, pushing through the Parliament, of course, the Bundestag, the plans for additional spending. Then it moves on Friday to the Bundesrat and then is expected to be signed off by the German president. But still, additional processes to go through. The white paper out later today will bring you the details. 1 p.m. Of course, UK time, we're going to be hearing from the ECB's Villeroy as well, so another voice in terms of how the ECB is thinking about the next steps as it becomes arguably a more challenging scenario for the European Central Bank. And at 6 p.m, it is the big one, the Fed decision, and, of course, the press conference from Jay Powell, which we'll be bringing to you live, of course, with all the context. You can get a roundup of the stories you need to know to get your day going in today's edition of Daybreak. Terminal subscribers can go to DAYB Go on the terminal. Talking of Germany and defence spending coming up, German lawmakers have passed a landmark spending package designed to unlock cash for defence and infrastructure spending. We will get the details and what the next steps are then for this German economy and its rearmament programme. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
March 26th, UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves delivers the government's spring statement. How will she fix the hole in the UK's finances after her fiscal headroom was all but wiped out? And will she be able to keep her own fiscal rules? Live from Westminster, Bloomberg Television has special coverage, starting with the Chancellor's statement to Parliament at 12:30 p.m. UK time. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak. Europe to Germany now, where lawmakers have passed a landmark spending package that will unlock hundreds of billions of euros in debt financing and defence and infrastructure in terms of the funding. Let's dive deeper then into this with Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Brussels. Ollie, German lawmakers then going from words to action, pushing through this vote. What are the next steps? How significant is this?
Tom, this is a complete bombshell for the sort of European economy and for the sort of Germans more broadly in this sort of paradigm shift. I mean, we've been talking about it for a couple of weeks, and it's gone, as you say, from theory into reality. We have a conservative German government, the CDU, the party that brought in the debt brake in 2009, that has basically scrapped it and ushered in a new era of just absolutely mammoth spending. I mean, we're talking about the scale potentially of spending here. Remember, there's a 500 billion euro infrastructure fund. Then there's unlimited. There's no cap on what they can spend on defense, and they've also really widened what the definition of defense and security means to mean a lot of different things. So we're talking potentially to the order of €1 trillion over the next sort of decade or so of spending from this German government. That dwarfs, the spending that was done in the Marshall Plan, that dwarfs the spending that we saw in after reunification in Germany in the 1990s. And when you look at the impact that this has had in the market in terms of sort of euphoria, yes, we've seen it in the bond market, we've seen it in the equity market, but I was just speaking with the head of KKR's infrastructure investment, who happened to be in Berlin yesterday, saying that basically a lot of the deals that they're now cutting, it's not in the United States, a lot of them are starting to come into Europe, and that there's a real euphoria that this is going to sort of unlock something significant in Europe. And we look at the sort of what the economists are saying in terms of what it could mean for growth. We're talking potentially adding 2 percentage points to growth in Germany on average a year over the next decade. It'll also have some trickle-down effect to the rest of the European economy because, of course, the Germans can't build all of the infrastructure on their own. They're going to need more capacity. Could also be inflationary. But really, Tom, this is really a paradigm shift. And in terms of the timeline, it got through the Bundestag yesterday. It will go to the Bundesrat, the upper house, on Friday. And this could be signed into law by the president of Germany by Friday.
So that's the time frame. Ollie, you're sitting there in Brussels, of course, keeping your finger on the pulse of what the European Commission is thinking in terms of the response. We're getting the white paper later today. To what extent is Germany's efforts a catalyst for the rest of Europe?
Well, I think that unfortunately it's going to dwarf potentially what the rest of Europe can do, right? The EU Commission is trying to come up with a lot of different proposals. Many of them, though, lack kind of new money, right? There's a 150 billion euro loan. That was one of the things that the Ursula von der Leyen announced a couple of weeks ago. There's about sort of making fiscal headroom in order to allow borrowing from a national level under the EU's rules. But as we've talked about a lot, Tom, the limiting factor for many of these countries is not the fact that there are EU rules. They break the EU rules all the time. It's the fact that the bond market, basically interest rates are too high and they have way too much debt. But listen, we heard from Ursula von der Leyen yesterday. They gave us a little sort of feeling of what we're going to hear from the EU Commission a little bit later. Have a listen to what she had to say in Denmark.
Europe is ready to step up. We are ready to take control of the change that is inevitable. Because we cannot afford to be pushed around by history. And that means acting now is a must. Acting big is a conditio sine qua non for speed, scale and strength by 2030.
And we should just say that she's speaking there in Denmark. Denmark's policy on defense has been, their stated policy on defense has been buy. That is, again, as we're saying, not something that can be replicated across the Eurozone and across the EU. This is a sort of bloc where there's a lot more sort of fiscal strain on many of these countries that are making very difficult political decisions about where money needs to be spent into the future. You think also about what Ursula von der Leyen is watching. She's sitting at the sideline like every other European leader while Donald Trump is on the phone with Vladimir Putin, where there's a White House readout where the sort of the Ukraine war, you know, is not necessarily a footnote in the conversation, but is not seeming to be the main part of the conversation. So this, again, and the other thing that's brought bear, they don't want to be sort of passengers in this sort of story of history. What the Europeans have learned that basically in this Trump era, if you don't have a military, you don't have a voice, and if you don't have a voice, you have no influence over the sort of course of affairs in a Trump sort of a dominated world.
OK, Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Brussels for us, of course, and we look ahead to that EU white paper as well as Germany steps up its defence spending, or at least its policy around that. And we get more clarity if that gets cleared in the Bundesrat on Friday, as Ollie was saying. Coming up, switching focus to technology, Jensen Huang. Has he lost the Midas touch? He's still got that black leather jacket and looking slick on stage. But it's a very different reaction across stocks that he mentions as he delivers more details, of course. Nvidia's shares ticking lower yesterday despite that flurry of new product announcements. We get the details on what exactly was revealed and what it tells us more broadly about the sentiment around the maker of those AI accelerators. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Today, the Fed decides.
People just want clarity. Business leaders want clarity. Investors want clarity.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
What do they need to see to have confidence in the forward trajectory?
Could our big surprise be a growth slowdown?
What's worse than an economic slowdown? An economic slowdown the Federal Reserve can't respond to.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. To technology now, and Nvidia. New product announcements, of course, by Nvidia, but failing to boost the tech giant's share price, which is already down 20% from its January peak. At its annual developer conference, CEO Jensen Huang unveiled more powerful chips and a platform to develop humanoid robots. He also announced a partnership with General Motors to develop AI cars.
Time for autonomous vehicles has arrived. And we're looking forward to building with GM AI in all three areas. AI for manufacturing, so they can revolutionize the way they manufacture. AI for enterprise, so they can revolutionize the way they work, design cars and simulate cars. And then also AI for in the car.
Our Asia tech reporter Annabelle Drulas joins us now with some of the details. Annabelle, what kind of stood out to you? Is it a 2-hour speech by Jensen Huang at this event, walking through a number of different prospects and announcements? We know the stock ended lower by about 3% by the end of the day. What kind of jumped out to you in terms of what he revealed?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, as you said, it was a pretty lengthy address, and it's been interesting also to watch the evolution of GTC, because a couple of years ago this was sort of a little-known conference that just attracted developers essentially, and now it's really front and center in AI and exactly what the roadmap looks like. So at this GTC, I mean, we got new AI chips, for instance, technology being announced. Again, it's a really interesting moment for the company, NVIDIA as well, because it's been stratospheric growth over the past couple of years, and now there's that really big question mark that we've had for really quite a period now, but whether spending on AI, the rally that we've seen in NVIDIA's stock to date, even though it has given up of late, whether that is sustainable. So Jensen Huang, he took to the stage to essentially roll out a new lineup. So that includes a successor to the flagship AI processor that's going to be called Blackwell Ultra. So that will arrive in the second half of 2025. And then additional generations stretching into 2027. He also unveiled some software that's called Dynamo branded. Essentially, it's going to be fine-tuning existing and future equipment. And so the point here is driving further efficiencies and making sort of compute power go for longer or do more for less. And that's really also one of the key questions, because when you've got the likes of DeepSeek, for instance, that essentially are using less compute power, how can NVIDIA also help its customers get sort of similar results?
Annabelle, just briefly, what does it tell us about the business roadmap then for NVIDIA?
Yeah, well, I guess we got that roadmap of future chips. What's also interesting is how it's going into sort of more emerging technologies. So another announcement that came out of this address was that NVIDIA is going to be opening a quantum computing research lab in Boston, and that's going to be really focused on tackling some of the biggest challenges that exist today in quantum computing. There really wasn't probably anything that was such a bombshell for investors, and we did see the stock, as you said, closing down around 3%. The biggest question, of course, for NVIDIA moving forward is whether we're going to continue to see that sort of spending on AI, into 2026, and I guess Jensen Huang didn't really say enough to soothe those investor fears.
OK, excellent wrap-up. Thank you. Bloomberg's Asia tech reporter Annabelle Drulas on what we've been hearing from the CEO of NVIDIA. Coming up, as the backlash against ESG run its course, we're going to be speaking to Chukwu Amuna of JP Morgan shortly. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Happy Wednesday, I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Putin pushes back. Russia's president rejects Donald Trump's 30-day ceasefire, but does agree to pause attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. This as the German parliament passes a landmark package to boost defence spending. No surprises, the Bank of Japan holds rates steady. We're going to hear from Governor Ueda later this hour. Up next, the Fed, of course, and its forecasts, with some expecting a stagflation scenario for the US economy. Plus, a raft of new innovations from NVIDIA fails to revive the chipmaker's share price. We discuss if CEO Jensen Huang has lost the Midas touch. Checking in on these markets then. 3 straight days of gains for European stocks. A different picture when it comes to the US, with the fund flows out of US equities continuing yesterday. The Nasdaq 100 closing lower by around 1.7%. The S&P 500 taking another knock as well. As we gear up, of course, for the Fed decision later today, fully expected to hold pat, but it's the scrutiny on Jay Powell, his language, of course, around future Trump policy and how they are building that into their scenarios with the forecast and dot plots as well. updated later today. European futures now pointing lower by about 0.1%. We have the defence spending being pushed through by the Bundestag. That moves on to the Bundesrat on Friday. We continue to watch the motions around that, but it seems much clearer now that defence spend input will be coming through from that German economy. FTSE 100 futures currently flat. S&P futures also in something of a holding pattern ahead of the Fed. You would expect Nasdaq 100 futures pointing up by 22 points. Let's flip the board and have a look across assets. US Treasuries relatively unchanged. The benchmark 10-year yielding you 4.29, just a move of 1 basis point on the yield there. The yen is under pressure, down 0.4%. We will wait for the lines from the BOJ governor, of course, in the next few minutes, and we'll bring those to you. Gold remaining above that record high of $3,000 per troy ounce for the yellow metal, and Brent down 0.6%. Oversupply concerns offsetting, at least for now, risks around the Middle East. Now, to the defence story and how that is impacting spend on the green economy, renewables and sustainable investments. Europe's recent ramp-up of defence spending and the Trump administration's walkback of climate commitments is putting renewed scrutiny on funding for renewables, and the finance industry's role in the climate transition also in question after criticism by Republicans, including President Trump, of course. Who better then to talk about the transition and the fund flows than Chuka Umunna, Global Head of Sustainable Solutions at JP Morgan Chase, and JP Morgan Chase holding its Clean Tech Stars conference today as well. Chuka, thanks for joining us bright and early in the studio. I want to start with the defence question then. Massive spending being planned by Germany and others within Europe. A European Union that, of course, had been, up until recent years, focused very squarely on that renewable shift. Are fund flows being directed away from renewables? Are you seeing any evidence that the money is going towards defence now and less to clean tech and green tech?
Well, look, first of all, thank you very much for having us on. I think it's probably too early to call that. I mean, obviously, in Germany, the German government's got to get through its plans through the upper house there, past the lower house. But planning the spending is one thing, actually getting the money out of the door is another. And for Europe, it's not just a question of spending more money, it's building up its own defence capabilities, its own defence industrial complex, so to speak, and that's going to take some time. It will not be able to immediately, say, come off US technology and go onto European technology in that respect, because it hasn't yet been developed in some cases. But don't forget that energy security is also seen as a national security issue. So to separate out the need for energy from your defence and national security capabilities is probably not very wise. There is a connection between the two. But at the moment, if you look at where we sit, there is huge and deep pool of capital that is chasing the sustainability and energy transition thematic. Where we're sitting now, at this point in 2025, you've got $3.1 trillion invested in public sustainable AUM. And that is, you know, that's more than at any time since COVID, including the supposed high point of sustainable finance in 2020, 2021. And then if you look specifically at the investment in the energy transition in 2024, there was $2.1 trillion invested in that space, up 11% on 2023. Now, of course, there are regional, you know, variances on those figures. If you look at sustainable AUM, around 85% of that is domiciled here in Europe, more than any other region. If you look at the energy transition investment, that's where you really begin to see interesting variances, because, you know, 40% of that roughly energy transition investment in 2024 was in mainland China, which is more than the US, the UK and the EU altogether. So, big amount of capital, lots of investment spending. Of course, it's not enough to enable us to get to those net zero goals that many people talk about, but then nevertheless, you've got a lot of people chasing that. And
guys, natural gas में selling का plan रख सकते हैं यहाँ से, ठीक है? Natural gas में selling का plan रख सकते हैं. नीचे और कोई support नहीं बन रहा है, वही है नीचे support 353 वाला. Natural gas में selling का plan है यहाँ से.
Look at this not just as a sector. This has different elements within this sector and different regional impacts as well. One region, one nation in focus, of course, is what's happening with the US.
Yes.
A Trump administration that's pulled out again of the Paris Climate Accord. That was expected. They're trying to rewrite parts of the EPA, the Environment Protection Agency, of course, and also trying to unpick some of the Inflation Reduction Act. What is all of that doing, Trump policy, to fund flows into these different areas that you focus on?
Well, first of all, as I said, if you look at sustainable AUM, most of it is not in the US. If you look at the energy transition investment, I think the US accounted for around 20% of energy
Does it make
transition.
the US a less desirable investment destination for those types of investments?
Well, not necessarily. I'd say two things. First of all, there's some politics around the US Inflation Reduction Act, and more than 60% of the fiscal benefit of the US Inflation Reduction Act went to red states. More than 80% of the job creation coming from the Inflation Reduction Act, red states. So that's why, the House Speaker in the US has said they're likely to take a scalpel but not a sledgehammer to the Inflation Reduction Act legislation. But to be honest, whatever you think about climate change, the one thing where there is consensus is that we need more energy and we need it in abundance. And that's been driven by three things: AI and the power demand that comes with that, electrification, the extra power needed for that, and, of course, what's happening in the emerging markets. As their populations grow and GDP per capita grows, they need more energy too. So we need energy in abundance, in all its forms, and in, fossil fuel-rich countries. They are, therefore, in the short to medium term, going to continue reliance on fossil fuel energies. But those nations where they don't have rich fossil fuel supplies, they're looking at alternatives: wind, solar, hydro, and so forth. And the US is interesting because, for all the narrative around the new administration, they're very keen on carbon-free energies like nuclear, like geothermal. But from an investment point of view, the thing is about all of this, it's got to deliver a return. There are very few, if any, investors who are prepared to sacrifice a decent return, total shareholder return, for sustainability. They are investing in this space because they see it as delivering profitability, adding value. This isn't like altruism or charity, so to speak.
Yeah, of course. There is active discussion as well around whether or not to align portfolios with that 1.5 degree target. Where do you think that conversation is, and how significant would that be if that decision to align portfolios with that target, which was seen as something of a red line, is undone?
Well, I think people are looking again at the target. Of course, if you come off that target, where do you go to? But, we've learned today the reports from, the new UN report that we hit that, went over 1.5 degrees last year. But I think, in terms of, in the investment bank where I sit in JP Morgan, what are the impediments ultimately to being able to raise capital for particularly green economy companies? And if you look at the private and the public markets, it's been extremely challenging because many of these green economy companies are disproportionately hit by inflation and higher rates and higher borrowing costs because their upfront investment cost is higher. The supply chain issues that we've had have been problematic. There have been public policy gaps as well. And then, of course, for all this new technology, you've got to have the demand. There was all this hype around green hydrogen 12, 18 months ago, but there wasn't sufficient demand for it to be able to take off. And that's where, actually, you talk about some of the public policy changes, that's where they can make a real difference. But look, we are getting deals done in this space. We've done since 2021 $242 billion worth of financing in deals to advance climate solutions for our clients.
Just before I let you go, briefly, Chuka, given your previous role as Shadow Business Secretary here in the UK, how would you rate this current government when it comes to the focus on climate change?
Well, I think they're doing all the right things. So, what are the common complaints we have from our clients in this space? They can't get a grid connection quickly enough. So cutting the time, which is, 7+ years in the UK to get a grid connection down, that's a good thing to do. Planning and permitting reform, in July last year, removing the moratorium on onshore wind. That was a good thing. Well, look, from the point of view of the UK economy, you're going to need that. But, the investments that they're making into Great British Energy, that's the right thing to do. The National Wealth Fund seeking to, which is basically a catalytic sovereign fund to get more investment into the green economy. So I think all of the things that we've been arguing for on behalf of our clients that will make a difference to being able to raise capital, they are doing. But look, it's early days. They've still got some time to run in this Parliament. So,
Chuka, thank you very much for your time on a busy day for you and the team. We appreciate it. Of course, the context, the analysis as well, and maybe pushing back against some of those assumptions being made around fund flows into that particular space when it comes to sustainability. Chuka Umunna, JP Morgan Chase, of course, Global Head of Sustainable Solutions and EMEA Head of Green Economy. Now, switching focus to another part of the banking space, Bloomberg understands that Morgan Stanley is planning to cut around 2,000 employees later this month in the first major workforce reduction under CEO Ted Pick. Sources say the plan was set in motion before the recent market turmoil. Let's bring in Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Matt Ingram. Matt, what are the details around the Morgan Stanley job cuts then? 2,000 in the broader context of what, 80,000 employees?
Yeah, g'day, Tom. So yeah, you're right. It seems like a drop in the ocean from 80,000. It's not coming from wealth management at all. It's coming from the rest of the business. The explanation from management is, look, we were expecting a big ramp up in deals after the election in November in the US. Those deals haven't come, so they're investing more in senior headcount in order to generate that activity and generate that deals. We've heard from Goldman Sachs and others as well that the turnover of employees in the industry generally is very low. So Goldman moved forward their employee turnover plans this year as well, and we might see more of that from their competitors. There's just not the chopping and changing of employees that we're used to seeing. Morgan Stanley needs to clear some dead wood to make space for those business growers.
And we're also hearing about bonuses being trimmed. I mean, we're talking about restructuring, at least transformation, and this is when it comes to Citi and executives there maybe taking a hit to bonuses. What are the kind of the broader implications on the takeaway from a squeezed bonus pool for some of those execs at Citi?
It's a big one, Tom, not just for Citi, but for the industry. When you look at the likes of HSBC, that's been involved in transformation for a decade and a half, for Citi to tie the success of a transformation program so closely with executive bonuses might be sending shudders around the boardrooms of Wall Street. Citi's in a lot of trouble with the regulators. They've said they're going to fix their problems. They're not moving fast enough. And in the third year of the program, these execs are copying it. So what do we see from here? Well, I guess we'll see an expedition of the programs that they need to complete. But, yeah, it's a big one for the industry, I think, that this has been hit the way it has.
OK, Matt, appreciate your time. The update in terms of what is happening in the banking space with some job cuts, of course, and some reduced bonuses, for some at least, at Citi. Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Matt Ingram. Now to Turkey, where the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, has been detained at his home by Turkish authorities. It's a move that could bar one of the country's most prominent opposition figures from challenging Recep Tayyip Erdogan in the next presidential election.
फोरकास्ट देखो क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री का लास्ट टाइम प्लस 1.4 था, आज प्लस 0.8 एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, मींस लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो फोरकास्ट प्लस 0.8 से कम कुछ भी आता है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव. तो फोरकास्ट के लिए देखोगे तो अगर फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग डेटा आया है तो इट इज़ पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस. अब देखते हैं एक्जैक्टली कितना आता है. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस ठीक था, अच्छा है रेजिस्टेंस. नेचुरल गैस में सेल कर सकते हैं अंकित यादव जी. ऊपर सेल किया जा सकता है, कोई इशू नहीं है. नीचे सपोर्ट यही है आपका 350 टू 53 के अराउंड, वहां तक एक टारगेट रख सकते हैं. पॉजिटिव पॉजिटिव ठीक है. लास्ट टाइम देखो कितना था, प्लस 1.4. इस बार फोरकास्ट प्लस 0.8 किया हुआ है, मींस लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में कम फोरकास्ट एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो अगर कम आता है 0.8 से, कुछ भी कम, मान लो 0.5 आ जाए, माइनस में कुछ आ जाए, तो 0.8 से अगर कम आया तो इट मीन्स इट इज पॉजिटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, मतलब प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। तो फोरकास्ट अभी पॉजिटिव है प्राइस के लिए और ऊपर जाना चाहिए। अब देखते हैं एग्जैक्टली फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग आता है या फिर नहीं आता है। नहीं आया तो वापस गिर भी सकता है, बट या फोरकास्ट देखोगे तो पॉजिटिव है प्राइस के लिए। ठीक है, प्राइस के लिए क्रूड ऑयल को सेल करें क्या एफई से? यार देखो, क्रूड ऑयल मेरे अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ आ जाए तो बेटर है सेल करने के लिए। ठीक है, यहाँ सेलिंग ज़्यादा अच्छी आएगी rather देन एफई से, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी एक बार आ चुकी है। वैसे ट्राई करना चाह रहे हो तो कर सकते हो। 530 हो गया, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है। लास्ट कैंडल देख लेना, ओपन इक्वल टू लो ना बने। एसएल देख लो कितने पॉइंट का बन रहा है, लगभग 15 टू 20 पॉइंट का बनेगा। इससे बड़ा एसएल लेना मत, क्वांटिटी कम रखना, क्योंकि ना मॉर्निंग पे एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आया नहीं था तो एफई से थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग बनती थी। एग्जैक्टली सपोर्ट पे आ जाए सो दैट वो आके सपोर्ट लेके गया है यहाँ से, समझ रहे हो ना? तो क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना। 15 पॉइंट एसएल फ्यूचर में काफ़ी रहेगा। ये मार्च का नहीं, ये अप्रैल का चार्ट है क्रूड ऑयल का, इसका भी ध्यान रखें। करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब द चैनल। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो चुका है, वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं, आना चाहिए प्रॉपर्ली।
Upskilling is becoming more important, so the world has to be prepared for it. So there has to be a complete.
Good morning. Just half an hour away from the open here in Hong Kong, in Shanghai and Shenzhen. You're watching the China Show. I'm David Ingles with Rebecca Chenwilkins.
Our top stories this morning: Asian stocks trading higher, defying those losses on Wall Street, fueled by heavy selling in tech megacaps. The yen is weaker ahead of the Bank of Japan's rate decision.
Now, Vladimir Putin declines President Trump's bid for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine, agreeing instead to limit attacks on energy infrastructure.
Also ahead, we hear exclusively from Xiaomi's CFO after the company raised its EV sales target and posted bumper earnings.
And another exclusive, we speak to the Philippine Finance Secretary Ralph Recto about the economic outlook for the country and efforts to boost investor confidence. Good morning and welcome to the show. We needed to rewrite the headlines just, I would say, in the last, 60 minutes or so, because it did seem the sort of direction of travel was really on the way down when you look at how we closed on Wall Street overnight. But as you can see, we picked up substantially. Japan is up 0.6 of 1%. You have South Korea up 1%. All in all, we're up 0.3 of 1%. S&P futures are also pushing higher as well. We'll talk more about what happened between President Trump and President Putin, and of course that interview, that followed that out of President Trump, and how he phrased really what he prefers to be the setup between Russia and China as well. The 2- and 10-year yield, we are moving into several rate decisions. Today you have Indonesia, you have Japan, and in a couple of hours after that, we go into a Fed decision, right? So just have a look at the yen, 149.63 is where we are at the moment. Right, flip the boards, but as you flip the board, just a note here in S&P futures, right? For the first time, I believe, since 2023, we did get a bearish cross where you have the 50-day moving average actually crossing below the 100-day moving average on the S&P 500, right? The declines we mentioned earlier on did permeate into the Chinese markets overnight, although to a lesser extent, as you can see. Some big moves overnight. Tencent Music was out with earnings. We'll get to, of course, the big news of the day on Xiaomi in a moment here, in Alibaba, just as you can see here, down about 3.3%. Right, so the approach to the open today, A50 futures coming online. You have some of the commodity markets coming here. As well, and the reason I bring this up, actually, and we are continuing, by the way, to see this divergence between aluminum prices onshore in China, where we think we're down now 5 or 6 straight days. And the opposite is true, 5 to 6 days of gains in terms of copper as well. We are looking at, I would say, mild losses. I would expect, let's see what happens, momentum would push this towards, if not gains, going into the open today. Bond auction today on the 3-year, 5, 10, and 30 on the Chinese 30-year yields right now, 2.12%. Yep, so lots to watch within the bond space, Rebecca. Currency markets, but of course we're also zeroed in on a lot of these big names in the equity market today.
Yeah, that's absolutely a big sort of chunk of corporate stories that are coming through, as you say. So Tencent Music, it's an earnings story there, and expectations that the gaming side of things perhaps will provide that boost. On Xiaomi too, also earnings came through, an analyst saying that the electric vehicle business providing a lot of a boost there, and CK Hutchinson in Hong Kong still very much in focus after Beijing has expressed in some sort of signals and sent signals about its displeasure over this huge Panama Canal and ports deal that it has with BlackRock. So, yeah, that's a very closely eyed one really for Hong Kong, but also because it's the first big Hong Kong Chinese company that is being caught in the crosshairs for US-China tensions. And, one of President Trump's real priorities, I think it came up within minutes of him taking on that administration. He made it a central issue for his administration.
Yeah, I think Marco Rubio, if I remember correctly, did go down there as well. Into Panama, right? So speaking of corporate news, right, so that's obviously one stock to track. We're getting into earnings season as well. So you have Tencent, you have Ping An reporting today, among the others, as you can see on your screens. Now, speaking of the Chung Kong Group, CK Infrastructure is set to report later today. We'll get to all of this in just a moment. Right, now let's talk more about the earnings outlook. You have Tencent, you have Xiaomi, of course, reporting some bumper numbers, in fact, even bumping up their forecast here as far as the demand for their cars are concerned. Annabelle Jewelers is our tech reporter here with us for an earnings outlook. You want to start with Tencent or Xiaomi?
No, we can start with Tencent.
Okay, why not? Go ahead.
This is the preview. I think the numbers for Tencent are going to be really interesting to track today. It's, of course, a business that's really been benefiting from sort of a gaming renaissance that we've seen in China. So that is going to be one of the key divisions to track today, especially because they've got the new title, Delta Force. So broadly, the company is expected to report 8.7% growth in sales. And analysts as well are projecting the gross margin for the business to stick around 53% mark, which is about an 8-year high for the business. So that's sort of the gaming side of Tencent. Of course, it's also about AI and what do we get on that front, and specifically what do they signal in terms of AI spending, because I think that's really one of the interesting sort of demarcations between Chinese tech and US tech, is that US tech in the latest results, analysts and investors are getting concerned about too much spending on AI. China tech, it's a little bit different. We want to see that spending on AI, given, of course, DeepSeek and all the shockwaves that it's caused. Actually, HSBC makes the point that out of all of the Chinese tech giants within China that have already integrated DeepSeek, Tencent has gone the furthest. They've already integrated DeepSeek across their WeChat apps, for instance, abroad, but also within mainland China. So it's certainly using it within search services. But if we do get some sort of major spending push from Tencent into AI, that could also be broadly positive for the China tech complex as a whole.
And the other big one, Xiaomi, we saw them reporting their fastest revenue growth since 2021, but dig us a little deeper, I guess, into the numbers for us.
Yeah, this is interesting because I think it's sort of less about the AI and it's certainly really about the EVs. And Dave was just making the point that we had the interview with the CFO, Alan Lam, earlier today. I spoke with him, and in the background, it was the cars that were behind him, not the phones. And it's that sort of shifting focus of how much EVs are starting to contribute to the bottom line. But I spoke with Alan, as I said, and started by asking him, the CFO, about what stood out to him about the numbers overall. Take a listen.
I think that if you look at our results last year, I think that the one interesting thing is all the areas, major areas of our business continue to grow. Obviously, we have the EV business, which is a new business that we started delivering in April of last year. And, in 9 months, we delivered over 136,000 cars. But more than that is, if you look at the smartphone side, we grew our revenue by over 20% last year, right? We gained market share. Our global market share last year was 13.8%, which is 1% higher than last year. In China especially, we grew our market share by 1.7%. And obviously, the premiumization strategy has started to work. Right? If you look at our IoT business, last year was the first year that we exceeded 100 billion RMB in terms of revenue. Right? So, all in all, we put it together, you can see that. And the IoT business grew 30% as well year over year. So all in all, we've achieved very good results. As you mentioned, 35% year-over-year growth. And in fourth quarter of last year was the first quarter ever that we achieved over 100 billion RMB in terms of quarterly revenue. In terms of profit, obviously, we are focused on improving our gross margin. Our gross margin hit, 21.2% in our core business in 2024, which is similar level to 2023. And our EV gross margin was 18.5% for the entire 2024, which for a startup company in the EV business like us, I think is a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, so you just heard Alan Lam speaking there about raising the production target for this year to 350,000 vehicles. Actually, yesterday in the call, it was raised that one of the biggest challenges they face is production bottlenecks. So, of course, I wanted to ask him about plans to add further factories. Yes, they are in the works. Couldn't get too much details. And the other really interesting point is about their CapEx plans and how much they're planning to spend, and also what's the sort of divisional breakdown, because you've got the EV side. But again, you've still got to continue to make inroads into AI, and that's where they're also making gains in terms of AIoT, which is essentially all of their devices that are connected, and greater synergies between your car, between your smartphone, between your appliances, and using AI to do that as well.
Fantastic. Belle, thank you so much. Annabelle Jewelers there with an interview earlier on with the Xiaomi CFO, and of course a preview of Tencent as well. Two stocks to watch as we go into the open today. So in fact, just on that very note, right, so Tencent and their AI plans is one story that we're tracking right now into the open today, and really could that further these gains we've already seen in the stock as well. On that story, you can also get a play-by-play on the upcoming earnings out of Tencent, also on your Bloomberg Terminal, TLIV Go, commentary analysis from our expert editors when those earnings come out. We have a blog that will start, of course, at about that time. Keep it, of course, watch out for that. Right, going into the open today, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and here in Hong Kong. A beautiful morning here in the city. Futures are flat. The open 20 minutes away. This is the China Show.
A very good morning to you. You're watching The China Show. Now, President Trump says his administration is in active discussions with Beijing, adding that his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping wants to, in his words, Trump's words, that is, get along. Let's get the very, very latest from Bloomberg senior editor Bill Ferries in Singapore. Let's begin with here on the comments. What did we hear exactly from President Trump? And does this move the needle? Is this a helpful indicator of what's to come?
Well, so President Trump saying that China's President Xi Jinping wants to get along with the U.S. This, of course, follows his announcement that he thinks Xi Jinping will be coming to Washington at some point soon, perhaps in the coming months. And in this interview, latest interview with Fox, he also said that the U.S. is not interested in having China and Russia get together or be too close. And he said both nations have a lot of resources that the U.S. is interested in. So I don't know if we're going to, how much we want to read into that, other than it's interesting that Xi Jinping and China have so far, beyond some of the tariffs, kind of avoided the focus of President Trump's gaze when it comes to his foreign policy approach so far. He's focused a lot more on things like the Ukraine war, on Panama, Greenland, things like that, on tariffs on other countries. But he's kind of left some space for productive talks, potentially, with China. And we'll just have to see whether that planned meeting in the U.S. or somewhere else actually takes place.
Yeah, Bill, I'm glad you mentioned that comment on President Trump wanting warm relations with both, but certainly not wanting both relations between those two to get warm enough. In fact, I think tone is important here. Let's play that soundbite, guys, if we can.
The first thing you learn is you don't want Russia and China to get together. It was always a natural enemy situation. They're probably friendly now, but we're going to be friendly with both. I think we're going to be friendly with both. China needs us in terms of trade very badly.
Yeah, and Bill, President Trump also mentioned, I believe, also in that same interview that they have their separate discussions ongoing with the Chinese. Do we have any idea right now, just to follow up on Rebecca's point, what those discussions are, and if we have any indication of when they probably will meet?
Well, we think those are taking place at a lower level, trying to figure out what an agenda would be for a leaders' meeting, and also the details of when they would meet, what the terms of that would be. Having President Xi Jinping go to the United States, if that's the focus from the Trump administration, is a risky bet by China. Because Trump does have a habit of putting leaders on the spot. We saw with the Irish Prime Minister just last week that Trump was very critical of him as the two men sat together. So I think the Chinese would be looking for a very structured format that they could have some control or influence of that might limit the ability of Donald Trump to kind of freelance comments with Xi Jinping being forced to stand right next to him.
Bill, I mean, the other big story for President Trump is, of course, the ongoing discussions around this potential ceasefire when it comes to Ukraine. We do just have some lines from Witkoff crossing the desk. So Witkoff commending Putin for all he's done to move to peace and saying that U.S. officials will go to Saudi Arabia for more talks. But, of course, the bottom line here is that Vladimir Putin did not agree to that 30-day ceasefire. He has agreed to pull back on some attacks on infrastructure. Where do we stand now?
Yeah, I mean, going into this, the U.S., the Trump administration made very clear that their top priority was to get an immediate ceasefire for 30 days and then spend that period trying to work on a longer-term deal that would allow for a de-escalation in Ukraine. That clearly was not met. There was this agreement. There is some confusion about this agreement about whether the two sides will stop hitting energy infrastructure or energy and infrastructure. We're still waiting to get that resolved. But they did not really meet this broader agreement. They've said that talks on a broader peace will start in the Middle East, presumably Saudi Arabia, immediately, but there's also no details on that. When you look at the words that the Trump administration put out before this call and what they're saying afterwards, clearly the 30 days had been a focus, and that is one big thing that they did not get coming out of it, and we'll be following up with them and seeing what the next steps to getting some kind of a ceasefire might be.
Well, let me use that term ceasefire, and as we look ahead, hopefully to one in Ukraine, certainly we're moving far away from one in. The other story you're following here, Bill, is, of course, with Israel and Hamas. And I believe the casualty count, at least according to Hamas, is at least 404 people have been killed since those airstrikes began yesterday. Bill, what more do we know? Where are we here? And how long do you think we'll be in this situation for, based on what the Israelis are saying?
Well, based on what we're hearing from Benjamin Netanyahu and his top aides, this is not a one-off or a short-term retaliation for the breakdown in talks. They say this will continue for days. They've promised that their main war aims in terms of dismantling Hamas's political power and military capabilities remains. They said that they agreed to that ceasefire and extended it, or that truce, on the condition that hostages get released, and they said that system had broken down. So we could be in for a longer period of conflict back and forth. We don't at this point foresee Israeli ground troops flooding back into Gaza, but that's certainly something people are looking for. And Hamas has remained defiant as well. So it looks like between the situation in Gaza and what we've seen with the U.S. ramping up strikes against the Houthi rebels in Yemen, that we're back for a period of high tension and conflict in the Middle East.
Bill Ferry's in Singapore for us, our senior editor there, on all the latest across this, just multiple stories across the geopolitical front. And by the way, we'll get more on Vladimir Putin's conditions here for a ceasefire later on with the senior lecturer in political sciences at the University of Technology over in Sydney. More on that, more context certainly coming through in a moment. Going into the open today, futures are, last we checked, flat to slightly lower. This is the China show.
Behind the bright lights and adrenaline of pro sport is an equally exciting world of negotiations and deal making.
That's what we cover each week on our podcast, The Deal.
I'm Alex Rodriguez, former baseball player turned business executive.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all-stars like Jay Williams.
I want to be an owner one day.
Billie Jean King.
Learn the business.
Paul Rabel.
Don't chase trends. Get ahead of them.
And so many more.
Good morning. You're watching The China Show. Now, Chinese President Xi Jinping is reportedly angry about Hong Kong-based CK Hutchison's plan to sell Panama Canal ports to a US-led group. That's according to the Wall Street Journal, and it follows Bloomberg reporting that authorities in Beijing are now studying the deal for any security or antitrust violations. For more on that big story, particularly here in Hong Kong, let's bring in our China correspondent, Min Lo. I mean, tell us first just how we're seeing the saga unfold, because in some ways it's taken sort of quite a few weeks to get to this point.
Yeah, so it really started because Li Ka-shing and his company management obviously put together a really quick deal to sell off not just the Panama ports, but almost their entire fleet of ports, 43 ports in 23 countries, except the ones in China, to BlackRock Group for about $19 billion. And this was a move likely to escape the glare of Trump, which has said that China controls the Panama Canal, which is technically not true. Hutchison is a listed company. It controls 2 of the 5 ports in the Panama Canal. And then later on, Wall Street Journal now reporting that President Xi is reportedly angry because the company had not gotten any sort of consultation from Beijing beforehand. And yesterday, Bloomberg had reported that senior state leaders had been instructing certain government departments, including the State Administration for Market Regulation, to scrutinize this deal and look for security breaches or antitrust violations. And reportedly, President Xi had wanted to use the Panama issue as a potential bargaining chip in broader trade negotiations with President Trump. And you can actually track all those moves and how it had impacted the stock. If you pull up that the share prices over the past 10 days, you can see the big jump in that stock after news of the deal was released. And that was because it was seen as a pretty luxurious exit, if you will, by the company at a time when it's been facing geopolitical headwinds. Can we show that stock move, please, over the past 10 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then later on you see that big drop on around March 13 when the first sort of negative commentary was published on a Hong Kong state-affiliated newspaper. There you can see a sharp drop around March 13. The big jump was on March 5th. And that negative commentary was also republished by the central government's Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office, which signaled Beijing's displeasure at the company.
Yeah, okay, just to apologize as well. The name is CK Hutchison now, not Chung Kong. Now, just to mention that, so realistically, what can Beijing do?
So because this deal is taking place outside Hong Kong and China, technically there isn't really a legal basis for the government to intervene. But what they can do now is to exert political pressure. But how much sway that has on the company is also a question, because the conglomerate has, over the past many years, divested a lot of their operations in Hong Kong and China. So they now derive just 12% of their revenue from Hong Kong and China, the rest mainly from Europe, UK, Australia, and North America. America. So they're somewhat insulated from that political pressure. But yesterday we have the Hong Kong Chief Executive John Lee coming out, making a statement about this, saying that this matter deserves serious attention, that the deal needs to meet Hong Kong regulations. He didn't specify what sort of rules could be under consideration, but some analysts are saying that maybe if the government deems this deal as a threat to national security, maybe they can find a way to use that as a basis to shape the final outcome of that deal. But still an open question at this point, certainly something that we want to keep tracking of.
Yeah, I would imagine it's not easy within the company right now talking about this very complicated issue. But to your point, commercially, it did make commercial sense. Min Min Lo, our China correspondent. In fact, that's one of the stocks we're tracking among many others here. Tencent Music. In the early goings, massive move up in Tencent Music overnight. You had a beat in revenue there. And of course, we're waiting for Tencent itself to report later today. Right, flip the boards, please, if we can. And certainly one stock that we're also tracking here today.
Yeah, that's right. Xiaomi down just a touch, 1.1% in the early goings here. But, of course, we had this very healthy beat coming through last night. And it's an EV story here, it really helping to boost optimism.
Yeah, there we go. 1% to the downside. I mean, that being said, JP Morgan cutting the stock to neutral, and it's worth pointing out that this stock is just going to absolutely put a ceiling going into these earnings.
Some questions
today.
over if it's price perfection, slightly overpriced perhaps.
Yeah, I think nearly quadrupled, yes. Since the bottom there. There we go. The open, uneventful, it seems like it. We'll see in a couple of minutes. This is the China Show.
Welcome back. You're watching The China Show. We are counting down to the open of markets. About 30 seconds and change or so off there. And really the focus today, Dave, is on earnings, Chinese earnings, because we had Tencent coming through. We have, coming through today. We have had Xiaomi coming through. These are big players on the various indexes, including the Hang Seng Index. And, of course, dominating the AI DeepSeek rally that we've seen almost be sort of unrelentless, despite some of the more negative news that's also been coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when the fact that it's, the companies that are coming out with earnings today either have an AI slant or consumer slant, or in some cases really an overlap between the two. It just underscores really the importance of these numbers and how they frame that in terms of the guidance, right? So, I'll add to those names, right? As you look at the open today, you have Tencent Music overnight, Tencent, Anta Sports is coming out today, Ping An Insurance is coming out today, really as it pertains to the markets, right? So we'll see what those numbers hold. 1 and 10-year yield, Guizhou Maotai is up about 0.1%. Ping An Insurance, speaking of course, coming out with earnings, there you go, coming online over in the onshore markets. Nothing much to tell you about as far as the index is concerned. We have been effectively hovering, consolidating, dancing sideways around the 4,000 level on the CSI 300. Where we have been sort of seeing obviously incremental gains to the upside, although not in a straight line, is a Hang Seng Index that was, if not still flirting with a 25,000 level right now. So we closed at about 24.7 yesterday. We're pulling back a little bit, as you can see today. Certainly one stock to watch, and we do expect not a lot of movement, though, in the cash market itself, although you think the warrants, for example, in the options market do suggest some big movement as far as Tencent goes there in the early going. Right, there we go. Xiaomi, not a lot there. In the open today, you did get a downgrade coming out of JP Morgan on the stock itself. CK Infra is coming out with earnings today. Massive move up in Tencent. Speaking of dancing to the upside here, 13% after a similar move in the U.S. 8 shares of Ping An. We showed you 8 shares earlier on. And XPeng has really been under pressure recently. You had a big drop overnight and a couple of downgrades coming through, 2 at least I've seen from 2 brokers going into the open today, just in the last, let's call it 30 minutes or so. Right, one stock we've been tracking, really given the ports deal and all the developments around politics, for example, is CK Hutch. There was a drop, of course. That's the Friday session following this pushback coming out of state media in China on the back of that, the deal that, the intention to close the deal, let me just phrase it that way, was announced. And we're opening about, give or take, just around the closing of yesterday. The new development there was the journal reporting that the president was angered by the fact that they did not get approval before they went ahead to talk about the deal. Anyway, complicated story. We'll get more on this a bit later on. Let's talk more about these markets. Rebecca.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to your point, we have seen, although it hasn't been a straight line up, but we have seen this strong momentum for indexes like the Hang Seng and so on. And a lot of that has come through, of course, that southbound support, although it has been a little bit patchy, has been a little bit uneven in the last few sessions or so. We'll dig a little bit deeper into some of those Chinese markets. For more, joining us is Asia Equities Managing Editor Lien Ting Tu. So we saw these record flows into onshore Chinese assets in February. What is driving that? And I suppose who is driving that?
Yeah, it was really impressive set of data for February inflows. The balance of payments data basically is pointing to a very strong appetite for Chinese assets from overseas buyers. And of course, the story about China's stock doing well, fueled by DeepSeek, is pretty well known. And China's onshore market is actually severely lagging the performance of the Hong Kong listed Chinese shares. So it's no surprise that global investors wanted to pick up some value shares. What is kind of interesting to me is also potential buying into Chinese bonds as well. The bond yields have also bounced out off record low levels, so that could potentially.
Guys, 7 p.m. होने वाला है, ध्यान रखना. US मार्केट ओपन हो जाएगा. सॉरी, 6 p.m. हो चुका है. 7 p.m. पे US मार्केट ओपन हो जाएगा. उसका भी एक इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा. So look at for that as well. आगे क्रूड ऑयल को नेचुरल गैस में ही ऊपर वापस जाता है, वापस सेल कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस स्ट्रांग ही है. सेलिंग का टारगेट फिर नेचुरल गैस में नीचे रहेगा और नीचे 352 53 54 के अराउंड. करते रहो गाइस. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम.
Another exclusive, we speak to the Philippine Finance Secretary Ralph Recto about the economic outlook for the country and efforts to boost investor confidence. Good morning and welcome to the show.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's going to speak to President Trump later today. That conversation takes place after Russian President Vladimir Putin refused Trump's request for a 30-day ceasefire during a phone call yesterday. The Kremlin says Putin agreed only to decrease attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure while imposing several conditions for a lasting ceasefire. Zelensky says Russia launched about 150 drones and hit Ukrainian energy overnight. And speaking to Fox News' Laura Ingraham, President Trump denied that Putin demanded an end to Western military aid for Ukraine.
We had a great call. It lasted almost 2 hours. Talked about a lot of things and toward getting it to peace. And we talked about other things also.
Was there non-negotiables mentioned by Putin? It was reported that I think the Kremlin media actually stated that he demanded an immediate cessation of aid to Ukraine in order to get to this multi-step deal.
No, he didn't. We didn't talk about aid, actually. We didn't talk about aid at all. We talked about a lot of things, but aid was never discussed.
President Trump is also warning about closer ties between Russia and China, saying the relationship between the two countries is not natural. Trump has not spoken to Chinese President Xi Jinping since he returned to office, despite raising tariffs on China twice. While President Trump may be facing a new dispute with Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts. In an extraordinary statement, Roberts said it's not appropriate to call for impeaching federal judges over their rulings. That's after President Trump posted on Truth Social that the judge who ruled against him on deporting alleged Venezuelan gang members should be impeached. Bloomberg law host June Grasso says Judge James Boasberg is not the only one under this kind of pressure.
An impeachment has already been filed against one judge who made a ruling in the Doge case over the Treasury data. And so with more calls for this, I think he's just trying to step out there and say, this is not the way to go. And it's not the way to go.
That's Bloomberg law host June Grasso. President Trump is not backing down after Roberts' statement. He told Fox News many people have called for Judge Boasberg to be impeached. A federal judge has blocked enforcement of President Donald Trump's executive order banning transgender people from serving in the U.S. military. The judge in Washington, D.C., ruling that Trump's order to exclude transgender troops from military service likely violates their constitutional rights. She delayed her order until Friday to give the administration time to appeal. Political turmoil roiling markets in Turkey. Stocks are sinking, and at one point the lira plunged more than 10% after the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, was detained. Bloomberg's Roz Matheson says İmamoğlu is a key rival to President Erdogan.
The pretext for that is obviously that he didn't have the qualifications to run for president in the next election in 2028, that his qualifications for a higher degree are void, and there's also part of a broader soup of inappropriate actions inside Turkey, which is something that he denies.
And Bloomberg's Roz Matheson says Turkish lenders sold around $8 billion to support the lira this morning. Right now, the currency is down about 3.8% against the dollar. Futures, meanwhile, they're moving higher ahead of this afternoon's Federal Reserve rate decision. Stuart Paul covers the Fed for Bloomberg Economics.
Beyond what we actually get from the median FOMC members' expectations for the path of interest rates, we're also going to get a few clues about what they expect for the economy and what's going to be guiding their interest rate decision. So we're also probably going to see a downward revision of their expectations for 2025 growth. And we're also probably going to see an upward revision of their estimates for core PCE inflation for the year ahead.
Bloomberg Economics Stuart Paul. For full Fed coverage, be sure to catch Bloomberg Surveillance, the Fed Decides special. It begins at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube. A long trip to space finally over for two stranded NASA astronauts.
Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX,
welcome home.
A SpaceX Dragon capsule carrying Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams splashed down last evening off the Florida coast. Now Wilmore and Williams are getting medical checkups after their 9-month stay on the International Space Station. The average U.S. 30-year mortgage rate rose for the first time since early January, causing a pullback in refinancing and tempering purchase activity. The contract rate on a 30-year mortgage climbed 5 basis points to 6.72% in the week that ended March 14th, from the lowest level this year. Again, S&P futures up 0.3%. So are NASDAQ futures. Dow futures up 0.1%. And the 10-year Treasury yield 4.29%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, has been detained at his home. That's according to a statement by the prosecutor's office. It comes just a day after Turkish authorities revoked his university diploma. It's a move that could bar him from challenging Recep Tayyip Erdogan in the next presidential election. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Istanbul Deputy Bureau Chief. That's Beryl Akman. So, Beryl, this just coming over the past hour, this news just coming. Talk to us about this detention of İmamoğlu and the significance of it. Of course, just days before he was likely to be named the party candidate.
Exactly. So İmamoğlu, since being elected as Istanbul's mayor, first in 2019 and again last year, has faced a slew of investigations and court cases against him, which he has said were all politically motivated. But his detention today is definitely an escalation in the case and in his situation. He's been detained along with hundreds of others as part of a case into criminal activity, and prosecutors are accusing him of being a ringleader. He's denied all these accusations in the past, but just like you mentioned, he was supposed to be the candidate of his party, the only candidate in the Sunday primaries. So the future of that is uncertain, whether the main opposition party, the CHP, is going to move ahead with another candidate, or they're going to push forward with İmamoğlu. So like you said, this is definitely a developing story, and we'll be watching out further, both for market reaction and what happens politically.
Yeah, and certainly we're also getting some indications that potentially there's also been some blockages of roads so that protests don't actually happen. We'll follow that. But, Beryl, happening at the same time, Turkey's president set to meet or planning to meet President Trump. What is the goal here, especially if we consider what he's facing domestically? What is a trip to Washington likely to do?
So Turkey and U.S. relations have been strained in recent years over a number of issues, including in President Trump's first term. On Turkey's agenda are two major elements. One is the U.S. defense sanctions that were implemented over Turkey's procurement of Russian S-400 missiles. And the other is the Syrian Kurdish force presence in northern Syria that the U.S. has partnered with in its fight against Islamic State group. President Erdogan already held a phone call with Trump over the weekend, and these issues were also mentioned in the call per statement from the Turkish presidency's office. So we expect the meeting, based on Bloomberg's reporting, is due to be held in Washington perhaps by next month. So we expect these issues to be brought up at least from the Turkish side when that meeting takes place.
Youth unemployment is an issue in all labor markets.
U.S. and Russia in this phone call between Trump and Putin deciding a ceasefire, a 30-day ceasefire, will begin with energy and infrastructure, though talks on a full Ukraine ceasefire will start immediately, according to the readout. So for more, we go to the White House, where joining us live is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. So Tyler, obviously we have more information than we were working with some time ago. Is the White House framing this as a good thing for President Trump? Did he accomplish what he wanted to today?
Right, Kaylee, so far all we've gotten is this readout, but the White House did go into this meeting rather optimistic about the chances to come out with something tangible. Interestingly enough, as you've been discussing this statement talking about how both sides agree there needs to be a lasting peace, that already is raising questions about what that lasting peace would look like, considering we know that Vladimir Putin is against putting peacekeepers on the ground in Ukraine, something that our European allies have been pushing for, Ukraine has been pushing for, trying to get what sort of firmer security guarantees we could see from the White House. We also saw in this readout that they are stressing this renewal in bilateral relations after there really hasn't been much direct contact with Moscow in recent years. Of course, these direct talks are reversing what was a longstanding U.S. policy not to negotiate directly with Russia. I mentioned earlier this hour that I had spoken to one foreign policy expert who said that this really is going to come down to a tightrope walk act for Russia because the Kremlin does want to renew these bilateral relations with Washington as it seeks, for example, greater access to Western financial markets. And I wanted to pull out one quote that you guys have already mentioned, this idea that the leaders agreed to, quote, the movement to peace will begin with the energy and infrastructure ceasefire, as well as technical negotiations on the implementation of a maritime ceasefire. You'll recall this actually mirrors very closely that peace plan that Zelensky had put forward to our European allies the day after that Oval Office meeting devolved here in Washington. Zelensky had floated that he wanted to foresee a ceasefire in the sky and the sea, as he called it. It does appear that that message, at least so far, has gotten through.
Tyler, optics everything on a day like this at the White House. We haven't seen President Trump yet, and there's no indication on the guidance that we saw earlier that would happen. Are we hearing anything about a news conference, a statement from Donald Trump or any of his surrogates who might be speaking more about this?
Well, we are, of course, watching closely his Truth Social platform, where he often comes out to give us his personal take on how the readout could go. Still on the schedule is that 3:30 p.m. Eastern executive order signing. As of now, it remains closed press, but we'll have to see if that perhaps opens up, as these events typically do, for President Trump to come out and make this statement. We'll be watching closely all of the senior administration officials today. Earlier, we heard, for example, from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who said that on the table was the potential for the U.S. to ramp up sanctions. He said they're currently at a level 6. We could see them go up to as high as a level 10 if that's what it takes to get Russia to the negotiating table. As of now, it appears that there has been forward movement, at least according to this U.S. readout. So perhaps that is not the path forward that the U.S. is going to have to take, but we're still watching closely what other concessions, what other ideas we can get out that this pair spoke about on the phone call today.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House with the readout in hand following President Trump's telephone call with Vladimir Putin, more than an hour and a half long. Dan Flatley is back with us now in studio here in Washington, of course, covering national security for us at Bloomberg. Dan, last time we spoke, we didn't have any details. Now that we do, can either of these leaders claim a win?
It's a good question, Joe. I think time will tell. We'll have to get some more details about what transpired behind the scenes. What we do know at this point is that there is this agreement, we can call it, on energy and electrical infrastructure for a certain period of time. An agreement to begin discussions on a maritime ceasefire and continuing peace negotiations in the Middle East.
None of this keeps neighborhoods from being bombed, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a win in the general sense, in the human sense, as you point out, that there will be less bombing, less killing for the foreseeable future, assuming that this holds. It doesn't address, of course, troops on the ground. It doesn't address territorial disputes. It doesn't address a number of the issues that the Ukrainians wanted to discuss, including security guarantees and things of that nature. It leaves Putin the option to continue to press on a cessation of arms and materiel to Ukraine, supplies of that material by the U.S. and other allies. So, look, it's promising, one might say, in its bold strokes, but still a lot of details and implementation that has to come with this. So, hard to say.
Youth unemployment is an issue in all labor markets.
The first thing you learn is you don't want Russia and China to get together. It was always a natural enemy situation. They're probably friendly now, but we're going to be friendly with both. I think we're going to be friendly with both. China needs us in terms.
ओके गाइस 6:30 हो चुका है क्रूड ऑयल बिल्कुल ही साइडवेज चला गया एज एक्सपेक्टेड ऑन एफईजी यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा 7 PM पे देन आई थिंक मार्केट विल मूव्ड नेचुरल गैस में वापस ऊपर जाए वापस नीचे आए बाय सेल दोबारा कर सकते हो लेवल्स पे
Well, we think those are taking place at a lower level, trying to figure out what an agenda would be for a leaders meeting, and also the details of when they would meet, what the terms of that would be. Having President Xi Jinping go to the United States, if that's the focus from the Trump administration, is a risky bet by China. Because Trump does have a habit of putting leaders on the spot. We saw with the Irish Prime Minister just last week that Trump was very critical of him as the two men sat together. So I think the Chinese would be looking for a very structured format that they could have some control or influence of that might limit the ability of Donald Trump to kind of freelance comments with Xi Jinping being forced to stand right next to him.
Bill, I mean, the other big story for President Trump is, of course, the ongoing discussions around this potential ceasefire when it comes to Ukraine. We do just have some lines from Witkoff crossing the desk. So Witkoff commending Putin for all he's done to move to peace and saying that US officials will go to Saudi Arabia for more talks. But, of course, the bottom line here is that Vladimir Putin did not agree to that 30-day ceasefire. He has agreed to pull back on some attacks on infrastructure. Where do we stand now?
Yeah, I mean, going into this, the U.S., the Trump administration made very clear that their top priority was to get an immediate ceasefire for 30 days and then spend that period trying to work on a longer-term deal that would allow for a de-escalation in Ukraine. That clearly was not met. There was this agreement. There is some confusion about this agreement about whether the two sides will stop hitting energy infrastructure or energy and infrastructure. We're still waiting to get that resolved. But they did not really meet this broader agreement. They've said that talks on a broader peace will start in the Middle East, presumably Saudi Arabia, immediately, but there's also no details on that. When you look at the words that the Trump administration put out before this call and what they're saying afterwards, clearly the 30 days had been a focus, and that is one big thing that they did not get coming out of it, and we'll be following up with them and seeing what the next steps to getting some kind of a ceasefire might be.
Upskilling is becoming more important, so the world has to be prepared for it. So there has to be a complete shift in how people obtain these skills and what is the shortest path for the individual and for the employer. With generative AI, workplaces have suddenly found a tool that can either compete with the existing talent or can be a competitive advantage. The reality is you can leverage that tool. That's the only way to convert that challenge into an opportunity.
So the Bank of Canada has cut interest rates yet again. Canada is striking back with its own tariff measures in Trump's trade war that he has launched against the world. Let's get more from David Rosenberg, one of our regulars. He reckons that the current environment looks similar to 1984. Now, 1984, I have to cast my mind back. Brian Mulroney became prime minister that year, and he pushed through the free trade agreement, for example.
Well, he pushed through the free trade agreement years later, and of course, working with Ronald Reagan and then George H.W. Bush. But the comparison I was drawing was how John Turner was the white knight coming from Bay Street at that point and enjoyed a honeymoon period. And the next thing you know, after the election, the Tories swept. Mm-hmm. So I was drawing the comparison really just to what's happening right now with Mark Carney's honeymoon period.
John Turner emerged as a liberal
leader, that's right, replacing Pierre Trudeau.
Oh my gosh, you're bringing there are some interesting
I'm old
echoes.
enough to remember that, true enough. You should be too.
Oh, I do remember, yeah. I think I just missed Trudeau as Prime Minister. Of course, I got to Canada in '86. But I'd heard of Trudeau, even in my 20s. Pierre Trudeau, he had a global impact, or an image anyway. But anyway, let's move on to the current. You reckon that so far Canada has had an inadequate response to to Trump's tariffs?
I'm very disappointed because, well, firstly, I wouldn't be wasting time as an elected official in Canada talking about Donald Trump anymore. I wouldn't talk about Donald Trump. I wouldn't call him names. I wouldn't make a meeting with him contingent on him refraining from insulting us anymore or talking about annexation. I would really just stop talking about Trump. And I would stop engaging in a tit-for-tat tariff war with the United States because it's not a war we're going to win, okay? We're putting tariffs on their products is only going to make matters worse for consumers here in Canada at a time when there's the potential where we're going to lose 400,000 jobs if Trump comes through with all of his tariff actions against our country. The last thing that the consumer needs is an added squeeze on their incomes from tariff action.
How many jobs did you say, David? Sorry.
400,000. And that would take the unemployment rate up towards 8%. I would actually engage in trade action, but where it hurts. I said before on BNN last week at a different interview, I said, when the bully in the schoolyard punches you in the eye, you don't punch back, you go burn down his house, okay? So we're trying to get into a fight with the bully in the schoolyard. No. And tariffs, tit-for-tat tariffs, not the answer. And you look at me like, what's he talking about? Well, you do it strategically through either export bans or export taxes. Let them pay. Why should consumers here pay back because we're going to retaliate on tariffs? Now, we need the U.S. We know that. We ship 20% of our GDP south of the border. But the U.S. also needs us strategically, especially for critical minerals. Where are they going to get their potash? Where are they going to get their uranium, their nickel, their aluminum, their electricity? Like, I thought that Doug Ford was on the right track with the export tax on electricity. Then he pulled back. Why? Because he's going to get a phone call from Howard Lutnick. Look, you can't believe a word that the White House is saying. Okay, you brought up at the beginning of the show about the USMCA. Donald Trump signed that in 2018. And at the time he boasted that it was the best trade deal anybody has ever signed, and now he's abrogating it. And of course, the goalposts are shifting all the time. You cannot believe a word coming out of the White House. So I don't even believe we should be negotiating anything with the White House. Let him raise his tariffs. He's going to dig his own hole because there's going to be an inflation backlash in the United States, and consumers are not really prepared for it. At least in Canada, I'd say. Canadians are braced for very tough times ahead. Americans did not vote last November for, quotes, pain or disturbance or whatever it is Donald Trump calls it. They're not prepared for any pain at all. I think that we're prepared for it. And so the point I'm making is that we should be strategic. And I'm talking about not tariffs. Let them pay export taxes on stuff that is critical to their industry or outright export bans.
What about oil, David? 4 million barrels a day, roughly, we sell to them. Would you put an export tax on crude?
No, well, that's more problematic. But why are we offering a discount on our heavy oil into the U.S.? Maybe we should consider removing the discount on oil into the U.S. I might carve out oil, and of course...
Why is that? Because it's so vital?
Well, what are you going to do with the oil that we're not going to export into the United States? What are we going to do with that? Where's it going to go? But there's other things that the U.S. needs. Now,
potash is a biggie. Yeah.
Well, yeah, where are they going to get that from? Ukraine, all of a sudden? So they need that to grow their crops. There's things we could do that will hurt the U.S. There's really nothing we could do that's going to make it as bad as it is here.
Yeah.
But Americans did not vote in November for any pain whatsoever, and we could make them actually feel at least a little bit of pain. The other part is, look what's the Europe doing right now, the EU? They're trying to find endogenous ways to grow their economy. Germany is finally getting rid of the fiscal constraints. They're going to embark on fiscal stimulus that's going to boost military spending out of necessity. Not just that, but also infrastructure. India right now is embarking on plans to dramatically reduce their dependence on foreign energy, pipeline expansion, oil and gas expansion in India. You look around the world, and countries are trying to find a way to wean themselves off their dependence, especially on the United States. Okay, that's necessity. The question is, what are we doing endogenously? We're just hitting back Donald Trump insult for insult. It's not going to do anything for us. Tariff for tariff. That's not going to help our country. I said, okay, selective export taxes, export bans on stuff they need. Okay, That's going to wake up quite a few people.
What about aluminum? Would you?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Whoa, that would be.
We have to look. I said you got to
aggressive. An export ban on aluminum.
We are in. Look, we are in an economic war. We're in an economic war right now, not a military war, an economic war. Okay, so you don't bring a butter knife to a gunfight. So that's basically what we have to do. We have to hit back hard. One thing, we have two advantages in Canada. Okay, one of them is the Bank of Canada. The Bank of Canada should be cutting rates a lot more aggressively, weakening the Canadian dollar a lot more aggressively. I know that Tiff Macklem comes on and says, well, monetary policy is not actually an effective antidote against a trade war, but we are going to need the interest rate relief, and we're going to need a weaker Canadian dollar. So the Bank of Canada can do what the Fed can't do, because the Fed right now is hamstrung. They have more an inflation problem than we do. They have a 4% unemployment rate. We're closer to 7%. We have more spare capacity. The Bank of Canada's got more latitude to use monetary policy. Point number one. What about fiscal policy? And all I heard at the Liberal convention was all about Donald Trump. Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. Where is our domestic fiscal strategy? We haven't had a government. We still don't have a government. So we're just talking about tit-for-tat tariffs. Mm-hmm. Where is our endogenous fiscal policy to help cushion the blow?
You want to see a stimulus package along the lines of COVID?
Not spending, okay? Big tax cuts, okay? Big tax cuts. One of the largest mistakes that the Trudeau government made was after 2017, when Trump cut the top corporate tax rate to 21%, we did nothing. And it stuck. The effective tax rate with provincial abatements sits at 28%. Why do you think we're seeing relentless capital outflows out of this country? We are tax uncompetitive. And all I'm hearing again coming out of the convention is we are the party for the people. We're the party of the people. But what is the business sector? The business sector is made up of people. Mm-hmm. People own these businesses. They manage these businesses. And we are uncompetitive. We have to actually right now get aggressive. We have to bring our corporate tax rates not just to U.S. levels, but below U.S. levels. I would even recommend that we eliminate capital gains taxes. We have to stimulate what's been lacking in this country for the past decade, Andy, which is business formation and stemming. Do you know, we talk about net capital outflows, net direct investment outflows out of Canada. The problem has not been capital coming into Canada, okay? The problem has been in the past 10 years, $1 trillion of Canadian physical capital, direct investment, $1 trillion in 10 years has left the country. So what are we going to? We have the room. Everybody belly aches about the fiscal side. We actually have one of the strongest fiscal positions in the OECD. The deficit is, God forbid, 1.5% of GDP. Where is all this belly aching and angst and anxiety over the Canadian federal balance sheet? 1.5% deficit GDP. Where is it in the U.S.? It's north of 6%.
Are you serious?
They can't even. Look, they have a debt to GDP ratio of 100%. In Canada, even with the provinces, it's 80%, but the federal government debt ratio is barely more than 40%. People don't realize that our federal fiscal finances are in better shape than Germany. And look what Germany is doing. Now, they're doing it on the spending side. Mm-hmm. We have to dramatically cut taxes. Okay, we go back to 1984. Brian Mulroney, you brought that up at the beginning. What did he get elected on? Deregulation, which we have to do as well, mm-hmm. and tax reform.
And he brought in a sales tax. That was a big move.
That was like way at the end of his tenure. We're talking about 1984, not 1989 mm-hmm. and 1990. And that replaced the manufactured sales tax. Mm-hmm. That was actually the Liberals campaigned in 1993 to get rid of the GST.
I never did.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So in any event, we should be talking right now, okay, not about name calling with Trump, okay, that's not going to get us anywhere. Tit for tat tariffs is so uncreative and unimaginative, and it's not going to help out the Canadian household. I think that we have to actually right away convene Parliament, emergency session, and embark on a major tax cut. Now, I'm talking about a major tax cut for the business sector. Oh, people say, oh, well, the business sector. What a right-wing nutbar Rosenberg is. The business sector in this country employs 2/3 of the people mm-hmm. in the workforce.
Let me ask you something here, because you put something in my head. Ireland did very well with essentially zero tax for foreign companies. Do you think Canada should think about something like that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. What I'm talking about is what they should have done back in 2017, 2018. We never should have let our tax gap in the in the business sector. Oh, there's that word again, businesses. I mean, I get this all the time. You know, but I guess it doesn't play in Peoria. You got to talk about the people. I keep on telling you know, that 2/3 of the people are employed by the business sector. And we have to prevent what's going to happen if we don't embark on a massive tax cut campaign. And it's going to be advertised so that people understand how important it's going to be to prevent capital flight out of the country with these tariff increases. And this attempt by Trump is to relocate production in the United States. We could fight back with fiscal policy. They can't, in the United States, you see what's happening in Congress, they can't even get their stopgap funding measure through, okay? But if we either get a minority government, and liberals and conservatives can agree on this, or we get a majority government, so we have to think right away, because we can't do it on spending. The lags are too long. But tax cuts will be felt right away.
Youth unemployment is an issue in all labor markets. That's why it's one of the major pillars of the conference. One of the difficult things in dealing with labor market, that if you change anything, it takes years for us to be reflected. That's the right thing to do, to look at the future and prepare from now. If you have the best practices, the right data, well, you will be able to overcome any difficulties or challenges. I'm hopeful about the future of the labor market.
I have to tell you, I was expecting the worst. I was expecting that we were going to hear that the president had agreed to recognize Russian occupation of Crimea, agree to Russian demands for elections in Ukraine, and things like that. So the fact that we didn't hear those is better than if we had. But we have to be very clear that I think Vladimir Putin has actually zero interest in any true long-term settlement as long as he remains in power, and that his ultimate objective still remains the destruction of Ukraine. So I didn't hear or read anything about Russia backing away from their ultimate objectives. So we should be very clear about this.
So to that end, General, and it's great to have you back here as this news breaks today. If you're a member of the Ukrainian military, if you're a soldier or an airman deployed, you're waking up tomorrow morning to the very same world that you were in today, correct? There's no ceasefire when it comes to military. The battlefield will continue. Donald Trump talked about some of the Ukrainian forces surrounded by Russians, that he was going to spare them. We didn't hear a reference to that in the readout today either. So the fighting continues.
Well, and you know, I'm sitting here, of course, this is in just the last few minutes, but I'm trying to digest a little bit. What does it mean? You're right. There's nothing that is better for any soldiers on the battlefield. And when we talk about energy and infrastructure, that sounds to me that Russia is acknowledging that Ukraine was hammering their oil and gas infrastructure. And so, of course, they want that to stop. Now, I'll be curious to see, does that mean that Russia will also stop attacking Ukraine's power generation, for example? I will want to see that if that's really going to happen. And, you know, I think that the fact that when the United States comes out of a call with Putin and says, oh, it's going to be a great relationship, Vladimir Putin is convicted in the International Criminal Court. So he is responsible for the death of tens of thousands of innocent people. So I don't understand how the president of the United States, at least in normal times, would come out and say, we're going to have a great relationship with the Russians.
Well, and especially when we look at the readout we got from the Russian side and what the Kremlin is saying, they specifically make reference to the idea that U.S. aid flow to Ukraine should stop. General, what would happen if the U.S. were agreed to cut things off?
Well, I think there's two or three parts of this. Once again, all the demands, all the things that have to cease or stop are those things that affect Ukraine negatively. I still, to this day, have not heard anything from the administration that says Russia must stop doing X, Y, Z. So I think that's what I think about when I hear what you just pointed out, Kaylee. Now, of course, you know, the other part of this, the hubris of the U.S. administration. Ukraine is not bound to any of this. Europe is not bound to any of this. And so if the United States makes the terrible decision to abandon a democratic country fighting for its survival against Russia, then Ukrainians are not going to stop. And in Europe is going to have to fill in the gap. And, I'm here at a conference in Berlin right now. That's exactly what people are talking about, is how they're going to increase deliveries, because this discussion between President Trump and President Putin has been done without meaningful European involvement or even Ukrainian involvement.
Well, with that said, you were commanding general, U.S. Army Europe. What are military leaders in European capitals, our allies in Europe, saying about this today? How worried should they be, whether you're talking to leaders in Poland or Estonia?
Well, first of all, of course, we still have NATO, the most successful alliance in history of the world. Yes, of course, there's problems. There's concerns about American commitment. But the fact is, so much progress has been made since really 2014 to improve capabilities and structures and readiness of different nations. So we're in a better place than we were now, the alliance is, than it was 10 years ago. And particularly, like I'm sure many of your listeners know, Joe, that Germany today, the German parliament passed law that changes their entire budgeting system so that now they will be able to spend hundreds of billions of euro on defense. So this is not the same old Europe from just a few years ago. They will, in fact, be able to provide much of what Ukraine needs over time. And I think we, the United States, we're going to regret having lost real influence in Europe because of that.
General, we just have a minute left here, so I apologize that we have to keep it short. But what would you expect to hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in reaction to this?
I think that President Zelensky will say nobody wants peace more than Ukraine. This war started when Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia could end it tonight. They could, if people really want peace, they could end it tonight. That's what the Ukrainians want. But the Ukrainians also know that you cannot accept the Russian version of peace, because that means total subjugation of Ukrainian people and the destruction of the Ukrainian state.
I want to start right with Bitcoin and what you see as the outlook for Bitcoin's price. In recent weeks, you've come out and said $1.5 million per Bitcoin by the year 2030. Since then, though, we've seen quite a few outflows. We've seen a lot of volatility. Sonali just went through that. Is that still your view? 1.5 million by 2030?
Yes, it is our view. I think right now we're in a risk-off period generally. And if you've been watching Bitcoin, it's almost been a leader in terms of risk on, risk off. So I think that's what we're seeing. If we look at our on-chain analytics, what we see is, I'm sorry, I have to get this off. If you look at our on-chain analytics, what you will see is that we are in the middle of, we're a little bit more than halfway through a 4-year cycle. We think we're still in a bull market. And we believe that the deregulation that we're seeing here in the United States is going to be very important to institutions moving into this new asset class. Asset allocators have to have a point of view on this new asset class. And we think by putting it in portfolios, risk-adjusted returns for the entire portfolio will go up.
One question I have to the point you're making here on where the risk appetite stands around Bitcoin versus other asset classes, there has been a serious dip in markets, Kathy. If you had to choose where you would buy the dip the most, would it be in Bitcoin, Tesla, or NVIDIA?
Oh, my goodness. Well, we post our trades every day, and you'll see that we've been buying Tesla and names that mimic Bitcoin and other crypto assets like Coinbase, like Robinhood, taking advantage of this risk-off period.
So what does this mean in terms of where you see things going? Do you see more of a sell-off before things get better in these risk assets, Bitcoin or otherwise? How do you know that we're not at the lows?
So one of the things we think is going on right now is, and Treasury Secretary Bessent today said he does not believe that we're going into a recession. We think we've been in a rolling recession and that we are actually going to see some negative quarters here. And that's because the velocity of money is collapsing as people, the labor force is worried that, and we're talking about federal, state, and local, quasi-government categories like education and healthcare. There's a lot of fear around job security right now. So we see the saving rate going up. We see the velocity of money coming down, and we do think we'll see 1 or 2 negative quarters. What we believe that will do is set this administration up and the Fed up with more degrees of freedom for tax cuts and perhaps lower interest rates, or at least ending quantitative tightening.
What do you see as the rate path for this year? The Federal Reserve kicking off its 2-day policy meeting today. We're going to hear from Jay Powell tomorrow. How many rate cuts do you see happening this year, Kathy?
Well, we tend not to be very short term in our focus, but if we're right and inflation is going to surprise on the low side of expectations, we wouldn't be surprised to see 2 or 3 cuts. Now, if you look at an indicator called Trueflation, it's probably the broadest measure of inflation out there. It is saying inflation is down to 1.65%, well below where the Fed is pinning it at roughly the CPI's 2.8%. And we believe that the combination of actually food prices have started coming down. Even egg prices have started to collapse, as a matter of fact. Gasoline prices are coming down. We're seeing some rent prices coming down. So we think inflation is going to surprise on the low side of expectations for those reasons, and because innovation is inherently deflationary. And our 5 innovation platforms are all driving different kinds of deflation. Good deflation, which will cause unit growth, but deflation nonetheless. So we think the Fed is going to have many more degrees of freedom in the second half of this year than most people think. We could see more than the number I just suggested, 2 to 3 cuts.
Hey, Kathy, you and I have spoken quite a bit over the last few months. You were optimistic about the Trump administration, specifically with regard to disruptive technology and your thesis, but also with cryptocurrency. You just spoke about the easing regulatory environment around crypto. I'm curious, though, what you think about President Trump's relationship with crypto. The Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump family has held deal talks with Binance following that guilty exchange plea. And then also you have the president getting into meme coins. You have World Liberty Financial. Are you at all concerned that the Trump family is too close to crypto?
Well, I think the Trump family is very supportive of crypto, which is great. It's completely different from the environment we had been in. Our view on meme coins, we're not as focused on them. We would not be putting them into our various private funds. Because, and I think that, the combination of AI and blockchain technology is creating millions of these meme coins. We think most of them are not going to be worth very much. We think there are just going to be a few crypto assets that will gain most of the spoils in the entire ecosystem.
Kathy, even some of the people who believe most firmly in the crypto story here, they are still worried about those meme coins and a lot of retail investors being stuck holding the bag. And another thing that's happening at the same time is you have a lot of exchanges looking to loosen their listing standards. Do you worry that this could go too far, that too many coins that are going to hurt retail investors ultimately will be listed on too many exchanges?
Well, I think that the SEC did a very important thing in declaring these meme coins not securities. What they essentially were saying is, we are not going to regulate them, and it's buyer beware. And so if I have one message for those listening who are buying meme coins, buyer beware. And I think the message is loud and clear from the regulators. What we think will happen is there will be some fearsome declines in the prices of some of these meme assets. And, there's nothing like losing money for people to learn. And they'll learn that the SEC and regulators are not taking responsibility for these meme coins.
Buyer beware of what specifically? Because you did say that you believe that there are only certain crypto assets that will gain the most spoils. What do buyers need to be aware of?
That the millions of meme coins will probably end up worthless. So when we're talking about the big three, we're talking about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. The use cases for those are multiplying. And we think they're going to become very important in the years ahead. Meme coins, not so.
What about Trump's meme coin? Is that one of the ones that you think will become worthless, Kathy?
It's interesting. The meme coins will be collector's items, so digital collector's items. And so, of course, some will withstand, will withstand the judgment of time. And that may be one of them. But our working assumption is that when you're talking about millions of meme coins, that that's just a step too far, and that most of them are not going to be worth very much.
Kathy, I want to switch gears here a little bit and talk about something that I know you've been focusing on a lot, tokenization. Now, one question I have about this is, do you think the investment community, particularly the venture community, is underestimating how catastrophic this could be to their business model? If you have companies that can raise money through tokens rather than through traditional venture capital and go public this way or list this way rather than through the traditional listing process, is that a sea change coming for the way?
तो गाइस 7 PM होने वाला है, ध्यान रखना। इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग, फिर 8 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री। अगर 7 बजे भी कुछ मोमेंटम नहीं आया तो देयर इज अ वेरी हाई चांसेस मार्केट साइडवेज चला जाना चाहिए। वैसे भी साइडवेज ही है और साइडवेज चला जाएगा। बाकी एक और न्यूज़ आई थी विच इज़ रिगार्डिंग द यूएस। वहाँ पर प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप बातचीत करने वाले हैं, थोड़ी देर पहले ही मैंने बताया था। किससे? यूक्रेन के प्रेसिडेंट जेलेंस्की से। आज इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग देखोगे तो रात के शायद आई थिंक 12-1 बजे के आसपास वो कॉल होगी। वहाँ के टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग अर्ली मॉर्निंग होगा, हमारे वहाँ नाइट हो जाएगी। लेट्स सी क्या बातें करते हैं ये लोग। करते रहो जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। इन्वेंट्री है, ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल की। बाकी फिर शाम को आप लोगों को पता ही है एफओएमसी रेट कट का डिसीजन आने वाला है, वो भी इम्पैक्ट करेगा प्राइस को। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में ऊपर आता है वापस सेल कर सकते हो, नीचे आता है बाई कर सकते हो फिर से, ठीक है। लेवल्स पे कोई इशू नहीं है, स्टिल लेवल्स आर स्ट्रॉन्ग। सेम क्रूड ऑयल के लिए रहेगा डाउन साइड पे। जिन लोगों ने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया डोंट फॉरगेट टू सब्सक्राइब द चैनल एज वेल। सब्सक्राइब भी करें चैनल को। नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री कल आएगी, आज नहीं। नेचुरल गैस इन्वेंट्री शेड्यूल फॉर टुमारो। बाकी कल लाइव थोड़ा जल्दी कर लेंगे स्टार्ट मॉर्निंग से ही, क्योंकि मेजरली इम्पैक्ट एफओएमसी का मॉर्निंग पे देखने के लिए मिल जाएगा मार्केट की ओपनिंग और गैप ओपनिंग और गैप डाउन ओपनिंग जैसा भी रहेगा उसके अकॉर्डिंग. So don't forget to join tomorrow morning, early morning, Nifty, Bank Nifty, commodity analysis.
On Ethereum as well. So Bitcoin's trying to get into the game. But in terms of real utility, if you go to emerging markets, and I know this is not this market, but you go to emerging markets where their currencies destroy purchasing power and wealth with massive devaluation. So it's really their policy leaders. They are using Bitcoin in particular, but also stable coins, which is effectively the dollar, as backstops to their purchasing power and wealth, because they've been through too many of these devaluations. So I think the real utility, if you're looking at stable coins and Bitcoin today, is in the emerging markets, really protecting consumers' purchasing power and wealth.
Kathy, you have the great challenge of investing in innovative solutions at a time where the market is nervous and discounting the idea of putting more money to work in innovation at the moment. And to the extent that you could choose one single biggest conviction bet that you would make right now, what is it and why?
Well, we have been known for our Tesla call and our Bitcoin call, and those still stand as two of our biggest calls, for sure. I would add, in the AI age, platform as a service companies like Palantir, which are really enabling large enterprises to move into this AI age and enjoy the efficiencies, the cost effectiveness, and to create new products and services. Those, I think, are going to be very big as well.
Upskilling is becoming more important, so the world has to be prepared for it. So there has to be a complete shift in how people obtain these skills and what is the shortest path for the individual and for the employer. With generative AI, workplaces have suddenly found a tool that can either compete with the existing talent or can be a competitive advantage. The reality is you can leverage that tool. That's the only way to convert that challenge into an opportunity.
Live from Manila at the Philippine Stock Exchange Invest PH Conference. This is Insight with me, Haslinda Amin, where we dive deeper into the stories that matter with crucial context and sharp analysis. Asian stocks trading higher, defying losses on Wall Street, where traders trimmed exposure to U.S. risk assets ahead of the Fed decision. The yen paring losses as the Bank of Japan keeps policy on hold. India's Bajaj Finserv is set to buy out German giant Allianz and take full control of its local insurance businesses. We'll get the outlook from the group chairman and MD, Sanjeev Bajaj. Also ahead, Philippine Stock Exchange CEO Ramon Monzon joins us live and exclusively here at the first investor conference in Manila. Plus, another big exclusive. Xiaomi's CFO gives us insight on the company's EV ambitions after bumper quarterly earnings. Well, it's day 4 of gains for Asian stocks, even after a sell-off on Wall Street. Gold climbing to fresh records as the uncertainty over President Trump's policies sparks concerns of a recession. Traders will be seeking clarity from the Fed when it announces its policy decision later. Meanwhile, the Bank of Japan has left rates unchanged, with attention now shifting to Governor Ueda's news conference and any hints on when the next rate hike may come. The market consensus seems to be around mid-year. And over in China, we continue to watch tech stocks, including Xiaomi, whose earnings beat expectation on the back of its EV plans. Tencent set to release earnings later that will give investors more direction on the sector, especially when it comes to AI. Lots to digest. Let's get insights with Terry Spath, founder and CIO of Zuma Wealth, who has some 25 years of expertise in financial markets. Terry, good to have you with us. Of course, front and center, central banks, and it is a complex situation for them. We saw that in how the BOJ responded. It did what the markets expected. Now we await to see whether or not Governor Ueda tilts, makes any changes to trajectory. What are you anticipating?
Well, nice to see you, Haslinda. Thanks for having me on again. You're asking about the Bank of Japan in particular, it sounds like. And, you know, we've been, in general, very constructive on Japan. We've loved what's going on there, the green shoots of jobs, of incomes and consumption. That's all been improving. And that's coming through in nominal economic growth. Inflation and wages are benefiting from the government reforms. That's all translating into improving earnings. And, you know, we think Americans in particular and the U.S. investors are underweight Japan. We like it. We think that the BOJ will continue to support the efforts of the government there. And so we can't say enough good things about Japan right now. We really, that's one of our top ideas.
It is stuck between a rock and a hard place, isn't it, for the BOJ, Terry? I mean, as much as it wants to raise rates, it has to beware of the spike in the yen.
Yeah, the spike in the yen, I think, it's being driven by the sort of flight to quality, weakness in the dollar. And, you know, obviously that's been pushing up the yen, and that kind of creates some challenges for the Bank of Japan. But I do think that they can continue to raise rates. They've been very clear about their policy, and we think that they'll stay on track despite what, you know, some strength that we're seeing.
Right? Uh-oh. Free child alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
There you're taking a live look at the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, where Humanex is ringing the opening bell, and at NASDAQ in Midtown Manhattan, where you got a spin move, a couple Elmos, and one Minnie Mouse on the way into work. You've got Merit Medical ringing the opening bell at the NASDAQ, ticker symbol MMSI. All right, let's take a look at how things open up here on the trading day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average barely to the upside by about 0.2%. We'll call that right now. The S&P 500 fractionally higher by about 0.4%. However you want to round that off at home. We'll put this on a 3-day view just so you can see some of the activity that's transpired over the course of these past few trading sessions here. And the NASDAQ composite, as that calibrates here on our screen, you're seeing that open up higher by about 0.5% right now. This all going into that 2 p.m. decision from the FOMC. And then, of course, we're going to have the press conference at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That meeting should be beginning shortly, and we will get an email from our own Jennifer Schomburger just to confirm once things kick off. Taking a look at the heat map here as we're focused in on cryptocurrencies. Why not here? Let's check in on Bitcoin since it's up here on the screen as of right now. You're seeing that up here on the day by about 1.8, 1.9%. All right, that's enough crypto for right now. Let's get back to the equities markets. Taking a look at the 11 S&P 500 sectors. Technology leading the charge. That's up 0.7%. However, pulling up the caboose, you've got XLP. That's your consumer staples. It's down by about 0.4%. We're relatively split, or as split as you could be. It actually looks like we've got one more laggard than leader as of right now. So we'll take a look at that technology and the technology trade right now for the NASDAQ 100 at least. Taking a look at NVIDIA here. Of course, this is the big GTC energy week. You're seeing shares here today higher by about 2%. But if we were to actually take a look at that chart just to see how things have transpired over the course of the week as the conference plays out, we are still net lower by about 3%. At this juncture, you're also seeing some moves to the upside for Apple, from Microsoft, Amazon, and Alphabet, Google, whatever you're calling them, call them higher here as we begin the session. Meta, flat just barely to the upside. It's seeing some hyper waffling action out of the gate this morning. All right, for a deeper dive into today's early tape, let's get to Yahoo Finance's Jared Blickery for a look at what is moving. Hey, Jared.
Thank you, Brad. I'm going to start with the indices again, and I'm going to put a 4-day view on here, and that's because we are in the midst of a 4-day rally that really began last Friday, had this incredible breadth thrust that was Friday and Monday, and then yesterday we fell off a little bit. I think it's notable that the S&P 500 and the Dow climbed within just a little bit of their 200-day moving average, but now it looks like they've used it as resistance, and so that's kind of a different dynamic than using it as support. Nevertheless, there's a lot of focus today on the FOMC announcement, and all of this could just result in a trend change to the upside or a resumption to the downside, and that's what we've really seen as some short-term downside action. Here's U.S. dollar index. That is up about 0.4%, and we can see it has lifted off nicely from its lows there, not really threatening the risk rally the way we've seen before, where sometimes you see some big movements contribute to that, but not today. Here's a 10-year T-note yield, only up 1 basis point. That's going to be another market that's in flux today ahead of the Fed, and really the bond market, the 10-year T-note yield, arguably more important than the S&P 500 and stocks this year. Here is the sector action, as Brad was just noting. We do have the mega cap sectors kind of leading here. We have consumer discretionary, which has been hammered recently because of Amazon and Tesla mainly, and then tech. Those are the two up top here. But let's take a look at what's been working in this 4-day rally. Interestingly, energy is taking the top spot. That is up 5%. Then you have financials, then real estate, then tech, then industrials, then materials. It's a pretty broad swath. And as I noted before, Friday and Monday had incredible breadth and participation to the upside in those moves. So let's take a look now at some of the mega caps, and this is a 4-day look as well. You can see the mega caps are split. You got some winners and some losers there. We're going to focus on today once more, and here we see Tesla up 3.8%, Apple up 1%, Nvidia up more than 1.5%. So some of these guys moving in the right direction. Tesla simply consolidating near recent lows. Here's the 1-year chart, and what happens here could be important for Tesla. So we'll see what happens, if anything, into the close today. Fed decisions affect everybody. And I'm going to close on the futures market, where we have some interesting action in both precious metals and industrial metals. And let's tackle precious metals first. I'm looking for GC equals F. It is down fractionally right now. This is a 1-year chart of 40%, but I'm going to look at the intraday overnight action, and you can see we actually hit a new high up here. We got above 3,050 for the first time, selling off a little bit, but gold has been in a very steady uptrend all year long, still sitting on gains of about 14%. I will close with copper. Copper is up 78 basis points today, and this is nearing a record high. This is a year-to-date. Let me put the 1-year chart in so you can see the levels that we're dealing with in the past. Once it clears this, we are looking at the highest copper prices in at least 25 years. Huge implications for risk markets and the economics, and especially when you consider input prices. So again, future is really something kind of not on people's radar, but it's catching my attention.
All right, Jared, thanks so much for breaking that down for us this morning. Let's get a check-in on shares of NVIDIA at the open. Moving to the upside today, despite that tepid reaction after CEO Jensen Huang's keynote address. Turning the Magnificent Seven trade overall here, the stocks seeing their worst start to the year in 2 years, with all members officially in negative territory as Meta becomes the latest to drop into the red for the year. Joining us now to break down what this means for the broader market, we've got Josh Schaefer, our markets reporter. Josh, the big question, can the market recover without the Mag 7 recovering?
I think most people would argue probably not, Maddie, right? So you take a look at how the Mag 7 has done versus the S&P 500 this year. It's lagging the S&P 500 by its most since late 2022. Of course, that was the end of the last bear market, right? That was really a large cap tech sell-off. And I think the equation here, the struggle is, we've talked a lot about how these 7 companies are so much of the index, they're so much of the index. When you look at it right now, they're still a lot of the index, right? These 7 companies still make up almost 31% of the S&P 500's market cap, essentially saying where these companies move, whether it's up or down, is going to kind of give you the direction of the market. And that's really the action we've seen over the past month, right? The Mag 7 have fallen significantly this year, I think down about 14% in aggregate as an index. That's more than the S&P 500, right? So what that's telling you is that index is dragging it down. Even if you look at something like the S&P 500 equal weight, which does not get as influenced by the market cap size, right? That equal weights all of the stocks. That index is only down about 4% over the last month compared to the S&P 500's 8% drop.
Yeah.
So essentially what I'm saying is not everything isn't working in this drawdown. What's not working is large cap tech, and at some point that weighs on the index. So if you really want to see a full rebound here, you don't need them to lead, but you're going to need a little bit of participation.
And so what are investors apt to do right now? Because I got this note that just hit my inbox from UBS saying that they would be apt, investors should consider buying the dip in quality AI stocks here. Does it seem like, even if some of those AI plays don't lead, that they still have to have a concerted move in order for the rest of the market to really be able to be a beneficiary?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, Brad, right? You look at those names, a lot of those names that we're talking about here, whether it be in Amazon, NVIDIA was down even more than Amazon, but we'll put Amazon, Microsoft in a similar box, Meta, I believe, as well, all off about 20% from their recent 52-week high, right? So most of them, that's their all-time high. And so you look at stocks that take that big of a shave, and the question is, well, we've been pricing in pretty strong earnings growth for these companies. What if they continue to accelerate that earnings growth, right? It has been a beat and raise environment. It's been a slowing beat and raise environment, which has been the market's problem, that expectations have started to catch up with where these companies are. But there's certainly a case that you could make that perhaps maybe we've re-rated them too low, and there's a little bit of a buying opportunity there. But to your point, Citi Scott Kroner told me he still thinks some of these stocks are defensive. Because if you're going into any kind of economic slowdown, any kind of concerns about the broader environment, where has the earnings growth been pretty consistent? It's large cap tech, right? These companies have real earnings. They consistently post profits. They do share buybacks. Most of them have dividends. And so that's a place where you can maybe go to hide isn't necessarily the pure advice, but it's a little bit defensive, right? Because again, that's where the consistent growth has been for several years now. When we talk about the rest of the market, we're talking about hopeful growth, right? We're hoping that these 493 continue to accelerate earnings growth, but that's just in estimates right now. We haven't necessarily seen that.
And Josh, we have about a minute left, but how does the Fed play into this conversation? If we do hear a dovish Fed today, does that provide a lift to all ships in the market boat right now?
Yeah, it seems like it, right? And to that point, Maddie, I wouldn't be surprised if you see large cap tech lead, right? We've seen that off some Fed meetings where the stock market in general is rallying, but what's rallying the most? It's NVIDIA, right? And so it seems like when you get a risk-on sentiment, especially when you think about, again, NVIDIA is not, it's not the Apple of 10 years ago when we would talk about Apple all day long and that was the market leader and perhaps a little bit more of a quote-unquote boring stock. NVIDIA can have a big day, right? And so if you start to see risk on, maybe that's the kind of name that people start to pile back into because, again, that is a popular retail name.
Yeah.
That is a name that moves a lot and has a lot of different options tied to it, different things like that. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any sort of risk on rally today or to the downside, the risk off rally. Does tech continue to lead? Because it led the market up for the last 2 years. It's been leading the market down thus far this year.
Josh, thanks so much. We're going to be watching closely.
2:30, Brad.
A lot of
Can't
price
wait.
action around
Can't
that.
wait.
Yeah. Coming up, everyone, 6G, self-driving cars, and robots. We're breaking down NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang's big plans for the future of AI. That's next.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
During its GTC event, NVIDIA's Jensen Huang touted the next wave of AI robots.
Time has come for robots. Robots have the benefit of being able to interact with the physical world and do things that otherwise digital information cannot. Physical AI and robotics are moving so fast. Everybody pay attention to this space. This could very well likely be the largest industry of all.
Joining us now to discuss the next wave of AI, we've got Bob O'Donnell, Technalysis Research President. Great to have you here with us, Bob. I just want to get your reaction to the keynote from Jensen Huang.
Sure, Brad. I mean, you know, what we saw yesterday on display was all sides of Jensen's personality. We saw Jensen, the professor, describing in great detail what's going on. We saw Jensen, the pitch man, pitching the latest generation of their GPUs. And then we saw Jensen, sort of the industry leader, where he's talking about where some of this stuff is going. You know, the problem was it was a little biased or a little overbalanced on the very deep technical explanation for a long time. It took a while to get to the heart of the matter for a lot of folks. But look, at the end of the day, he told a compelling story about how AI is going to be deployed in lots of different industries, all the different software that NVIDIA is working on. And we don't always talk about NVIDIA software, but that was a big deal. And also the fact that, you know, despite the concerns that were raised with DeepSeek a while back, in point of fact, you're going to need even more compute, and they develop more software to do these chain of thought and reasoning type models like DeepSeek, and explained how that actually drives even more GPU capacity demands. And so I think he set himself up for, you know, a pretty good story for the next couple of years.
So it's a pretty good story, but investors weren't necessarily literally buying it, at least yesterday. We've got a little bit of a lift in NVIDIA stock this morning. For investors who like the AI story, where is the biggest opportunity right now? Is it with the giant itself, NVIDIA, or is it with some of the logos that we saw flashed on the screen at the conference yesterday, the likes of GM, Cisco, other names?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, Maddie. And, you know, I think part of the market's reaction is hard to know for sure, but there really weren't any big surprises, right? I mean, the robotics stuff, Jensen talked a lot about at CES. They've talked about autonomous cars in the past in deals with companies like GM. And the GPU roadmap, a lot of that had already been, you know, leaked, or people were aware of what was going on. So I think part of the problem was there was nothing really brand new. And so I think that's some of the issue. But to your point, one of the interesting things I saw from this GTC that I think is different than others is there was a lot more sense of these partnership deals. So you mentioned Cisco. So they're working with Cisco on being able to leverage some of Cisco's silicon in these NVIDIA switches for GPUs so that companies can work with both. They've got software to make the management of this better. You've got companies like Cadence doing digital design. Cadence got a lot of love on stage as well, from doing data center digital twins and that whole idea of creating other types of capabilities. So I think what NVIDIA is trying to do, what Jensen was trying to do, is point out, look, all these different companies we're working with, and all the things they're doing are helping build this overall AI ecosystem, because I think they recognize they need to have, they're more powerful, frankly, and have longer term value if they're a critical part of all these different components. And I think that's going to be important moving forward.
You know, it's so interesting, Bob, too, as we think about some of the announcements that were made, investors are continuing to try and look out to the future and figure out what that next big thing is beyond just AI that NVIDIA can be the poster child of. And it seems like they're trying to position their own little bit of gatekeeping around quantum. Are investors impressed with what they're hearing? What more should they be listening for from that entire landscape, as NVIDIA did have its own kind of quantum focus as part of the broader conference?
Yeah, and actually tomorrow in particular, they're doing a whole quantum day that I'll also be at. So it's going to be interesting to see. I will hold off on, you know, what for sure they're going to say, because I think tomorrow we'll probably get some news on that front. But look, you know, Jensen just recently said, hey, quantum is still several years out. And I don't think he's actually wrong. I think it's still a several year thing before we see a big impact. But, you know, what we saw, you know, a number of smaller, but I think ultimately important things. So, for example, NVIDIA talked about silicon photonics, an optical networking technology that has been discussed for like 15 years. Now they're finally making it happen. they're talking about going into working with the storage companies. So lining up all the pieces of the compute architecture. Obviously, autonomous cars has been around for a while, but hasn't really played out the big way we've expected. And I do think he's not wrong in saying that robotics is going to be a big deal. So I think we're going to see more on the robotics side. Initially, of course, it'll be industrial, and eventually, there'll be these kind of consumer robots, the humanoid robots that get people kind of excited and interested. But most of these are several years out, Brad. So I think, right now it's a lot of blocking and tackling on what they're able to do within their own controlled world, that is the computing world, and then, branching off to these other areas.
Bob, I've got 30 seconds here for a big one. I want to know if China is becoming the more dominant tech market than the U.S. with the announcements we've seen from BYD, from DeepSeek. 30 seconds left. What should investors be thinking about China tech right now?
It's a great question, Maddie. I don't think China is becoming a leader, but I think clearly they've come out of the doldrums where they felt they were way behind and now feel like they can play on relatively equal areas. The thing is, the China market is very different. Autonomous cars like BYD are much bigger there than they are in the U.S. So I think we're going to see a diversification. The concern is if each market, that is U.S., Western Europe, and then China, each develop different technology standards, that could hurt everybody in the long run. And that is a big picture concern I think we have to think about down the road.
All right, a great risk for our investors to be looking out for. Bob, thank you so much as always. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Maddie.
Coming up, a closer look at General Mills' fiscal third quarter results when Morning Brief comes back.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Shares of General Mills sliding after reporting third quarter earnings. Here with some of the breakdown, we've got Yahoo Finance senior reporter Brooke DePalma. All right, what's up with this share price reaction? What is the street not impressed by?
Yeah, certainly negative sentiment here based upon the fact that General Mills said that the consumer is not improving as we make way into the year. Now, keep in mind, this is their fiscal third quarter, and so they're already 3 quarters into the year so far, but they said that shoppers are still hyper-focused on value and those essentials. And that's what really led the company to cut their outlook for 2025 more than what the street had expected. The company now expects organic net sales to come in at the end of the year down 1.5% to down 2%. Now that's compared to the previous expectation of the lower end of the range of between flat and up 1%. And what's really driving that is this snacking slowdown that we're seeing among consumers, particularly here in the U.S. That led volume growth for North America retail to fall 5% in the quarter. And consumers are pulling back on all the snacking things, snack bars, fruit snacks, and salty snacks. Keep in mind, General Mills owns the brands Nature Value, Annie's, as well as those Gushers, and so consumers aren't going to those discretionary goods. The company did say that they plan to leverage brand partnerships, working with retailers on promotions. They also plan to lean into value, pack sizes, and addressing key price gaps to get consumers to come back in. Also, keep in mind, innovation and newness, a key part of that tactic to get consumers to come back in. Innovation not as high as what we were, or the cadence of innovation not as high as what we were pre-pandemic. Also, away from home sales, industry sales, those also lagged in the quarter, particularly driven down lower by the use of flour. So food industry, not as many consumers going out to eat perhaps, and that's really coming in respect of away from home industry sales lagging in the quarter. Now, it's important to note this is not something new that we've heard from a CPG giant. Conagra Brands, Campbell's, Kraft Heinz also reporting this slowdown among consumers that's causing them to warn of a perhaps impact on their profits in this coming year. And something else that's interesting for the industry is this heat that they're under for those comments from RFK Jr. about creating this healthier America in general. And so a question was asked on the call, and while food dye was not mentioned, that is a key critic of the current administration, this idea of upping protein options was mentioned, and they said that their Cheerio protein option is performing well right now. How much could the focus on red dye number 3, obviously used in a lot of the products that you mentioned, the likes of Lucky Charms, for example, how much could the administration's focus on cracking down on the use of red dye number 3 impact a company like General Mills? Well, think about it. General Mills, not just those Lucky Charms, they also own Fruit Roll-Ups, they also own these Gushers, and so perhaps as they look into this fixation on this sort of red dye, it is only a small part when you think about their nearly 100 brands within the portfolio, but certainly something that's weighing on top mind as they really have to navigate this environment that's different from the previous slowdown that perhaps we've seen back in 2008 when there was that recession, where consumers are more fixated on this idea of healthier options and protein options. And so certainly it's weighing on their minds as far as the exact impact this could have in order to reformulate perhaps remains to be seen. All right, Brooke, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Break that down. We appreciate it. Real quick, going to do a check on the markets here. You've got stocks continuing to move to the upside here. Your S&P 500 up 0.6%. Your tech-heavy NASDAQ up 0.8%. I should mention IT, your tech names, the biggest gainer. The S&P 500 today, Apple and NVIDIA taking the reins as the biggest gainers in the trade so far today, seeing a bit of a recovery in those tech names after a little bit of a sell-off that we've seen over the past 24 hours taking shape. Big question, can the market recover without the tech names? And what will the Fed do to that recovery? We'll be monitoring all of the headlines to come from that Federal Reserve meeting at 2 p.m. today. But for now, that's going to do it for the morning brief. Join me next hour for more analysis on Catalyst and Bragg for Wealth after that. Stick around.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to Catalyst. I'm Madison Mills, 30 minutes into your trading day. Let's get you the 3 catalysts that we're watching this hour. First up, we push ahead to the all-important Fed decision today and what the central bank has to say about the market's growth concerns. Plus, we track the tech trade as all Magnificent 7 members drop into the red this year. Could a rebound be on the horizon? We'll discuss. And we'll talk about navigating geopolitical volatility as tensions rise between Russia and Ukraine. What risk does it pose to the market? All this and more ahead. Half an hour into the start of your trading day, let's get you a check on the markets, brought to you by Tasty Trade. Taking a look at the major averages, I have some green to show you today. You've got your S&P 500 up about 0.6%, your tech-heavy NASDAQ taking the majority of the gains here, up about 0.8%. When you take a look at the sector action in your S&P, it is the tech names that are the biggest drivers of growth today. If that can continue, how much recovery will we see? Of course, the key Fed meeting at 2 p.m. is going to determine a lot of today's trade. But let's flip the board over to the bond market. Here you've got your 10-year yield hovering just above that key 430 level, moving to the upside just a bit this morning as you continue to see that sell-off happening just a touch here. And you've got the longer end of the curve moving to the upside still as well. But let's get to our favorite risk-on, risk-off indicator here. We've got Bitcoin moving to the upside, up about 3% this morning, hovering above 84,000. I want to welcome in Jessica Inskip, the Director of Investor Research at stockbrokers.com. She's going to join me for the hour as our guest host. And Jessica, it's amazing to have you. Thank you so much for coming up and making the time. One of the things that we've been talking about is whether or not the market can recover without the Mag 7, given how much weight they have in the broader index. Is the AI trade going to help us with the market recovery right now?
I think it needs to participate, and I think it can help us. We had this big event with NVIDIA yesterday. We're seeing some come back today. However, for some reason, the market hasn't been focusing so much on the AI narrative and is really focused on this uncertainty. Uncertainty causes volatility because we don't know what's going to happen. Uncertainty translates into businesses and consumers. We're seeing in economic data. And then uncertainty even with what the Fed's going to do today. So I think we need the Magnificent Seven. We need that AI narrative, but maybe we'll see that translate over once we get past this uncertainty and get some answers from the Fed and even some trade policy talks with what to do on April 2nd as well.
So it sounds like there's not a ton that's in control of these tech firms in terms of making sure their stock prices recover. It seems like it's much more the macro, both in terms of the Fed and the White House.
That seems like what the market is focusing on, where the earnings were still really, really great for all of those AI stocks. They consistently beat their spending on CapEx, but they did that before in 2022 when we saw this turnover. We have seen CapEx spending consistently, so I don't understand why that's the big issue if they're still consistently beating earnings as well. Now we've got really compelling valuations, so the question is, if we get some certainty from the Fed today, we get some more certainty with the market, are buyers going to come in and swoop in and make that AI narrative come on? With seeing Bitcoin risk on, that's an early indication that perhaps that will happen, but I still think we're early on the AI revolution and the AI for everything. There is so much that's happening that applies to every single vertical, every vertical.
Yeah, well, I also want to give you a chance to talk about the Fed because obviously it's Super Bowl day. We've got a Fed meeting today.
It is.
How are you thinking about the Fed? What are you going to be listening in on from Fed Chair Powell?
So I think tone is going to be extremely important. Powell right now, actually at the Boston Economic Forum about 2 weeks ago, he said that the cost to be cautious is really, really low. And like we were discussing before the show, is he going to be too late? Is he going to lose this window where he's not going to cut quick enough? And that's what worries me. I don't think he's going to do that today, but what I'm listening for is his tone. Is he giving us any indication that there will be some type of easing? How does he feel about all of this soft data that we're getting, consumer sentiment? And more importantly, we're getting an SEP and a dot plot today. Where does he see inflation expectations? So where are expectations from the Fed, the entire committee, and how that's going to pan out? I think that's more important than anything.
And one question that I have that I'm going to be posing to our guests throughout the show is whether if they do have a dovish tone and then the market responds moving to the upside, does that impact policy from the White House? Do we see this kind of domino effect where then the White House feels they have more free rein on tariff policy and then that impacts the economy negatively and then the Fed has to cut? Like, how does it all interplay?
It always interplays. And I think it's so interesting because the ECB did cut rates and they were mentioning uncertainty. Even in earnings calls, everyone is uncertainty with trade policy. So even though the stock market definitely moves on earnings, then we see the impact of the Fed funds rate on consumer behavior and borrowing, subsequently the yield curve, and then that going into models that tell us earning expectations, and then we'll adjust PE ratios even further. So that's the domino effect that I will see, and any softness is that effect that it will have on the yield curve, actually. Yeah.
And really quickly, before we move to our guests, how are you thinking about recession risk right now?
Right now, I think they're on watch because of the layoffs that were mentioned today, but I think it's soft data versus hard data. And the soft data is saying that everyone feels that there might be a recession. We have inflation expectations. It's almost going viral now that we've got this increased retail participation. People get very hyped up on social media, and I think that's playing into even retail participation started since COVID. So this might even be this new generation's first experience with a correction, mean those recession fears are elevated just from a market participant's perspective. Personally, I think I need to see hard data, but I'm also worried about how the Fed sees that soft data. Soft and hard data is really the theme for me right now.
All right, Jessica, really great breakdown. Thank you so much for that. We're going to turn now to that Fed decision out at 2 p.m. Eastern today. Here on What to Expect, our Fed correspondent, Jennifer Schomburger. Hey, Jennifer.
Good morning, Maddie. The Federal Reserve widely expected to hold its benchmark interest rate steady in the range of 4.25% to 4.5% this afternoon when it concludes its two-day policy meeting. It is also expected to retain the outlook for 2 interest rate cuts at some point this year amid the uncertainty of President Trump's policies on the economy. The key theme out of the meeting this afternoon is expected to be uncertainty. Fed Chair
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. Vladimir Zelensky said he'll speak by phone with Donald Trump today. The talks come a day after the U.S. president's conversation with Vladimir Putin failed to win Russia's commitment to a 30-day ceasefire in Ukraine. We get more with Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
Donald Trump did not get Vladimir Putin to commit to a full 30-day ceasefire. What he seems to have agreed to is potentially to stop targeting Ukrainian energy infrastructure for 30 days, and to say that he would agree to that if Ukraine did the same. But we don't have a lot of details even about that. We know that Russian and US officials are due to meet in Saudi Arabia again starting today, and there'll be more conversations around some of those details, but it's a pretty incremental step in the end.
Bloomberg's Ross Matheson. Ukraine's Zelensky said mere promises from Putin to stop strikes on energy infrastructure will not be enough for Ukraine to halt its attacks against Russian oil assets. He points to a barrage of drone strikes launched by Russia overnight. President Trump may be facing a new dispute with Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts. In an extraordinary statement, Roberts said it's not appropriate to call for impeaching federal judges over their rulings. That's after President Trump posted on Truth Social that the judge who ruled against him on deporting alleged Venezuelan gang members should be impeached. Bloomberg law host June Grasso says Judge James Boasberg is not the only one under this kind of pressure.
An impeachment has already been filed against one judge who made a ruling in the Doge case over the Treasury data. And so with more calls for this, I think he's just trying to step out there and say, this is not the way to go. And it's not the way to go.
That's Bloomberg law host June Grasso. President Trump is not backing down after Roberts' statement. He told Fox News many people have called for Judge Boasberg to be impeached. A federal judge has blocked enforcement of President Trump's executive order banning transgender people from serving in the U.S. military. Judge Anna Reyes in Washington, D.C. ruled that Trump's order to exclude transgender troops from military service likely violates their constitutional rights. She delayed her order until Friday to give the administration time to appeal. Markets in Turkey reeling after the arrest of one of the main opposition leaders to President Erdogan. We get more with Bloomberg's Paul Wallace in Dubai.
Ekrem İmamoğlu is the big one in a way. He's one of Turkey's most popular politicians. He's the mayor of Istanbul, a city of 15 million people. He was widely seen, or is widely seen, as Erdogan's biggest political rival. And the fact that Turkish authorities have decided to detain him is something that is really, really worrying markets.
And that's Bloomberg's Paul Wallace. Sources tell Bloomberg state lenders sold around $8 billion to support the lira after it tumbled to a record low. The nation's stocks dropped so abruptly they triggered a trading halt while borrowing costs surged as investors dumped the government's debt. Meanwhile, futures this morning in the U.S. are higher ahead of this afternoon's Fed rate decision. Jay Powell and company are expected to keep rates on hold while they wait to see how President Trump's policies affect the economy. Bloomberg opinion columnist Mohamed Alarian says the Fed is navigating the regime change in three ways.
Postpone rate cuts and then communicate in a way that convinces people that you will have the possibility of rate cuts, not because inflation is coming down, the so-called good news cuts, but because growth is problematic, bad news cuts. And then the third one is do so without fueling inflation expectations, which already are pretty worrisome.
Mohamed Alarian is president of Queens College, Cambridge, and a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. Our coverage of the Fed's March decision begins at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides, on Bloomberg Radio and Television and the Bloomberg Podcast YouTube page. Morgan Stanley planning to cut about 2,000 employees later this month in the first major workforce reduction under Chief Executive Ted Pick. A long trip to space finally over for two stranded NASA astronauts.
Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
And a SpaceX Dragon capsule carrying Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams splashed down last evening off the Florida coast. Now Wilmore and Williams are getting medical checks after their 9-month stay on the International Space Station. And President Donald Trump's administration has released previously classified documents related to the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy, fulfilling a campaign promise to make the material public. Again, futures are higher with S&P futures up 0.2%, Dow futures little changed. NASDAQ futures up 0.3%, and the 10-year Treasury yield 4.27%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
To end with Vincent. Thank you so much for joining us, and Brian, thank you as well for joining the conversation. We appreciate you. All right, coming up, we're going to take a look at more trending tickers this morning, including a word of warning for Chinese markets. That's coming up next on Catalyst.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers. Scan the QR code below to track the best.
ओके गाइस, इन्वेंट्री आने वाली है क्रूड ऑयल की, ध्यान रखना। मार्केट उस वजह से क्रूड ऑयल का साइडवेज पड़ा हुआ है। नेचुरल गैस भी साइडवेज ही है, कुछ खास मोमेंटम किया नहीं। मोमेंटम थोड़ा सेलिंग अच्छा था, बाइंग भी किसी ने लिया होगा तो वो भी अच्छा था। नीचे अभी भी सपोर्ट, ऊपर अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस है। गोल्ड के लेवल पूछ रहे थे, एक बार मैं गोल्ड के लेवल देख बता देता हूँ आपको। वैसे मैंने गोल्ड के लेवल पहले बता दिए थे थोड़ी देर पहले, सेम ही है। कोई डेटा भी आया नहीं है, एफओएमसी का डेटा काफ़ी लेट है, तो कोई चेंज तो नहीं हुआ है उसमें। सो एक बार मैं फिर से शेयर कर दे रहा हूँ लेवल, ठीक है। वैसे मैंने बता दिए थे 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे फॉरेक्स के एमसीएक्स नहीं देखता हूँ, बताया था पहले। हाँ, ये सेम ही लेवल है, वही अभी भी चल रहे हैं। रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से सेलिंग ही चल रही है। 3037 38 से बताया था सेलिंग एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो, सेलिंग वहीं से आ रही है अभी भी। नीचे सपोर्ट एक यहाँ दिख जाएगा आपको लोअर एंड के आसपास। 3014 13 के अराउंड रेजिस्टेंस था, वहाँ से सेलिंग आ चुकी है। लेट्स सी डेटा क्या आता है यूएस मार्केट से। A minute left. इन्वेंट्री फोरकास्ट तो पॉजिटिव ही है प्राइस के लिए। ध्यान रखना क्रूड ऑयल की 3 इन्वेंट्री आती है, एक नहीं आती, ठीक है। क्रूड ऑयल की 3 इन्वेंट्री आती है। क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री होती है, उसके अलावा 2 इन्वेंट्री और आती है, गैसोलीन की। और बताओ किसकी आती है कमेंट बॉक्स में, तीसरी सॉरी। क्रूड ऑयल, गैसोलीन और किसकी आती है? हाँ, एपीआई का डेटा भी ठीक है। डिस्लाइट फ्यूल नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो नहीं, वो काउंट नहीं होता। डिस्लाइट फ्यूल प्रोडक्शन काउंट नहीं होता। एक तो क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री आती है, ये नॉर्मल क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री। दूसरी जो इन्वेंट्री होती है वो गैसोलीन प्रोडक्शन होता है। थर्ड जो डेटा हम मेजर करते हैं वो होता है आपका किसका, ईआईए का डेटा, ठीक है। ईआईए का वीकली डिस्लाइड स्टॉक्स, क्योंकि डिस्टिलेटेड स्टॉक दो चीज़ों में काउंट होता है, एक फ्यूल प्रोडक्शन में भी काउंट होता है और एक स्टॉक्स में भी काउंट होता है। तो हम स्टॉक्स वाला देखते हैं जो ईआईए के थ्रू प्रोड्यूस होता है, ना कि डायरेक्टली फ्यूल प्रोडक्शन में। वेयर डू यू सी अदर इन्वेंट्री? फॉरेक्स फैक्ट्री में तो एक ही दिखाता है, फॉरेक्स फैक्ट्री में एक ही दिखाता है। दूसरी वेबसाइट आप दो देख सकते हो, investing.com या फिर ये जो आपका tradingview.com है, इसमें भी दिख जाता है, ठीक है। बाकी अगर लाइव कमेंट्री सुन रहे हो तो फिर आप याहू फाइनेंस या bloomberg.com की वेबसाइट पर लाइव चल रहा है, वहाँ पर भी देख सकते हो, वो भी तीनों दिखाते हैं। 7 मिनट रह गए हैं इन्वेंट्री आने पे, ओनली 7 मिनट। 6 minutes left. लाइक भी करते रहो, लाइक भी करना होता है. जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, सब्सक्राइब द चैनल. बाकी याद रखना जेलेंस्की की आई थिंक नहीं 10 AM यूएस टाइम जोन के अकॉर्डिंग, इंडियन टाइम जोन के अराउंड आई थिंक 12 या 2 बजे के आसपास होगा अभी रात को. एक फ़ोन कॉल होने वाली है शायद. लेट्स सी क्या वहाँ पर बातचीत होती है. ये लास्ट जो इंसिडेंट हुआ था उसके बाद नेक्स्ट फर्स्ट कॉल है जब वो वाइट हाउस आए थे.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. We are waiting for details on a phone call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The White House says it is underway at this hour. Zelensky says he wants to know more about Trump's call yesterday with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
We will discuss the details about the next steps, and I think I will hear from him the details of his conversation with Putin.
President Zelensky spoke through an interpreter in Finland ahead of the call. White House Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff says the president's conversation with Putin yesterday was epic.
I tend to believe that President Putin is operating in good faith. He said that he was going to be operating in good faith to the president yesterday, and I take him at his word.
Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff tells Bloomberg Radio and Television that Putin agreed to limit attacks on Ukraine's energy and infrastructure. He says a full ceasefire could be agreed within weeks. Ahead of today's call, Zelensky confirmed a new prisoner swap with Russia. He says 197 Ukrainians were returned by the Kremlin. They are taking to the streets in Jerusalem. Thousands have gathered outside the Knesset in Jerusalem to protest Israel ending the ceasefire in Gaza. Demonstrators are accusing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of undermining efforts to free the remaining hostages held by Hamas. Meantime, the United Nations says one of its staffers was killed today and 5 others wounded in an explosion in the Gaza Strip. It's not clear what caused it. Markets have been reeling in Turkey after the arrest of one of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's main political rivals. Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu was taken into custody overnight. We get more from Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
The pretext for that is obviously that he didn't have the qualifications to run for president in the next election in 2028, that his qualifications for a higher degree are void, and there's also part of a broader soup of inappropriate actions inside Turkey, which is something that he denies. But this would all rule him out from being nominated as the opposition candidate.
Bloomberg's Roz Matheson reports the Turkish lira fell as much as 10% after İmamoğlu's arrest, and the main stock index in Istanbul right now is down nearly 9%. Stocks in this country are higher, led by tech shares ahead of today's decision from the Federal Reserve. Jay Powell and company are expected to keep interest rates on hold while they wait to see how President Trump's policies affect the economy. Brian Levitt is a global market strategist at Invesco.
I don't think you're going to see a lot of volatility around the Fed. We still have inflation at the upper end of the comfort zone, still a little bit concerned about what tariffs.
अगर जेलेंस्की मान गया तो क्रूड ऑयल बेरिस हो जाएगा फिर. हाँ, अगर जेलेंस्की तो मान ही गया है, आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है मेन बातचीत वही ट्रम्प और पुतिन के बीच होनी है, क्योंकि कल जो उनकी फ़ोन कॉल हुई थी उसमें उन्होंने ये तो नहीं कहा है कि मैं 100% मान गया हूँ, बट आई थिंक उन्होंने कहा है कि 30 डेज़ का कर सकते हैं. अब उसमें भी कुछ कंडीशन है, तो जेलेंस्की के मानने ना मानने से कुछ नहीं होने वाला. मेनली ट्रम्प और पुतिन ही हैं जो आपस में डिसाइड कर रहे हैं. पुतिन मान गए तो ये क्रूड ऑयल के लिए बेरिस ही न्यूज़ है, बट थोड़ा सा मिडिल ईस्ट का भी देखना. मिडिल ईस्ट में कहीं इजराइल कुछ और गाजा में ना कर दे, कुछ भरोसा नहीं है वहाँ पर भी. कुछ अगर गाजा में हो जाता है और थोड़ा परसों अटैक हुआ है, 400 लोग मारे गए वहाँ पे, ऐसा ही कुछ अटैक कर दिया वापस से. हिजबुल्ला पे या फिर ईरान पे, तो फिर क्रूड ऑयल पे अलग से इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है। बट अगर ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है तो यस, इट इज़ अ बेरिश न्यूज़ फॉर क्रूड ऑयल। लेट्स सी, देखते हैं क्या आता है। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इस ईयर कंप्लीट हो जाए वॉर जून के आसपास तक, तो बढ़िया है अपने मार्केट के लिए, तो अच्छा है। एटलीस्ट मार्केट तो ऊपर जाएंगे, नहीं तो फिर मार्केट भी उसी मिडिल में लटके रहेंगे, ऊपर जाए ना जाए। इन्वेंट्री आ चुकी है क्रूड ऑयल की। ठीक है, देखो इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर प्राइस। तीन में से एक इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल के लिए पॉजिटिव आई है, दो नेगेटिव आई हैं। मतलब एक का इम्पैक्ट पॉजिटिव है, एक की वजह से प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए, दो की वजह से नीचे आना चाहिए। तो ओवरऑल हम कहेंगे इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। लेट्स सी इम्पैक्ट क्या पड़ता है, बिकॉज कैंडल देखोगे तो हल्का सा गैप डाउन हुई और ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना के ऊपर जा रही है। बिल्कुल ही अपोजिट मोमेंटम है। इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। बाकी थोड़ा सा ये जो आपका क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री तो नेगेटिव आई है, यहाँ पर देख पा रहे होगे, यहाँ भी नेगेटिव दिख रही है क्लियरली। प्राइस के लिए, प्राइस को गिरना चाहिए क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री की वजह से। ईआई का जो स्टॉक आता है वो बहुत ज़्यादा पॉजिटिव आया है प्राइस के लिए, प्राइस को ऊपर जाना चाहिए। लेकिन जो गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री है, जितना फोरकास्ट किया था -2, आई है -0.5, तो वो भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा नेगेटिव है। तो ओवरऑल देखोगे तो इट इज़ नेगेटिव। बट लेट्स सी मार्केट किस तरह से लेता है। इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही है क्रूड ऑयल के लिए। लेट्स सी हाउ द मार्केट विल प्ले इट आउट। कैंडल तो ओपन इक्वल टू लो बना दिए, तो इट मीन्स सेलर तो नहीं बैठे हैं यहाँ पर। ठीक है, इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। तीन में से दो इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव, एक पॉजिटिव आई है। वैसे मुझे लग रहा था पॉजिटिव ही आएगी, बिकॉज ये जो डेटा है ना तीसरा वाला गैसोलीन का, ये मुझे लग रहा था जिस तरह से फोरकास्ट काफ़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ा दिया था इन्होंने लास्ट प्रीवियस वीक के कंपैरिजन में, -5 से -2। तो ऐसा लग रहा था ये भी प्राइस के लिए पॉजिटिव ही होगा। बट ये वैसे आया नेगेटिव ही है, तो हम नेगेटिव ही मान के चलेंगे। तो ओवरऑल तीन में से दो इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव, एक पॉजिटिव। बट प्राइस बिल्कुल ही अपोजिट डायरेक्शन मोमेंटम में है, ध्यान रखना। लेट्स सी क्या ये ऊपर तक जाता है, अगर चला जाए तो बेस्ट है, यहाँ तक यहाँ से सेलिंग अच्छी आ जाएगी। इस इन्वेंट्री तो नेगेटिव ही है, बता दिया मैंने। तीन में से दो इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई हैं, बट कुछ इम्पैक्ट ऐसा हो नहीं रहा है खास। नॉर्मली जो हमें एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहिए था। कैंडल ही ओपन इक्वल टू लो बनी है, देखो कैंडल इज इक्वल टू ओपन इक्वल टू लो। अब और कोई डेटा तो नहीं है आज। शाम को एफओएमसी का स्टेटमेंट रिलीज़ होगा, वो आपका 11:30 से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, 12 बजे उनकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी। बाकी रेट कट मुझे जहाँ तक लग रहा है वो फोरकास्ट भी न्यूट्रल ही है, तो न्यूट्रल ही रहेगा, कोई चेंज नहीं होने वाला। हाँ, यहाँ से सेल कर सकते हैं बिल्कुल। ये उसी लिए बनाया हुआ है कि यहाँ पर आ जाए तो सेलिंग कर लें। कल भी सेलिंग आई थी, कल भी पूछा था जब आपने, याद होगा। जब वो सडनली ऊपर एक विक बनाया था मार्केट ने न्यूज़ की वजह से, उसके बाद वहाँ से सेलिंग दोबारा आई थी। वही जोन है। ये नीचे आता है तो बाई भी कर सकते हो, दोनों ही लेवल अच्छे हैं। टाइम भी काफ़ी है, अभी तो 8 ही बज रहा है। नेचुरल गैस को क्या हो गया, आई डोंट नो। इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव ही है, यस, इन्वेंट्री इज नेगेटिव। स्कैल पे मिला था कल। हाँ, वो मार्केट क्लोजिंग टाइम पर भी आया था एक्चुअली। ऊपर से जो सेलिंग आई थी वो लगभग 10:45 के आसपास आई थी, तो क्लोज होते होते सिर्फ 2 ही कैंडल बची थी उसके बाद। देखते हैं क्लोज कहाँ पर आती है। अगर एक क्लोजिंग वापस एफईजी के नीचे आ गई तो इट मीन्स अभी भी एफईजी इंटैक्ट ही है, या फिर आप कह सकते हो 5815 के नीचे ही रही तो अभी भी कह सकते हैं ऊपर से प्रेशर है सेलिंग का इन क्रूड ऑयल। बाकी यूएस टेक 100 को देखोगे, यूएस 100 को देखोगे, नैस्डैक को, वो भी रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, ठीक है, 19,650। वैसे तो 600 टू 700 पूरा ही रेजिस्टेंस है, अपर लेवल पे है रेजिस्टेंस के। नेचुरल गैस भी आ जाए ऊपर, थोड़ी क्रूड ऑयल भी 5000। 860 के अराउंड अच्छा ही रहेगा। आगे देखो, दोनों ही पॉसिबिलिटी है। ये क्रूड ऑयल में ध्यान रखना, मैं इन्वेंट्री को नहीं बात कर रहा हूँ। इन्वेंट्री को अगर आप हटा भी दो, ऊपर आ सकता है, हो सकता है नीचे भी आ जाए। नीचे आ जाए तो भी यहाँ बाइंग अच्छी हो सकती है, ठीक है, सपोर्ट अच्छा ही है अभी भी। मेरे अकॉर्डिंग एक बार और नीचे आ जाए तो भी चलेगा। इसलिए जो लोग बाइंग में बैठे हुए थे पहले से, अपना हाफ प्रॉफिट तो पहले ही बुक कर चुके होंगे। आई होप ट्रेल कर रहे हैं तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल का जरूर यूज़ करना, छोड़ मत देना, ठीक है। 6,815 के ऊपर ये कैंडल क्लोज नहीं हुई तो फिर इट मीन्स अभी भी सेलर इंटैक्ट ही बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे, विच इज़ नॉट गुड। फॉरेक्स में ओपन इक्वल टू हाई नहीं है, नहीं है। फॉरेक्स में तो नहीं है ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, बिल्कुल नहीं है, बट एमसीएक्स में तो बनाया है इसने। एमसीएक्स में बनाया है लेकिन अभी भी एफईजी पर ही इंटैक्ट है। एक रिस्क सेलिंग का लें क्या यहाँ से, एक सेलिंग कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो नहीं होती ना तो यहाँ पर डायरेक्टली सेलिंग भी बढ़िया ही थी एक्चुअली। यूएस 100 का ध्यान रखना, वो रेजिस्टेंस पे जरूर है नैस्डैक 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्ट हो गया। नैस्डैक और क्रूड का चार्ट ना बिल्कुल एक जैसा ही लग रहा है मुझे तो, फर्क इतना ही है कि दोनों में से पहले कौन गिरेगा। को ऊपर ही ले जाओ, नहीं एक बार नीचे भी ना बनता आना इसको लॉजिकली थोड़ा सा, यहाँ पर आके डीप सपोर्ट ले ले थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि अभी अपर लेवल सपोर्ट ले गया ना, थोड़ा सा और डीप लेवल से सपोर्ट लेके जाए। कुछ बायर बच गए होंगे यहाँ पर लेना, एटलीस्ट वो भी आ जाएंगे साथ में। हाँ हो सकता है उस केस में यहाँ कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस ही बन जाए, फिर तो बात अलग है, फिर तो ऊपर ही जाएगा ही नहीं। एक तो इन्वेंट्री भी नेगेटिव आई है लेकिन मार्केट बिल्कुल उसके अपोजिट मूव कर रहा है इन्वेंट्री के अकॉर्डिंग। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, रुकना नहीं है लाइक करने में। जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, कम ऑन लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग। कोई क्वेश्चन है तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हो। को हो चुका है प्रॉफिट, अवॉइड करना ठीक है अननेसेसरी ट्रेड लेने से। मुझे लग रहा है नेचुरल गैस में भी एक ट्रेड वैसे बनना तो चाहिए लॉजिकली, अब काफ़ी देर से साइडवेज है, किसी एक पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे आ जाता है। पर आ रहा है नेचुरल गैस भी. लुक एट दिस. ले ली नेचुरल गैस ने बिल्कुल रिवर्सल रिवर्सल कैंडल लग रही है. स्टिल एफईजी इंटैक्ट, अभी भी नहीं हुआ ब्रेक. इम्पेरियल को कैंडल ही क्लोज नहीं हुई. ना एफईजी के ऊपर क्लोज हुई, ना ही 5815 के ऊपर क्लोज हुई. तो अभी भी एफईजी इंटैक्ट ही है. भी एफईजी इंटैक्ट है. इसे कहते हैं पावर ऑफ एफईजी. ब्रेक ही नहीं हो पाया. देखो मोमेंटम होना है तो हो जाना चाहिए. अब क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस में नहीं होता है तो फिर एफओएमसी का ही वेट हो रहा है. इट मीन सब जगह. एंड क्रूड ऑयल में तो स्पेसिफिकली आज जो फोन कॉल होने वाली है यूएस प्रेसिडेंट और जेलेंस्की के बीच में, शायद उसका वेट हो, अगर अभी मूव नहीं आया. क्योंकि अब कोई ट्रिगर पॉइंट है नहीं आज के लिए. एफईजी के ऊपर लेवल से रिजेक्शन लिया है. फास्ट गिरना चाहिए. नहीं, पहले ले चुका है यहाँ पर एक बार ना. अपर लेवल से ये देख रहे होगे, यहाँ पर अपर लेवल से ऑलरेडी एक बार रेजिस्टेंस ले चुका है. सेकेंड टाइम आ रहा है. अब नहीं आया जल्दी नीचे तो फिर वो ऊपर ही चला जाएगा फिर इन केस. बहुत देर से रुका हुआ है. यहीं पर आ जाना चाहिए था सेलिंग में फास्ट इसको, यहाँ पर जो रिजेक्शन लिया था. बट जो उसके बाद साइडवेज हुआ है, नॉट हेल्थी. हेल्थ रिट्रेसमेंट तो कहीं से भी नहीं लग रहा वो. से आया तो US 100 ही आ गया सेलिंग में, 19,660 से ऑलरेडी गिर चुका है 100 पॉइंट 19,580 तक, और आएगा क्या नीचे 19,460। लिया उनका बढ़िया, ऑप्शन वालों का मुझे नहीं पता प्रीमियम कितना बचा होगा अब यहाँ पे, या फिर किसी ने ऑप्शन सेल किया है। फ्यूचर में ठीक है, जिन लोगों ने अगर 1 लॉट भी लिया है या फिर 10 लॉट वटेवर, मोमेंटम में अभी भी प्रॉफिट में ही है अच्छे खासे। इन्वेंट्री में 4 के बुक कर लिया। क्या ट्रेड ले लिया आपने क्रूड इन्वेंट्री में, चांस वाली बाई किया सेल किया? वैसे आई नेगेटिव ही थी, प्राइस के बिल्कुल अपोजिट चला गया था। कौन सा ट्रेड लिया आपने? किसी ने प्ले आउट किया क्या इन्वेंट्री को? बाई किया था, इन्वेंट्री तो नेगेटिव थी, ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे बाई कर लिया डायरेक्टली? क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री तो नेगेटिव आई थी। मिनट में पहले 3 लॉट बाई किए थे 5 पॉइंट स्टॉप लॉस के साथ। अच्छा, स्कैल्पिंग टाइप किया होगा लाइक, राइट? बढ़िया है, स्कैल्पिंग में भी सही है।
जीवन में रात कितनी ही अंधेरी क्यों ना, लेकिन वो रात ही है, सुबह होना तय होता है। और इसलिए हमारे में वो पेशेंस चाहिए, आत्मविश्वास चाहिए। काम के लिए भेजा है, ये भाव होना चाहिए। और मैं अकेला नहीं हूँ, जिसने मुझे भेजा है वो मेरे साथ है, तो विश्वास होना चाहिए। कठिनाइयां मुझे विफल करने के लिए नहीं है, मुसीबतें मुझे मजबूत बनाने के लिए है। और मैं तो हर ऐसे संकट को, हर मुसीबत को हमेशा अवसर मानता हूँ। दूसरा, पेशेंस चाहिए, शॉर्टकट नहीं चलता। शॉर्टकट विल कट यू शॉर्ट, कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं होता। एक पेशेंस होना चाहिए, धीरज होनी चाहिए। और और हमने जो भी दायित्व मिलता है ना, उसमें जान भर देनी चाहिए, उसको मस्ती से जीना चाहिए, उसका आनंद लेना चाहिए। मुझे मेरे अपने सामर्थ्य से इसमें वृद्धि करनी चाहिए, मुझे मेरे सामर्थ्य से समाज को ज्यादा देना चाहिए। यानी मैं अच्छी स्थिति में हूं तो भी मेरे लिए करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है, अच्छी स्थिति में नहीं हूं तो भी करने के लिए बहुत काम है। जीवन में भीतर के विद्यार्थी को कभी मरने नहीं देना चाहिए, लगातार सीखते रहना चाहिए। भाई देखिए, पाने बनने के सपनों के बजाय कुछ करने का सपना देखो।
Our options expiring on one day. And even think about
नेचुरल गैस मुझे लग रहा है शायद ऊपर आता नीचे आता दोनों जगह पे, बाइंग सेलिंग एक्सपेक्टेड ही है वापस से। क्रूड तो लग रहा है साइडवेज ही है, एंड यस आई नो एज यू मेंशन ट्रम्प की कॉल का ही वेट कर रहे हैं। यूएस में भी मार्केट ऑलरेडी ओपन है, तो भी देखना पड़ेगा एग्जैक्टली वहाँ के टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग किस समय वो कॉल होती है। वैसे तो उन्होंने कहा है 10 AM ET, इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में अगर देखोगे तो इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग 7:30 होता है क्या? वाह, फिर तो हो गई होगी कॉल आई थिंक। अभी तक कुछ अपडेट आया नहीं। 10 AM यूएस मार्केट के अकॉर्डिंग देखोगे, यूएस टाइम जोन के अकॉर्डिंग, ईस्टर्न टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग, इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग 7:30 PM होता है। वी आर ऑलरेडी एट 8:30, तो मुझे लग रहा है तो कॉल चल रही है या फिर हो चुकी है। कुछ अपडेट आता है तो मुझे लग रहा है क्रूड ऑयल उसका इम्पैक्ट दिखा सकता है। अभी तक कुछ अपडेट नहीं है रिगार्डिंग दैट कॉल बिटवीन ट्रम्प एंड जेलेंस्की।
ceasefire. Before we get there, we're working towards things like a prisoner swap. We're working towards a maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea. That's important too. There was also a conversation yesterday about maybe an agreement to limit attacks on energy infrastructure. And we'd love to build on that, because earlier on this morning we heard from the Ukrainian leader who said that overnight Russia sent 150 drones and hit Ukrainian energy. I just wonder what was actually agreed and whether Russia crossed the line overnight.
Well, what was agreed between the two presidents was, and it was at President Trump's suggestion, that there be a cessation of attacks on energy infrastructure from both sides and all.
Sarmaji, good evening. Welcome once again. Thank you so much for joining channel membership. If you have any question, you can ask in the comment box. Comment box में पूछ सकते हो. इस भी देखो सेलिंग में आप तो आ गया है ऑलरेडी 19,660 670 से चेकआउट करोगे 100 पॉइंट फॉल कर गया कुछ लाइक ट्रम्प की कॉल विद जेलेंस्की कुछ खास नहीं होता है तो आ जाना चाहिए नीचे उस कॉल में कुछ होता है तो बात अलग है फिर मार्केट हो सकता है और ऊपर चला जाए अदरवाइज ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस से अच्छी खासी सेलिंग आई है लेट्स सी कंटिन्यू करता है तो और अगर नीचे मेरे अकॉर्डिंग अब आता है 19,400 430 के अकॉर्डिंग तो ब्रेक होके सीधा 19,300 जाना चाहिए अगर वो ब्रेक हुआ नीचे वाला डे लो का सपोर्ट आज का Please ask your question if you have any question related to the market. This candle again open equal to low है बिल्कुल है MCX में भी है Forex में भी है शायद ये open equal to low crude oil की
And civilian infrastructure, for that matter, also working towards a Black Sea moratorium on hits on naval vessels and freighters carrying grain and things of that sort, and ultimately that would evolve into a full-on ceasefire, which is a bit more complicated because there's a 2,000-kilometer border, there's Kursk, and there's a lot of details that go into that. But with regard to your question on some of the reporting with regard to the Russian drones last night, I have it on good information from a telephone call I had before I went on this show that President Putin issued an order within 10 minutes of his call with the president directing Russian forces not to be attacking any Ukrainian energy infrastructure. And any attacks that happened last night would have happened before that order was given. In fact, the Russians tell me this morning that 7 of their drones were on their way when President Putin issued his order, and they were shot down by Russian forces. So I tend to believe that President Putin is operating in good faith. He said that he was going to be operating in good faith to the president yesterday, and I take him at his word.
इन्वेंट्री तो नेगेटिव ही आई थी बट मार्केट फिलहाल ऊपर ही जा रहा है ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है पहुंच जाता है तो बढ़िया ही है बाकी याद रखना थोड़ा सा क्रूड ऑयल वॉलेटिलिटी भी दिखा सकता है सडन बड़ी कोई कैंडल किसी एक साइड पे ट्रम्प की बातचीत में भी चल रही होगी अभी जेलेंस्की के साथ, इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग देखा जाए तो उसका भी इम्पैक्ट होना ही है।
Normally we say, we're in a holding pattern waiting for the Fed rate decision, and the Fed rate decision, we're not expecting a change in policy, are we? But there could be a lot of emphasis on whether we get anything slightly dovish or slightly hawkish from the Fed versus current market expectations.
Yeah, it's an interesting Fed decision. Good morning, Anna, because it's going to have a big impact on short-term trading, but not really change the medium-term.
मेरे पास ट्रेडिंग व्यू का प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसमें चार्ट देखते हो आप। क्रूड ऑयल में ऑप्शन बाई करता हूँ धन ऐप में, और चार्ट ट्रेडिंग व्यू का देखता हूँ। इसमें चार्ट लेट चलता है, ऑप्शन में मोमेंटम हो जाती है तब तक। नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है। ट्रेडिंग व्यू का चार्ट तो अच्छा है। ट्रेडिंग व्यू का चार्ट इवन मैं कहूँगा आप कोई भी ब्रोकर उठा के देख लो, उनसे ज़्यादा फास्ट चलता है। 5 सेकेंड लेट होगा अगर आपका फ्री वर्जन है। अगर पेड वर्जन है, चाहे वो कोई भी पेड वर्जन हो, लोएस्ट वाला पेड वर्जन भी क्यों ना हो, वो अप टू डेट चलता है। जो फ्री वर्जन होगा वो 5 सेकेंड ही लेट चलता है, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं। ठीक है, बाकी मैं ये कहूँगा वो आपका जो मेन चार्ट रहता है किसी भी ब्रोकर का, उससे फास्ट चलता है। बाकी मुझे पता नहीं आप ये जो चार्ट यूज़ करते हो ट्रेडिंग व्यू में क्रूड ऑयल का, वो फॉरेक्स का करते हो या फिर एमसीएक्स का? क्योंकि याद रखना, जो आपके ऑप्शन पर्टिकुलरली मूव करते हैं ना, वो फ्यूचर के प्राइस के अकॉर्डिंग अलाइन होके मूव करते हैं, ना कि स्पॉट के या फॉरेक्स के। तो थोड़ा बहुत उसमें ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है कि अगर आप फॉरेक्स का चार्ट यूज़ कर रहे हो कोई भी, चाहे वो क्रूड ऑयल हो, नेचुरल गैस हो, गोल्ड, सिल्वर, और उनके अगर ऑप्शन ट्रेड कर रहे हो या इवन फ्यूचर भी ट्रेड कर रहे हो, तो डिफरेंस आ सकता है। वो लॉजिकली है, फॉरेक्स में डिफरेंस आना ही है। वो उसके लिए कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता, बिकॉज जो आपका फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है वहाँ पर वॉल्यूम बहुत ज़्यादा है। चाहे कोई भी ब्रोकर हो, फॉरेक्स का जो चार्ट शो करता है वहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम होता है, और हमारे जो ऑप्शन और फ्यूचर मूव करते हैं वो थोड़ा सा कम वॉल्यूम के साथ मूव करते हैं। एंड ऑप्शन जो पर्टिकुलरली मूव करते हैं वो फ्यूचर के चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ही अलाइन होते हैं। कई बार ऐसा देखोगे कि लाइक ये क्रूड ऑयल का फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है, वो लाइक 100 पॉइंट मूव कर गया फॉरेक्स में। एग्जाम्पल के लिए बता रहा हूँ, फॉरेक्स में $100 तो मूव नहीं करेगा डायरेक्टली, 100 पॉइंट जैसा मूव कर गया। बट आपका ऑप्शन हो सकता है सिर्फ 10-15 पॉइंट ही मूव किया हो, कॉल या पुट जो भी आपने बाई किया है। उसका रीज़न ही है कि आप जो फॉरेक्स का चार्ट यूज़ करते हो वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम के साथ ट्रेड होता है। वहाँ ऑप्शन ट्रेड होते नहीं है, ऑप्शन वो अपने वहाँ ट्रेड करते होंगे, डायरेक्टली फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड नहीं होते। फॉरेक्स में डायरेक्टली फॉरेक्स एक तरह से जैसे शेयर हम बाई करते हैं इक्विटी में, वैसा ही खेल है वहाँ पे। तो ये थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस है। तो अगर आप ऑप्शन ही ट्रेड करते हो तो आई विल सजेस्ट एमसीएक्स यूज़ कर लो, बेटर है। बाकी फॉरेक्स करोगे तो थोड़ा सा ऑप्शन में दिक्कत आ सकती है। मैं तो नहीं कहूँगा 100%, बट या थोड़ी बहुत प्राइस अलग तरीके से मूव करता है, कम या ज़्यादा, तो उसमें हो सकता है थोड़ा सा आपको डिफरेंस देखने के लिए मिले। अगर आप फ्यूचर करते हो तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी, या फिर ऑप्शन सेल करते हो तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी। अगर फ्यूचर ट्रेड करोगे तो लगभग उतना ही मोमेंटम रहता है, और भी अच्छा लेवल मिलेगा आपको फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग। ठीक है। फिर आप ये कर सकते हो कि आप डायरेक्टली फॉरेक्स में ही ट्रेड करो, एमसीएक्स छोड़ दो, तो वो भी एक ऑप्शन हो सकता है, क्योंकि फिर उसमें डायरेक्टली अलाइन हो जाएगा चार्ट आपके साथ। नहीं तो फॉरेक्स का चार्ट यूज़ करोगे तो ऑप्शन में थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम आएगी। ऑप्शन के लिए बेस्ट रहता है या तो ऑप्शन का खुद का चार्ट यूज़ कर लो, या फिर क्योंकि ऑप्शन की कोई अपनी खुद की वैल्यू होती नहीं, वो भी ड्राइव होता है फ्यूचर के थ्रू, तो बेटर है कि उसका फ्यूचर का चार्ट लगा लो। जैसे बैंक निफ्टी निफ्टी में भी मैं फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करता हूँ, ठीक है। प्राइस मोमेंटम देखने के लिए मैं फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करता हूँ, चाहे फ्यूचर ट्रेड करूँ या फिर ऑप्शन। मैं इक्विटी का या फिर जो हम स्पॉट का चार्ट करते यूज़ करते हैं ना, वो नहीं करते। आप करके देखना एक बार, आप निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी या कोई भी इंडाइसेस उठा लेना। कई बार ऐसा होगा कि निफ्टी आपको स्पॉट में दिखेगा 100 पॉइंट मूव कर गया निफ्टी, या बैंक निफ्टी ऐसे 100 पॉइंट मूव कर गया, बट वो फ्यूचर में सिर्फ 50 पॉइंट ही मूव किया होता है। और दोनों लेवल पे आपने कोई एक सेम कॉल ऑप्शन बाई करी है, मान लो 45,000 का कोई कॉल ऑप्शन या 50,000 का कोई कॉल ऑप्शन बाई किया था 100 पे, तो अगर ये 100 पॉइंट, और मान लो ये एटीएम था एट दी मनी का, तो लॉजिकली अगर ये 100 पॉइंट मूव किया है स्पॉट में, तो इसको 50 पॉइंट बढ़ना चाहिए इस 100 प्रीमियम को, तो ये एक से 100 से 150 पहुंच जाना चाहिए, राइट, लॉजिकली। बट ये 150 पहली बात तो पहुंचेगा नहीं, क्योंकि आपका जो फ्यूचर है वो एक्चुअली सिर्फ 50 पॉइंट ही मूव किया है। तो अगर ये एटीएम है भी ऑप्शन, आपने जो कॉल ऑप्शन बाई किया, तो सिर्फ 25 पॉइंट बढ़ेगा, मतलब 100 से 125 ही जाएगा। फिर आप सोचोगे यार ये तो 100 पॉइंट मूव कर गया लेकिन मेरा मूव नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि फ्यूचर में थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम अलग तरीके से होता है, ठीक है। हम स्पॉट को ट्रेड भी नहीं कर सकते, तो नॉर्मली जो ट्रेडेबल अंडरलाइंग एसेट्स होते हैं उन्हीं को अगर आप देखोगे, उन्हीं के चार्ट को, तो बेटर रहेगा। हाँ, उनमें एक थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये रहती है कि वॉल्यूम कम रहता है, तो कई बार चार्ट उतना प्रॉपरली दिखता नहीं, बट हमारे पास यही ऑप्शन है और कुछ कर नहीं सकते इंडिया में। बफर हो रहा है? नहीं, बफर होना तो नहीं चाहिए। क्लियर आ रहा है क्या, बता दो एक बार। मेरी वॉइस आ रही होगी ना क्लियर? कोई इशू तो नहीं आ रहा है स्क्रीन पे? ऑप्शन के लिए फ्यूचर का चार्ट यूज़ करो। अगर जो लोग सिर्फ ऑप्शन बाइंग करते हैं ना, मैं उनको बार बार सजेस्ट करता हूँ कि फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करो। मैंने कई बार आप लोगों को दिखाया भी है लाइव मार्केट में, मोमेंटम ही नहीं आता अगर आप स्पॉट के चार्ट में पड़ जाओगे पीछे। तो मैंने देखा है मैक्सिमम लोग स्पॉट का ही चार्ट यूज़ करते हैं, मैं समझ में नहीं आता करते क्यों है। आपको डिफरेंस देखना है, मैं आपको यही दिखा देता हूँ। ये देखो, एक डिफरेंस आपको देखना है ना, कितना डिफरेंस होता है। ये बैंक निफ्टी आपका फ्यूचर का चार्ट है, और ये बैंक निफ्टी आपका, और ये सबके लिए अप्लाई होता है। ऐसा नहीं कि बैंक निफ्टी दिखा रहा हूँ तो बैंक निफ्टी के लिए अप्लाई होता है, ठीक है। डिफरेंस देखो चार्ट में, आपको वैसे ही दिख जाएगा डिफरेंस, ठीक है। लुक एट द फर्स्ट कैंडल, आपको हर एक कैंडल में डिफरेंस दिख जाएगा। ये तो 15 मिनट का लगाया, कोई भी टाइम फ्रेम का लगा लो। अभी फर्स्ट कैंडल जो ओपन हुई, और यहाँ जो आज फर्स्ट कैंडल ओपन हुई, डिफरेंस बिल्कुल दिख रहा होगा आपको, ठीक है। यहाँ पर इसकी ओपनिंग है, मार्केट ने हाई बनाया 71 पॉइंट ओपनिंग के बाद। सेम लेवल पे ये देखो 9:15 की पहली कैंडल है, ओपन हुआ, लगभग 88 पॉइंट का हाई बनाया, तो लगभग 20 पॉइंट तो गायब ही कर दिया ना इसने। वो गायब कहाँ हुए? गायब नहीं हुए। हुआ क्या है, मोमेंटम ही इस तरह से होता है। अब ऑप्शन में मान लो, एग्जांपल के लिए बता रहा हूँ, ओपन हुआ, ओपन होके मान लो मार्केट में किसी ने बाई किया होगा ओपन होते ही स्कैल्पिंग के लिए, तो लॉजिकली 88 पॉइंट ऊपर गया है, तो ऑप्शन भी लगभग 40, अगर एट दी मनी ले रहे हो तो 40 टू 50 पॉइंट मूव करना चाहिए। बट वो मूव ही नहीं करेगा, वो मैक्सिमम 30 टू 35 पॉइंट ही मूव करेगा, राइट। तो ये थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस आ जाता है ना प्राइस में, इसलिए बेस्ट है फ्यूचर चार्ट अगर आप पर्टिकुलरली ऑप्शन ही ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो। बाकी ऑप्शन सेल कर रहे हो, फ्यूचर ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो बात अलग है, फिर तो आप फ्यूचर का या फिर फॉरेक्स का चार्ट लगा लोगे, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी। स्पेशली ऑप्शन सेलिंग कर रहे हो तो बहुत बढ़िया है, फ्यूचर कर रहे हो तो और बढ़िया, क्योंकि दोनों में मार्जिन सेम ही चाहिए। ऑप्शन के लिए बिल्कुल फ्यूचर चार्ट यूज़ करो, और कहीं भी हो फ्यूचर ही यूज़ करो। चाहे क्रूड ऑयल करो, नेचुरल गैस करो, या फिर निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी भी क्यों ना करते हो, ठीक है। भी ट्रेड करते होंगे जो लोग क्रिप्टो ट्रेड करते होंगे, अगर ऑप्शन ट्रेड करते हो क्रिप्टो में, तो आजकल जो हम चार्ट यूज़ करते हैं वो स्पॉट का चार्ट नहीं होता, आप सब लोगों को पता है, राइट। उसकी एक्सपायरी नहीं होती, लेकिन वो स्पॉट का चार्ट नहीं है, वो फ्यूचर का चार्ट होता है। पहले दो तरह के फ्यूचर होते थे क्रिप्टो में, सब लोगों को पता होता होगा। एक वो फ्यूचर जिनकी एक्सपायरी होती थी मंथली, एक वो फ्यूचर एक्सपायरी बिल्कुल नहीं होती थी। अब तो सारे ब्रोकर ने वो हटा ही दिया है, वो वाले सारे फ्यूचर जिनके एक्सपायरी हुआ करती थी। अब उस जितने भी फ्यूचर हम ट्रेड करते हैं उनकी एक्सपायरी नहीं होती, तो एक तरह से वो स्पॉट ही हो गया, बट वो है एक्चुअली फ्यूचर। आप आज भी बिटकॉइन को या किसी भी क्रिप्टो करेंसी को सर्च करोगे जो थोड़ा ट्रेडेबल है, वहाँ पर दो चार्ट मिलते हैं, एक स्पॉट का चार्ट मिलता है उसका, और एक फ्यूचर का चार्ट मिलता है, ठीक है। 99.99% लोग फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करते हैं। तो क्रिप्टो में करते हो तो निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी और कमोडिटी में क्यों नहीं करते हो, अगर ऑप्शन ही ट्रेड कर रहे हो, सोचना। के लिए तो फिर इंडियन चार्ट ही यूज़ करो, बेटर रहेगा, ठीक है। अगर ऑप्शन ट्रेडिंग कर रहे हो तो इंडियन चार्ट ही यूज़ करो। बाकी थोड़ी बहुत अगर आदत हो जाए फॉरेक्स इंडियन चार्ट से समझ जाओ मोमेंटम, टाइम लेके, तब फिर जाना चाहो तो फॉरेक्स में जा सकते हो, बट थोड़ा बहुत वहाँ पर क्यूरियस रहना पड़ेगा आपको। बाकी अगर फ्यूचर करते हो या फिर ऑप्शन सेलिंग करते हो तो फिर कोई भी चार्ट यूज़ कर सकते हो। ऑप्शन बाइंग अगर स्पेसिफिकली कर रहे हो तो फ्यूचर ही करना मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। क्रूड ऑयल फॉरेक्स में रेजिस्टेंस पर है, देख लेता हूँ फॉरेक्स का चार्ट एक बार। मोमेंट पहले वहाँ होता है फॉरेक्स में, नहीं मुझे पता है होता है फॉरेक्स में, क्योंकि वहाँ वॉल्यूम ज़्यादा है ना, उसका रीजन ही है। आप कोई भी फॉरेक्स ब्रोकर देखोगे वहाँ वॉल्यूम इंडियन मार्केट के कंपैरिजन में बहुत हाई है। अब जैसे ये अभी हम ट्रेड कर रहे हैं ना, ये कहाँ ट्रेड कर रहे हैं, ये जो ब्रोकर आप देख रहे हो ट्रेडिंग व्यू में, ये जो डेटा है कौन प्रोवाइड कर रहा है, ये एमसीएक्स प्रोवाइड कर रहा है, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस का डेटा। सेम डेटा आप एनएससी में भी ट्रेड कर सकते हो। कॉमोडिटी को ट्रेड करना है तो हम किस में कर सकते हैं, एनएससी में भी ट्रेड कर सकते हैं करने को, बट वहाँ पर मोमेंटम और स्लो है बिकॉज वॉल्यूम ही कम है और कम है एमसीएक्स के कंपैरिजन में। तो एक तरह से इसको आप ऐसे देखो लाइक क्रूड ऑयल ट्रेड कर रहे हो, सबसे ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम फॉरेक्स में है, राइट। उससे कम वॉल्यूम एमसीएक्स में है, राइट। उससे कम वॉल्यूम कहाँ मिलेगा आपको, एनएसई में, अगर आप कमोडिटी ट्रेड करो क्रूड ऑयल को, तो आप क्रूड ऑयल में कहीं पर भी ट्रेड करते हो, सबसे बेस्ट है फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड करना, फिर एमसीएक्स में ट्रेड करना, फिर एनएसई में ट्रेड करना, क्योंकि वॉल्यूम बहुत ज़्यादा है। बट ऑप्शन बाइंग थोड़ा सा मोमेंटम के लिए ही ट्रेडेबल है। अगर मोमेंटम नहीं है तो फिर ऑप्शन बाई करके फ़ायदा क्या है। अब जैसे यहीं पर है, कोई बाइंग करके बैठ जाए यहीं पर, मोमेंटम ही नहीं आया तो थीटा डी होना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, या तो फिर उसमें फॉरेक्स में फ्यूचर ट्रेड कर लो या फिर ऑप्शन सेल कर दो। तो इसलिए बेटर है कि ऑप्शन अगर बाइंग ही करना है या फिर वही करना है तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो एम6 चार्ट इज़ बेस्ट। बाकी अगर आप कर सकते हो मैनेज फॉरेक्स में तो फिर वहाँ पर वो फिर आपकी स्किल पर डिपेंड करता है, उसमें कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ अलग हो जाएगा। अगर आप स्किल मैनेज कर सकते हो तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो फॉरेक्स चार्ट सबसे बेस्ट रहता है, ठीक है। ना गैप अप है, ना गैप डाउन है, ना कैंडल ऊपर नीचे ओपन हो रही है, ऊपर से पूरा प्राइस एक्शन है। हमारा मार्केट तो क्लोज जाएगा अभी 11:30 पे, सुबह 9 बजे ओपन होगा, उसके बीच का पूरा प्राइस एक्शन गायब हो जाएगा, राइट। वो सब कुछ मिल जाता है, तो वो एक बेनिफिट है। में देख लेते हैं फॉरेक्स कहाँ आ गया आपका। फॉरेक्स में भी अभी है, थोड़ा ऊपर ही है। फॉरेक्स में भी रेजिस्टेंस पे नहीं पहुंचा अभी, दूर है फॉरेक्स में भी। अपडेट ही नहीं आया कुछ, लाइक प्रेसिडेंट ट्रम्प और उनके बीच। जी बात करने वाले हैं या फिर वेनेसडे को करने वाले हैं एक बार? वेनेसडे आज ही है, वहाँ भी यूएस में भी वेनेसडे आज ही है। अभी तो या तो बात ही नहीं हुई या फिर लाइक अपडेट ही नहीं आया कुछ। सब्सक्रिप्शन लेना पड़ेगा। लेट चलता है ट्रेडिंग व्यू में। ट्रेडिंग व्यू में सिर्फ 5 सेकंड लेट चलता है डेटा, बस उससे ज़्यादा नहीं। इतना मैनेज कर सकते हो, 5 सेकंड इतना कुछ वो भी नहीं है, लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा भी नहीं है। बाकी लेना चाहो ले सकते हो इतना, लाइक सब्सक्रिप्शन महंगा भी नहीं है। 3 सब्सक्रिप्शन वहाँ पर आपको मिल जाते हैं, 3 में से कोई भी ले सकते हो, राइट। ज़रूरी नहीं है पूरा पैक वाला ही लो, अगर आपको सिर्फ डेटा ही चाहिए अप टू डेट, राइट, तो बेस्ट कौन सा है? बेस्ट आप इसेंशियल वाला ले लो। कितना पड़ता है वो? 1000 रुपीज़ पर मंथ पड़ता है। 1 साल का लोगे तो और बेटर है। साल का आई थिंक 11-12 हज़ार रुपये मिलता है, वो में पड़ जाता है। ठीक है। बाकी कोई ऑफ़र चल रहा हो लाइक ब्लैक फ्राइडे या फिर और भी बहुत सारी सेल आती हैं, वहाँ पर और कम में मिल जाता है। जैसे अभी देखोगे तो अभी भी शायद सेल चल रही होगी। ठीक है, बट वो एनुअली में मिलता है, लेकिन सिर्फ अगर एनुअली लोगे तो वो ले लो। 11-12 हज़ार रुपये साल का, ठीक है, उसमें कोई इतना ज़्यादा नहीं है। नहीं तो फिर दूसरा वाला पूरा अगर पैकेज लेना चाह रहे हो तो फिर वो लाइक 47-48 के आसपास चलता है, विच इज़ आई डोंट थिंक सो ज़रूरी है अगर आप बहुत प्रो में नहीं हो तो। ठीक है, उसमें आप तब लेना जब बहुत कोई ऑफर आता है, तब इस बेस्ट है। ठीक है, लिंक चाहिए तो मैं भेज देता हूँ। ठीक है, बाकी देखो एक्सनेस लोगे तो फिर उसमें लाइक सिर्फ फॉरेक्स ही ट्रेड कर सकते हो, ध्यान रखना। वहाँ पर इंडियन मार्केट का कुछ एक्सेस नहीं मिलेगा आपको, क्योंकि एक्सनेस एक फॉरेक्स ब्रोकर है। सो वहाँ पर आपको सिर्फ आप जो फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड करोगे वही अंडरलाइंग एसेट ट्रेड करने के लिए मिलेंगे, और नहीं मिलेंगे। जिनको ट्रेडिंग व्यू का सब्सक्रिप्शन लेना है, डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में लिंक है, वहाँ से ले सकते हैं। बाकी मैं यहाँ पर पोस्ट करूँगा तो ये शायद आई थिंक ऑटोमेटिकली डिलीट हो सकता है, तो ध्यान रखना, बिकॉज पता नहीं वर्क करेगा नहीं करेगा यहाँ पर। ठीक है, डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में लिंक है, वहाँ से देख लेना। वहाँ पर शायद एक ऑफर चल रहा होगा अभी, 16% ऑफ वाला। बाकी अगर इसमें भी करते हो, एक्सएनएस में भी करते हो, तो वहाँ पर मेरे अकॉर्डिंग वो बहुत सारे अलग अलग टाइप के अकाउंट होते हैं। तो वाला अकाउंट चूज़ करना, स्टैंडर्ड मत करना, क्योंकि उसमें फिर नहीं तो आपको जब फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड करोगे तो बहुत ज़्यादा एक तरह से ब्रोकेज जिसको हम कहते हैं, वहाँ पर ब्रोकेज नहीं कहा जाता उसको, जो डिफरेंस आ जाएगा आपके वो बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा पिप्स के बीच में ना। तो एक आई थिंक स्टैंडर्ड अकाउंट के ऊपर एक अकाउंट और होता है, वो कर लेना, वो ट्रेडेबल करने के लिए वो भी अच्छा है। फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड करना लीगल नहीं है। देखो, मैंने पहले ही बताया है फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड करने का थोड़ा सा लाइक एक ग्रे एरिया है, ना कम्प्लीटली लीगल है ना कम्प्लीटली इनलीगल है, ऐसा कुछ सिस्टम बना रखा है। जेलेंस्की मान नहीं रहा होगा। ये भी हो सकता है, क्या बताऊँ, अभी फाइट हो गई हो। चार्ट ही देखना है सर, एक्सनेस में क्या दिक्कत है फिर? नहीं, चार्ट देखना है तो एक्सनेस में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बट एक्सनेस में इंडियन मार्केट का नहीं दिखता है, मैं इतना वजह से बता रहा हूँ। अगर आपको सिर्फ चार्ट ही देखना है तो इंडियन मार्केट के चार्ट नहीं दिखेंगे, याद रखना, सिर्फ फॉरेक्स के ही चार्ट दिखते हैं, ठीक है? वहाँ कोई फ्यूचर वगैरह नहीं होता है, तो वो एक प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है अगर आप इंडियन मार्केट में ट्रेड करते हो। अगर सिर्फ फॉरेक्स में करते हो तो कोई इशू नहीं है फिर तो, सारे फॉरेक्स ब्रोकर अच्छे ही हैं। हाँ, प्रो इज़ बेस्ट, वो $500 वाला ना, उसमें पिप्स के बीच में डिफरेंस बहुत कम मिलता है एक्चुअली, कम लेना पड़ता है, जीरो ही है आई थिंक, मुझे कोई गलत नहीं होता। गोल्ड यार देखो, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो अभी एफओएमसी के बाद ही शायद कुछ प्रॉपर मूव करे। वैसे देखोगे तो थोड़ी देर पहले रेजिस्टेंस जोन पे था, वहां से सेलिंग आई थी, नीचे सपोर्ट है, लेट्स सी क्या करता है। थोड़ी देर पहले किसी ने लेवल पूछे थे, वही लेवल अभी भी चल रहे हैं। ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस था, वहां से सेलिंग आई, फिलहाल रुक गया यहीं पर मार्केट। अब मुझे लगता नहीं है वैसे मूव आएगा इसमें, चांसेस आर वेरी लेस। बाकी डेटा पे डिपेंड करता है, वैसे तो रेट कट कुछ होगा नहीं, वेरी हाई चांसेस न्यूट्रल ही रहने वाला है, तो उस पे हो सकता है मार्केट एक रिएक्शन दे। बाकी मेजरली मार्केट मुझे तो लग रहा है रेट कट के अलावा, क्योंकि ये तो न्यूट्रल ही होने वाला है। रशिया यूक्रेन के बीच में कुछ होता नहीं होता है ना, सीज फायर वगैरह, मेनली उसी पे लोग गोल्ड की नज़र है, क्योंकि गोल्ड बाई क्यों कर रहे हैं लोग, सिंपल सा रीज़न है, अनसर्टेनिटी है मार्केट में, इक्विटी काफ़ी बड़ा हुआ है तो वहाँ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग हो रही है, लोगों को सेफ हेवन चाहिए। ट्रम्प का कुछ भरोसा नहीं, आज इस कंट्री पे टैरिफ, कल दूसरी कंट्री पे टैरिफ, फिर टैरिफ हटा दो, तो उससे कन्फ्यूजन है मार्केट में, एक बैलेंस नहीं है। तो लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, सेफ हेवन में पैसा डाल रहे हैं, सिल्वर और गोल्ड में। जब उन्हें लगेगा कि पॉलिसी थोड़ी सी स्ट्रिक्ट हो चुकी है, बैलेंस बना हुआ है, तब फिर इन गोल्ड और सिल्वर से पैसा निकलना स्टार्ट होगा और इक्विटी मार्केट में जाएगा। एंड मेनली उसके पीछे रीजन है 2 अप्रैल का, क्योंकि उस दिन रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ आ जाएंगे, और जो उनके कॉमर्स मिनिस्टर हैं, नाम मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा, लूटेंटिंग करके नाम है उनका, कुछ एल से, उन्होंने अभी स्टेटमेंट दिया था, और उसके अलावा ट्रेजरी सेक्रेटरी हैं उन बेसेंट, उनकी ओर से भी स्टेटमेंट आया था कि उन्होंने कंट्री वाइज स्पेसिफिकली रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ बना दिए हैं कि किस कंट्री पे कितना लगाना है, ज़्यादा कम जो भी है, और वो अनाउंस 2 अप्रैल को होंगे। तो मुझे लग रहा है 2 अप्रैल तक ऐसा ही चलता रहेगा, उसके बाद शायद थोड़ा फिर कुछ हो, अनसर्टेनिटी बनी हुई है, उसकी वजह से ही थोड़ा सा गोल्ड बाइंग कंटिन्यूसली है, मेन रीज़न तो ये है। तक थोड़ी सी, जैसे कह सकते हो, बैलेंस नहीं हो जाता कि एक बार टैरिफ जितने लगाने लगा दो सारे, अब नहीं लगाएंगे ना कम करेंगे, फिर मार्केट को मार्केट थोड़ा सेफ हो जाएगा, तो फिर लोग इक्विटी में और पैसा डालना शुरू कर देंगे, गोल्ड और सिल्वर में प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आना स्टार्ट हो जाएगी। मुझे बता दिया आपको मैंने, कंफ्यूज क्यों हो रहे हो? ऑप्शन ट्रेड करते हो तो फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करो, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो यही सही रहेगा, ठीक है? ये मेरा ओपिनियन है, अगर आप ऑप्शन बाइंग ही करना चाह रहे हो या फिर यही करते हो तो फ्यूचर का ही चार्ट यूज़ करो। बाकी अगर आप फ्यूचर ट्रेड करते हो, फॉरेक्स ट्रेड करते हो, या फिर ऑप्शन सेलिंग करते हो, तो फिर आप कुछ भी यूज़ कर लो, ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट नहीं आता है, ठीक है? बट ऑप्शन बाइंग करते हो तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो फ्यूचर ही यूज़ करना चाहिए, फिर आप कहीं भी करो, क्रिप्टो करो, क्रूड करो, सिल्वर करो, गोल्ड करो, या फिर निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी करो। ये फ्यूचर ही चार्ट अगर देखना है तो वो आप ट्रेडिंग व्यू में ही देख पाओगे, या फिर आपका जो ब्रोकर है, जैसे धन का आप यूज़ करते हो, तो उसमें देख सकते हो। ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में जो चार्ट लगा रखा है वो, हाँ। अरे चार्ट ट्रेडिंग व्यू में ही है। ट्रेडिंग व्यू एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, ठीक है। ट्रेडिंग व्यू क्या है? एक प्लेटफॉर्म है। जैसे धन एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, जेरोधा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, राइट? ये प्लेटफॉर्म है जो हमें डेटा देते हैं। समझ में आ रहा है? एक्सनेस एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जो हमें डेटा दे रहा है, ठीक है, कि ये चार्ट यहाँ से देख लो, डेटा ये है। ऐसे बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म है। MCX है, ठीक है, NSE है। ये क्या है? ये एक्सचेंजेज हैं जहाँ से डेटा आ रहा है। समझ में आया? तो हम जो भी ट्रेड करते हैं वो प्लेटफॉर्म पर करते हैं, राइट? जैसे धन है, जेरोधा है, ट्रेडिंग व्यू है, ये प्लेटफॉर्म है। इन पे आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो। आप कहोगे ट्रेडिंग व्यू में कहाँ ट्रेड कर सकते हैं? कर सकते हैं ट्रेडिंग व्यू में भी ट्रेड। नीचे अपने ब्रोकर को कनेक्ट करो, डायरेक्टली ट्रेडिंग व्यू से ही बाई सेलिंग हो जाएगी, ठीक है। अब ट्रेडिंग व्यू ने कोई लाइसेंस तो लिया नहीं है कि हम ब्रोकर का, तो जिस दिन ले लेगा वो भी ट्रेडिंग कराना शुरू कर देगा। तो ये डिफरेंस है थोड़ा सा। बैंक निफ्टी में सुबह 30 मिनट के बाद मोमेंटम ही नहीं होता। नहीं, ऐसा भी नहीं है। थोड़ा टाइम फ्रेम कम कर लो, 15 मिनट का अगर नहीं यूज़ कर रहे हो तो। नेचुरल गैस भी सुपर साइडवेज है फिलहाल के लिए।
Picture at all. So I think a couple of weeks from now we'll not care about this Fed meeting because there's still too much uncertainty about ultimately what policies get sustained or delivered and sustained on trade and how they then feed through to the economy. So what the Fed does in a few months from now will still be will not be clarified tonight, and that's why I don't think this changes any of the macro picture. But in the short term it really makes a big difference because everyone's very uncertain how much the Fed will react in the short term to what we've seen so far from the new administration, what the indications are we're going to get. And therefore, there's massive short-term trading opportunities, but not long-term macro story here to consider.
Mark, if the Fed is uncertain, can I assume that the BOJ is uncertain and the ECB is uncertain and the Bank of England's uncertain? If the Fed is basically sitting on its hands, do other central banks have to do the same thing?
It's yes, the Fed is a leader, but I think there's...
Today, Russia agrees to stop attacking Ukraine's energy infrastructure for now.
What renewed Gaza strikes mean for Israel's internal policy.
Okay, एक और देखो न्यूज आ रही है गाजा से, जिसकी मैं थोड़ी देर पहले बात कर रहा था। जो इजरायली डिफेंस फोर्सेस है उन्होंने फिर से, ठीक है, ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट कर दिया है गाजा के अंदर। और डिटेल का थोड़ा वेट करेंगे। क्या ये जो खान यूनिस साइड का एरिया है उस साइड को जा रहे हैं या फिर क्या कर रहे हैं? बट दैट इज़ अ न्यूज़ राइट नाउ। वैसे कहा तो जा रहा है कि लिमिटेड ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन रहेगा। आई डोंट नो लिमिटेड है या फिर कैसा है। क्रूड ऑयल के लिए नेगेटिव होगी सर या फिर पॉजिटिव? देखो वैसे तो ये न्यूज़ पॉजिटिव ही है, बट अभी थोड़ा डिटेल और देखने दो, क्योंकि वहाँ पर ये कि जो पर्टिकुलरली वर्ड यूज़ किया है वो सोचने लायक है। लिमिटेड ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन, ऐसा नहीं कि बिल्कुल फुल फोर्स में चले गए। अब कितना सच है वी डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली। बाकी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस भी है क्रूड ऑयल में, ध्यान रखना। मैं तो मेनली अभी वही देख रहा हूँ कि लाइक ट्रम्प और जेलेंस्की के बीच में कुछ बातचीत हो भी रही है या फिर नहीं, कुछ पता ही नहीं चल रहा है बात का, लाइक कोई अपडेट ही नहीं है। भाई क्रूड ऑयल में भी यहाँ से एक सेलिंग का प्लान है, ठीक है। बाकी इस एफईजी को आप रिमूव कर सकते हैं, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। इसके ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज हो गई है तो दिस एफईजी इज़ नाउ नॉट वर्थी फॉर अस, ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। इस साइड पे हो गया क्रूड ऑयल एफईजी के ऊपर, जैसे ही क्लोज हुआ है ना 5815 के ऊपर। इंटरेस्टिंग है, देखना कैसे ट्रेल करता है यहाँ पर। कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल बनी है न्यूज़ की वजह से, देखते हैं कितना इम्पैक्ट डालती है। तो नहीं है, अब एफओएमसी का ही रेट चेंज का डेटा आएगा। हाँ अभी है, वहाँ पर भी एफईजी है, अभी कैंडल भी शायद ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है न्यूज़ की वजह से। पहले जो न्यूज़ आई थी लाइक आईडीएफ फोर्सेस हैव बिगन लिमिटेड ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन इन गाजा, उसका इम्पैक्ट हुआ है अभी इस पर्टिकुलर कैंडल पे। न्यूज़ भी समझ नहीं आती कि नेगेटिव हो गया पॉजिटिव, इसको कैसे पता करें कि कोई बुक सजेस्ट करो। देखो ये न्यूज़ है, लाइक स्पेसिफिकली कोई बुक मुझे तो नहीं पता ऐसी कोई बुक होगी। डेटा को देख सकते हो आप, आपको डेटा को देख के समझ में आ जाएगा, या फिर लाइक कोई न्यूज़ है उसका ओवरऑल इम्पैक्ट क्या होता है स्पेसिफिकली कमोडिटीज़ पे। कोई भी लाइक जैसे क्रूड ऑयल के लिए है, मिडिल ईस्ट से कोई भी न्यूज़ आती है तो नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट ही डालती है। इस इट हाईएस्ट, वन ऑफ द हाईएस्ट एरिया जहाँ से क्रूड ऑयल प्रोडक्शन होता है। तो न्यूज़ को देख सकते हो, उसके बेसिस पे एक इम्पैक्ट डाल सकता है मार्केट पे। बाकी बुक्स स्पेसिफिकली न्यूज़ बेस्ड कोई बुक तो मुझे भी नहीं पता, ऐसा कोई मैंने भी नहीं पढ़ी। लाइक कुछ बुक्स हैं, हो सकता है वो हेल्प कर लें, लाइक ऑपरेटर कैसे काम करते हैं उसके रिगार्डिंग एक बुक है मार्केट में। ठीक है, वो बुक आप पढ़ सकते हो। एडविन लेफरवी की एक बुक है, रेमन साइंसेस ऑफ अ स्टॉक ऑपरेटर। स्टॉक ऑपरेटर कैसे काम करता है वहाँ पर। एंड बाकी तो फिर और कोई बुक इसके रिगार्डिंग मुझे याद नहीं आती। ये फिर बुक अलग अलग हो गई, ट्रेडिंग इन द जोन देखोगे वो साइकोलॉजी पर ही है मेनली। जापानीज कैंडलस्टिक चार्टिंग टेक्निक की एक बुक है, वो भी पर्टिकुलरली कैंडल पे बेस्ड है। एंड एक टेक्निकल एनालिसिस पे बेस्ड बुक है, टेक्निकल एनालिसिस ऑफ द फाइनेंशियल मार्केट, वो कम्प्लीटली टेक्निकल हो गया तो न्यूज़ उसमें कवर नहीं होता। हाँ न्यूज़ थी, वही मैं बता रहा हूँ। थोड़ी देर पहले वो जो न्यूज़ अभी आई है, थोड़ी जस्ट कुछ मिनट्स पहले की है ये कैंडल ओपन हुई है ना, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई, सेम ही है कि आईडीएफ फोर्सेस ने एक लिमिटेड ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट कर दिया है गाजा में। और डिटेल आती है तो देखते हैं अभी। न्यूज़ वैसे नेगेटिव ही है बट लेट्स सी। गोल्ड भी देखते हैं, आता है नहीं ऊपर से तो रिजेक्शन लेके बैठी ही है साइडवेज 3013 के आसपास। मिलता है तो वहां पर बाइंग का प्लान करना 314 15 के अराउंड, 3014 15 के अराउंड। क्रूड ऑयल फॉरेक्स में लेवल चेक करो, उधर सेल जोन पे आ गया था क्रूड ऑयल, वहां से सेलिंग आया है। नहीं फॉरेक्स में भी नहीं आया, फॉरेक्स में भी थोड़ा सा और ऊपर है। M6 में तो बिल्कुल नहीं आया। बता दिया न्यूज़ का। रिकॉर्डिंग तो लेवा, हाँ बिल्कुल शर्मा जी। बाकी कोई न्यूज़ बेस्ड मोमेंटम हो तो उसमें मैं भी कुछ नहीं कह सकता। इसके अकॉर्डिंग तो ऊपर ही करना, मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ। फिलहाल के लिए न्यूज़ बेस मोमेंटम में चल रहा है। थोड़ी देर पहले न्यूज़ आई थी, उसका इम्पैक्ट है नेगेटिव ही। हाँ ठीक है, श्योर। उसी को मैं चेकआउट कर रहा हूँ फिलहाल के लिए न्यूज़ को। नहीं नहीं, ये क्रूड ऑयल मार्च का चार्ट नहीं है, दिस इज अप्रैल मंथ चार्ट। ठीक है, डिफरेंस है थोड़ा सा प्राइस में, कंफ्यूज मत करना, डिफरेंस है चार्ट में। वो भी चलेगा, बढ़िया है। कर दिया सेल तो ट्रेल कर लो, इतना ही कह सकता हूँ। अगर ऑलरेडी सेल कर दिया तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। ऑयल में एंगल्फिंग भी है सर, अपसाइड सेलिंग ट्रेड, या आप बेरिस एंगल्फिंग की बात कर रहे हो सर? बना है, बेरिस एंगल्फिंग भी बना है। शर्मा जी पर प्रॉपर हिट नहीं हुआ। अरे नहीं हुआ, बता तो रहा हूँ नहीं हुआ है। मुंह से सुनना चाह रहे हो मेरे, नहीं हुआ बता दिया। जिसने सेल किया था मैं उसकी बात कर रहा हूँ। कुछ लोगों ने सेल कर दिया है तो उनको ये कहूंगा कि अपना एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो। बाकी जो लोग नीचे से बाइंग करके बैठे हुए हैं वो लोग भी ट्रेलिंग एसएल कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट से रिमूव करके 5800 के राउंड डाल दे, या फिर पूरा प्रॉफिट बुक कर लिया है तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। बाकी अगर रुके हुए हो ट्रेलिंग एसएल के साथ, कॉस्ट से हटा के ट्रेलिंग एसएल 5800 पर डाल देना, ठीक है? इससे बड़ा ट्रेलिंग एसएल नहीं लेना है। लेवल का वेट कर रहे थे सेलिंग के लिए, बट लेवल पे आने से पहले ही नीचे चला गया। होता है कई बार। अब यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ है नेचुरल गैस में, यहाँ पर भी लेवल से पहले ही बाइंग आ गई थी मॉर्निंग पे। आया लेवल में फिर ले लिया, क्या हुआ? पेशेंट बहुत जरूरी है। नहीं, उसका भी कुछ अपडेट नहीं है फिलहाल के लिए, जो कॉल होनी थी ट्रम्प और जेलेंस्की के बीच में।
Politics.
NVIDIA reassures investors of its AI dominance.
And splashdown as astronauts Butch and Sunny return to Earth.
MCX के लेवल इतने एक्यूरेट नहीं रहते हैं, थोड़ा बहुत, हाँ थोड़ा बहुत तो ऊपर नीचे रहता है, बट क्या कर सकते हैं, जो चार्ट है उसी को यूज कर सकते हैं, लाइक वी डोंट हैव एनी अदर ऑप्शन.
It's Wednesday, March 19th. This is Reuters World News, bringing you everything you need to know from the front lines in 10 minutes every weekday. I'm Tara Oakes in Liverpool.
And I'm Sharon Reich Garson in New Jersey.
First to some breaking news from Turkey, where President Tayyip Erdogan's main political rival has been detained. Ekrem İmamoğlu is the popular mayor of Istanbul and is being held on charges including corruption and aiding a terrorist group. The main opposition party has called it a coup against our next president. The government denies the claims and says the judiciary is independent. It's not the ringing endorsement of the ceasefire plan that US President Donald Trump had hoped for. But Russian President Vladimir Putin has agreed to stop targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure for 30 days. Ukraine says it'll support the scaled-back agreement. And the White House says talks on a more complete ceasefire and a permanent peace deal will begin immediately. Our foreign policy editor, Don Durfee, is following the talks.
Putin has really stuck to many of the conditions that he has laid out previously. Many analysts commented after this call that it really seemed like he was trying to play for time here. He's willing to come to the table, but he actually hasn't given up all that much. You can assume that attacks on Ukrainian forces on the front lines will continue. And even with the energy infrastructure, I think it's worth noting that it may benefit Russia more than it benefits Ukraine. One area of success that Ukraine has had is its long-range drone attacks on Russian oil facilities, which has been quite painful for the Russians.
Looking ahead to further talks, what can we expect?
Prior to his call with Putin, Trump had said that some of the issues that will be discussed is territorial concessions, as well as the fate of this nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhzhia, that the Ukrainians have said that they want back. And if the Ukrainians and the Europeans are not directly involved in those talks, they're going to be sitting by pretty anxiously, watching for the outcome of whatever might be discussed and potentially agreed in those discussions. Ultimately, none of this happens unless Ukraine agrees to it, right? And they're not going to just roll over here.
We've also got a Reuters exclusive out this morning on how several US national security agencies have halted work on a coordinated effort to counter Russian sabotage, disinformation, and cyber attacks. It eases pressure on Moscow as the Trump administration pushes Russia to end its war in Ukraine. You can read the full story by following the link in the pod description. The Chief Justice, John Roberts, says it was wrong for Trump to call for the impeachment of a federal judge who ordered a halt to the removal of alleged Venezuelan gang members. Roberts says the correct response would have been to file an appeal. And Trump has released material related to the 1963 assassination of President John F. Kennedy. The documents have appeared on the National Archives website, with more than 80,000 expected to be published. Israel is not backing down after airstrikes which killed more than 400 people in Gaza, according to the Palestinian health authorities. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu warning that it's just the beginning.
Israel will fight, and Israel will win. We will bring our people home, and we will destroy Hamas. We will not relent.
The renewed attacks on the Gaza Strip, prompting thousands of Israelis to protest in Tel Aviv. For The View from inside Israel, we're joined by our bureau chief, James Mackenzie. So, James, with these renewed airstrikes, we've also got the reappointment of hardliner Itamar Ben-Gvir as Minister of National Security into Netanyahu's government. What does that tell us?
When Ben-Gvir left the government after the ceasefire agreement, which he disagreed with, and now the ceasefire agreement seems to be a dead letter at the moment. The question that a lot of people are asking about what happened yesterday, is this the definite and final end of any attempts to reach some kind of ceasefire agreement, or is this essentially a kind of way of pressuring Hamas into making more concessions? Netanyahu himself said yesterday that ceasefire attempts would continue only under fire. So it seemed to suggest that it's not the end of everything, but it's certainly a different phase and a different approach. And I think that's what's persuaded Ben-Gvir to come back.
And there's also been resistance among reservists, right?
The reservists have spent a lot of time in uniform, and the kind of public enthusiasm's waned, obviously. So there is a bit of a question about what form this latest episode in the war is going to take. Are we going to see a repeat of the big invasion of Gaza by land? And part of the calculation on that will be whether or not the sort of basic public support is there for these massive engagement of reserves.
The Federal Reserve wraps a two-day meeting today, with most market watchers expecting no change to the federal funds rate. But as the Board of Governors release their long-term projections for the economy, our Fed reporter Howard Schneider is here to break down what we might expect.
They do this once a quarter. All 19 of them will say where they think the year will end in terms of growth, GDP, unemployment, inflation, and the federal funds rate that they think would be appropriate alongside that. And look, since the election in November, they've leaned a lot on this idea that uncertainty is growing. You see this in consumers.
कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है बिल्कुल प्रीवियस वाली तो न्यूज़ की वजह से बनी थी एंड दिस करंट कैंडल आल्सो subsequent candle of previous news which is coming from Israel actually उसी का ही मुझे लग रहा है ना इम्पैक्ट है उसमें ओके देखो ट्रम्प की ओर से भी स्टेटमेंट आया है ट्रम्प सेज यूक्रेन टॉक ऑन ट्रैक आफ्टर जेलेंस्की पुतिन कॉल्स हो गई है कॉल्स उन दोनों के बीच में क्या बातचीत हुई है अभी कह नहीं सकते बट ऐसी स्टेटमेंट अगर आ रही है तो इट मींस नेगेटिव ही है न्यूज़ क्रूड के लिए ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो ठीक है ये न्यूज़ नेगेटिव ही है जितना स्टेटमेंट रिलीज हुआ है उसके अकॉर्डिंग जो ट्रम्प और पुतिन जेलेंस्की के बीच में फोन कॉल हुई है उसके रिगार्डिंग न्यूज़ इज़ नेगेटिव और स्टेटमेंट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल ऑब्वियसली क्योंकि अगर दोनों ही रेडी हैं ट्रम्प के अकॉर्डिंग पुतिन और जेलेंस्की तो प्राइस को गिरना ही चाहिए लॉजिकली अब और कोई स्टेटमेंट है नहीं थोड़ा और अगर इसके स्टेटमेंट निकल के आते हैं तो देखते हैं
sentiment. You've seen stock markets decline. You saw a jump in import prices, suggestion there may have been some front loading of tariff purchases that drove up prices already a little bit. So we'll see when they say now, here we are in March, what things are going to look like at the end of 2025. You might see a little bit of a nick to growth, a little bit of a bump up in inflation. And then, what do they think is going to happen with the unemployment rate? And of most interest, where is the federal funds rate going to end up?
And for a deep dive into the US economy and the recession fears swirling around it, check out the latest episode of Reuters Econ World. It's out later today on the Reuters app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Chipmaker NVIDIA is holding its annual developer conference this week, and CEO Jensen Huang presented the keynote address.
How are you doing? How do you like your new physics engine? You like it, huh?
Huang defended the company's lead in selling costly AI chips to customers, which has recently been questioned by investors after China's DeepSeek made a competitive chatbot with allegedly fewer AI chips. But his presentation failed to reassure investors. NVIDIA shares fell 3.4%.
We caught up with our tech reporter, Stephen Nellis, just outside the conference to learn more. So, Stephen, at the big keynote on Tuesday, what was Jensen Huang's big reveal?
So the big reveal is a chip that will not be here for another 2 years. However, that's very normal in this industry. And the actual chip is just part of a bigger system that NVIDIA is designing here. So NVIDIA is actually designing a whole bunch of different chips that come together into these giant racks. And then you put thousands and thousands of those together inside a data center that consumes hundreds of megawatts or even gigawatts of power. And that is what produces these incredible AI systems that we're seeing these days, and that is what NVIDIA is supplying. All the parts you need to make what Jensen Huang calls an AI factory.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
That's the moment NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams and their families have been waiting a long time for. Their week-long mission into space turning into a 9-month adventure. Their return was celebrated not just at NASA, but also in India. People dancing and singing and letting off fireworks in Gujarat, in Williams's ancestral village. She and Wilmore will now spend a few days at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston for health checks, before being reunited with their families. Our recommended read today is about changes to bullfighting laws in Mexico City, which have been welcomed by animal rights activists, but angered fans of a centuries-old tradition. The measures aim to make bullfighting less harmful to both bulls and matadors. There's a link to a story in today's pod description.
For more on any of the stories from today, check out Reuters.com or the Reuters app. Don't forget to follow us on your favorite podcast player. We'll be back tomorrow with our daily headline show.
Steve, let's talk about some of the outcomes. We're hopeful that ultimately we end up with a 30-day ceasefire. Before we get there, we're working towards things like a prisoner swap. We're working towards a maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea. That's important too. There was also a conversation yesterday about maybe an agreement to limit attacks on energy infrastructure. And we'd love to build on that, because earlier on this morning we heard from the Ukrainian leader who said that overnight Russia sent 150 drones and hit Ukrainian energy. I just wonder what was actually agreed and whether Russia crossed the line overnight.
Well, what was agreed between the two presidents was, and it was at President Trump's suggestion, that there be a cessation of attacks on energy infrastructure from both sides, and civilian infrastructure for that matter. Also, working towards a Black Sea moratorium on hits on naval vessels and freighters carrying grain and things of that sort, and ultimately that would evolve into a full-on ceasefire, which is a bit more complicated because there's a 2,000-kilometer border, there's Kursk, and there's a lot of details that go into that. But with regard to your question on some of the reporting with regard to the Russian drones last night, I have it on good information from a telephone call I had before I went on this show, that President Putin issued an order within 10 minutes of his call with the president, directing Russian forces not to be attacking any Ukrainian energy infrastructure. And any attacks that happened last night would have happened before that order was given.
ध्यान रखना, अगर ऊपर से सेल कर दिया वापस तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर ही रखना, ठीक है? ऐसा नहीं कि फिर एसएल यहाँ रख रहे हो. अगर वहीं से सेल कर दिया तो एसएल डे हाई होना चाहिए, बस कॉस्ट को जाएगा तो जाएगा. ऊपर आ जाए तो वेल एंड गुड, नीचे आ जाए तो और अच्छा. Got it.
Hopefully a happy medium,
right,
where you have that kind of thoughtfulness on the front end,
right,
and then a rapid implementation as opposed to no implementation whatsoever. But instead, I think what we're doing is putting the cart before the horse, and that's where I think you can run into more issues where you're cutting appropriate spending that could be very problematic for the economy and is not a positive.
Right. So you're thinking there's rapid implementation before there's the thoughtfulness about it, right?
Yes.
I think they've got it in reverse.
Yes. If we could find that happy medium of Simpson Bowles plus a Doge implementation,
right,
that to me would make a lot more sense.
And so I would like to think that we will get there. I'd like to think that, there are some adults in the room that while it's all very dramatic now and they're talking about Doge and, Elon Musk with the chainsaw and all that stuff, that, that the adults in the room will tell everyone to relax and that there'll be this thoughtful conversation, or at least I hope there is.
Yes, but what we do have to worry about is that we're already seeing plans being changed in anticipation of significant government cuts. It came through in the Federal Reserve Beige Book last week.
Plans being changed from company,
Correct, exactly.
Right.
Because again, it's that multiplier effect. And
right,
so it's having a chilling effect on hiring plans and spending plans. Now, it's not just government spending, it's also tariffs. But that message came through loud and clear in a lot of the anecdotal comments captured in the Federal Reserve Beige Book.
Okay, but let's talk about this for a minute. He ran... he talked about it for months. He ran on the idea that tariffs was how he was going to go. So tariffs didn't come and surprise everybody out of the blue. We'd been talking about it. And, we'd been talking about it. The markets had been talking about, the potential and what does this mean and what does it not mean. In your view, are tariffs as negative as some people would make them think? Or are they strategically going to be used to try to bring people to the table to have a conversation about fairer trade?
So I don't think tariffs are very negative in the grand scheme of things, because we've lived through it in the first Trump administration. We know they can come on, they can come off. And so what we saw was no real damage to the economy.
Because Biden kept those tariffs on China all through his 4 years.
He did.
Right.
The bulk of the tariff wars did end, and that's why we did see a stock market recovery later in the Trump presidency. But you're right. Some of those tariffs were kept on for sure and still exist.
Right.
But I think and so I don't think that it's this huge issue, but I do think the longer it stays on, or you have that uncertainty of where it seems, where markets might perceive it to be whimsical, that it's on, it's off, because let's face it, markets want certainty.
100%.
So I think they'd be more comfortable with knowing what's happening, but that doesn't help with negotiations. So I think, what I would do is I would ring fence tariffs and understand that they'll contribute to volatility.
Right.
But assuming that first administration playbook, I don't think it'll have any kind of lasting negative impact.
So let's just talk about something real quick, because I want to get on some other things. But currently, the market has been under pressure the last couple of weeks. More so, really, like since the 19th. It's just down, down, down, lower lows, lower highs, lower, right? Because I think a lot of that is about the uncertainty. Because to your point, markets hate lack of clarity. They hate when it's so uncertain. And I think they really hate, today they're on, tomorrow they're off, today they're on, tomorrow they're off. They don't like that at all. But the idea of a reciprocal tariff, that we're only going to charge you what you charge us. So if you charge us 200%, we're going to charge you 200%, right? Canada, for instance, apparently, I didn't know this, I found this out, has a 200% tariff on eggs that we send to Canada. That's ridiculous, is it not? 200% that they're charging us. So if he were going to turn around and say, okay, we're going to have reciprocal tariffs, now we're going to charge you 200%. I get it, it's nuts, but will that bring people to the table and cause new trade agreements in your mind?
Well, I certainly think it could. And by the way, why are we sending eggs to Canada
no
when
idea.
we need as many eggs as possible?
I have no idea. I was surprised to see that. No, I don't either. But I think that was, before the chickens all get sick. But whatever.
But agreed. And in fact, I think what we can look to is the Reagan playbook.
Right.
Back in the 80s, Reagan, of course, was a very strident believer in free trade.
Right.
But he edged a little closer to protectionism when, sort of in the midst of his presidency, he forced upon Germany and Japan what I believe the term was voluntary production controls, which were anything but voluntary.
Right.
And it was essentially saying, you cannot send more than X amount of vehicles into the United States. And it was hard-handed. It went against his, belief in free trade, but it had a lasting positive impact. And that was when both German and Japanese automakers began building plants in the United States. And of course, many jobs were created that exist to this day.
To this day.
So I certainly think that's the goal. But with reciprocal tariffs and just the idea that we can change the playing field. So I'm not going to argue with that. I just think we have to recognize that it will create some short-term volatility.
For sure, and it has. I mean, you can see it in the markets, right? There's that anxiety that's building in the markets. But look, you can also already see a lot of these companies that are now have made a decision. Look, we're going to start manufacturing. We're going to start to build plants in America. We're going to start to manufacture our products. That's actually a good thing. Right? Long term, that would be a good thing. So yes, to your point, and I agree with you, it's the uncertainty about the tariffs that I think is causing the markets to be so anxious. I think if there was, if it was like, okay, here's what it's going to be, then the markets would settle down a little bit. They can reprice. It may be negative news, but the markets will reprice and then trade as long as it knows what that news is. Right?
I think markets should be more nervous about cuts to government spending.
Right.
And maybe that's part of this reaction, but to me that's a much greater concern.
Well, and maybe that is the reason. I mean, the market's getting crushed today, but maybe that is the reason that it is becoming more concerned about government spending. But so then here's the next question. At some point, do you think this is going to cause the adults in the room, not just Trump, the president, but all the legislative people, the senators and congressmen, to sit back and go, okay, we really need to have this thoughtful conversation about cutting and slashing?
I think so, unless there's an assumption that the Fed will do the heavy lifting and start cutting, and then we don't necessarily have to worry as much.
Yeah, but can the Fed really cut in this environment?
I don't think so, and I think Jay Powell was pretty clear that we're going to sit on our hands and watch this whole thing play out. But Jay Powell was also the person who said back at the January FOMC press conference, hey, things are pretty well balanced now. We have low job growth, but we have low job cuts. But if that were to change and job cuts were to increase significantly, we might have some problems.
Well, okay, so we have to define. See, we have a different opinion on, we have to define the job cuts.
Right.
I think at 4% or 4.1%, we're at the historically low end of the 3 to 10% range since 1948. I think that's been really the range that unemployment. So I still view it as we're still at the low end of that range, right? It doesn't sound like an alarm bell to me. But at what point do you think it becomes more of an alarm bell?
So I think, I know you've thought of sort of getting close to 5% as the trigger. I think it can be lower than that. I think if you get to 4.5%, I think if you trigger the SOM rule, it's not that I believe in as hard and fast in an actual recession occurring, but I think that certainly increases the odds a lot. We're at a low base, but if you have a lot of layoffs and, of course, not that job creation, that can be problematic. And again, we have to think about that multiplier effect.
Well, okay, so here's the next question, because the NFP report, which just came out, we produced 151,000 jobs, which was a little bit less than the expectation, but wasn't a disaster, I think, that some people thought it was going to be. But some people said, but it hasn't yet counted all these federal employees that took that buyout plan, right? That decided to take the buyout plan. But here's my question. If you're a federal employee and you opted to take the buyout plan, are you just opting to do that because you're so angry at Trump, you say, I'm not going to work? Or are you doing that because you've already got another job? Or maybe you've been working in the gig economy all this time. So you've really had two jobs. You've had a government job plus a gig job. So now you said, okay, I'll take the buyout. I'll get paid for 6 months, and I still have my gig job.
I don't know how many are voluntary take the buyouts versus mandatory layoffs.
Okay.
So, but yeah, for the voluntary, I think your questions are well taken. I think that probably the majority are more in that camp of mandatory.
Really? Okay, let's hold that thought for 1 minute. We'll just take a break.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
So let's just wrap this up with 3 essential market tips to keep in mind no matter which way the wind is blowing. You want to pay attention to corporate guidance. Earnings reports matter, but what really moves the market is the guidance. This week, zero in on what companies say about future expectations because earnings are earnings, they're history. If guidance comes in strong, consider positioning yourself ahead of the broader market reaction. If guidance disappoints, be ready to trim your exposure. Good or bad, guidance often gives you an early indication of where the sectors are headed next. Use volatility to your advantage. Markets naturally experience volatility, particularly around earnings season and economic releases. Instead of fearing volatility, embrace it strategically. Tighten your stop-loss levels on volatile stocks, protect gains, or consider smaller position sizes to maintain exposure without risking unnecessary losses. Volatility often creates excellent trading opportunities, so make sure you are well positioned to capitalize on them. And then look for signs for sector rotation. Markets rarely remain static, and investor preferences can shift quickly, and we've seen that over the last couple of weeks. Regularly review your sector performance for rotation trends and notice when money is moving out of growth sectors into defensive ones or vice versa. Gradually adjust your allocation accordingly. It might mean trimming exposure to sectors losing steam and reallocating to emerging leaders. Staying ahead of these rotations is what helps you remain in sync with market sentiment. Okay, so as you know, every week I end the podcast with a recipe. And today I've got the porcini rubbed ribeye served tagliata style, right? Now the porcini rubbed ribeye is a modern twist on European classics, right? Combining the deep, earthy richness of porcini mushrooms with the bold decadence of a ribeye steak. Now, while this exact dish doesn't have centuries of history, both porcini and beef have long been staples in the Italian and Western cuisine, right? Porcini is the king of mushrooms, so porcini, or funghi porcini in Italian, have been prized since Roman times. Their name actually means little pigs, likely refers to their plump, meaty texture. By the Middle Ages, they were a forager's treasure in Tuscany, Umbria, and Piedmont. Drying porcini became common, preserving their nutty, umami, rich flavor for soups, risottos, and sauces. The real game changer? Grinding the porcini into a powder, a 20th century innovation that amplifies its flavor. The technique makes them a perfect rub for meats, giving a ribeye a deep, woodsy complexity that elevates every single bite. Now you can scan the QR code to get the recipe. Trust me, you won't regret it. It is really a great dish. But tagliata style is how you slice it at an angle and fan it out on top of the arugula and then dress it with some shredded grana padano. It's really delicious.
I'm sold.
Anyway, that's a wrap for today's Trader Talk, but the conversation keeps going. Catch Trader Talk every Wednesday at 12 p.m. on Yahoo Finance or wherever you get your podcast. You got questions or topics you want covered? Email us at tradertalk@yahooinc.com. We're listening. Until next time, stay sharp, stay disciplined, and stay in touch. Take good care.
This content was not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time. Right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Like I always say, this is the podcast that will make you a better investor and a smarter leader. Let's hit that timer clock on my stock of the day. I'm going back to the Tesla well. Why? One, because I can, and two, I should, because this rout is getting really bad in Tesla. I got three reasons why this is actually getting worse. Number one, Wall Street is really starting to hate Tesla stock. Mizuho out this week, cutting its delivery estimates on Tesla, not only for this year, but for next year. The analyst in this case citing a deterioration in geopolitics. In other words, Elon Musk involvement with the Trump administration potentially hurting demand for Tesla vehicles. Wall Street has really started to sound the alarm bell on Tesla's deliveries, something to continue to watch. Wall Street is really starting to hate this stock. Number two, and this ties into the analyst downgrade, weak demand or signs of weak demand continues. China reportedly getting 0% APR on Model Ys from Tesla, something to watch moving forward. And last but not least, got to give a shout out to my former colleague at Yahoo Finance, Max Zahn, now at ABC, writing a story about Tesla insiders selling $100 million worth of stock since February. You can go onto Yahoo Finance platform and check out this data. Most of those insider sales are coming from Kimball Musk, Elon's brother, James Murdoch, and Robin Denholm. So insider selling hurting Tesla stock, and I am way out of time, but I had to get these three things in. All right, on to our featured interview of this episode, bringing back friend of the program, EMJ Capital founder Eric Jackson, better known as my NVIDIA analysis lifeline. Eric, good to see you, man.
Thanks, Oz. Good to be with you.
Yeah, wow, GTC. I mean, Jensen goes on there. I was on set with my colleagues, Julie Hyman and Josh Lipton. As soon as Jensen came out, he came out in his old school black leather motorcycle jacket. It wasn't that alligator shiny thing he wore at CES. And I'm like, man, guys, this has got to be a bullish indicator for NVIDIA. Well, no, it wasn't. I mean, we saw the stock trade down. It's not really doing much here in the pre-market today. Level set for us. What did you see at this event?
Well, I think it sort of reminded me of a lot of Apple keynotes, just both in terms of the fixation of all of us investors, financial media on this event as being kind of the be-all and end-all for NVIDIA, but also there being this sort of knee-jerk letdown, oh, that's it, reaction where the stock sort of rises into the keynote and then sort of like, there was nothing new here and so forth. I mean, I thought it was chock full of lots of interesting information. Biggest thing, take a step back, is when I look at this stock, it's been flat for almost a year. Coming up in May, June, it's going to be about a year that this thing has sort of treaded water just above $100 after a big rise in response to ChatGPT. And so the big question is what's going to take it to the next level? And I think the key coming out of the GTC keynote yesterday from Jensen was him saying, hey, we're using 100 times more information, 100 times more compute, 100 times more of our chips today than we probably expected a year ago. And that's going to continue. And so I think that was sort of like the biggest thing. And obviously, a lot of the attention yesterday in the keynote was spent on talking about the next generation of chips and just how much more powerful they're going to become, how much more efficient, how much cheaper from a total cost of ownership they're going to be to run for people that have to build out these data centers. So I think that was the biggest bullish argument for NVIDIA bulls coming out of the keynote.
Eric, before I want to get, there's a really complicated technical stuff that Jensen laid out. Before we even get there, over the past 2 years, I would argue there's been a wave of new investors that have gotten to this market through NVIDIA. And of course, they're checking NVIDIA's stock price on the biggest business platform in the world. That's Yahoo Finance. Got to give a shout out to Yahoo Finance. They, I would argue, don't understand why a stock would go down when a founder of a $1 trillion company is putting out clear products that are way better than AMD, way better than Intel. Clearly, this is a company in the leadership position. Why does this happen? Like, what is the investing 101 breakdown here? Stock goes down as the company that is leading an entire market announces more stuff that will keep them in the lead for the next 10 years.
Yeah, another analogy to Apple is, I think the key question, Brian, is this one-time revenue or is this recurring revenue? And then there's going to be another layer of added revenue to come. I think there was a lot of skepticism when the iPhone came out that, okay, you you had a group of people that were mass adopting this device, but so what? Like, was that going to continue the next year? Was there going to be another 20% growth on top of that? Was there going to be another 30% growth the year after on top of that? Can we rely on these numbers continuing? And I think that's been the biggest thing hanging over NVIDIA's stock. And that's been reflected in this sort of contracting forward PE multiple that people have put on the stock. Because people just haven't been sure that the 40 billion a quarter in revenues that we've gotten used to over the last year can continue and go up on top of that. So my biggest mistake, I was on this podcast, I think, 6 months ago, Brian, where I said, if you look at the last 5 years and you look at that forward PE multiple for NVIDIA has been, we're now sort of way below the mean for what it's been the last 5 years. At some point, you're going to get this sort of bout of optimism where investors are all in and they think like, okay, good times are about to come. And yet we've just sort of seen this continued ticking down in the multiple. I think that's going to change at some point. And I think that's what Jensen was alluding to yesterday in the GTC keynote, is that he's saying like, hey, guys, we are way ahead, like you said, of the competition. One, these chips that we're going to be selling are way more powerful, and we are totally underestimating as a society how much compute we're going to need to kind of respond to the AI demand that's to come in the years to come.
The crazy thing was, Eric, that I believe Intel stock went up, but Intel's so, they're not even in the same stratosphere as NVIDIA. I saw what Jensen came out there inking that partnership with General Motors. And I'm just thinking on these companies blowing everybody away. But you make a good point on the iPhone. At the time, you thought, well, we don't know about the cell phone, what it might look like, what it might do. It became a transformational project. Are you in that camp that AI is not going to be transformative? I see this stuff. I see it everywhere. I see it in AI agents. I see the CEOs that I talk to, Eric, using AI agents in their various lines of communication. I see being built into infrastructure around the world. I'm surprised by the level of doubt, I guess.
Yeah, I am too. I think I'm using it more and more in my daily life. I think most people are. ChatGPT is sort of an alternative replacement for kind of traditional search. Jensen was kind of sort of pointing out in a couple of comments yesterday, hey, do you notice that there's more of a delay when you use ChatGPT over the last couple of months? That's because there's such a surge in demand for this stuff. So yeah, I think it's a show me story. Like people, as much as, it's nice that they can talk about it. We inked this partnership with GM, or they trotted out the, I think his name was Blue, the robot at the end of the keynote as sort of like, hey, this is where things are going in physical AI and all that.
They had robots shaking people's hand at the event. You walk. I was watching some posts on X, Eric. There's a robot, put it out his hand or her hand or a hand, shaking hands of people. I'm like, I get what he's talking about in robots. I get it. Yeah,
but I think from a cool-headed investor perspective, it's that all that stuff is sort of like a show me story. The autonomous driving, like I'll believe it when I see it in the last quarter's numbers, kind of a reaction. So I think that, that's fine. I think with iPhone though, like two things happened. People eventually realized, wow, this thing effectively is like a subscription, because whether it's a 2-year upgrade cycle or 3-year upgrade cycle for people, eventually everybody's going to keep re-upping and buying the next generation of this device. So effectively, they're on a subscription plan. And then the services got layered on top of that. So I think Jensen was trying to say, hey, you're going to be hooked on these chips. You're hooked on Blackwell. You're going to get hooked on Rubin because it's so much more powerful and more cost efficient to run it. And he was kind of almost dissing like why would you want to buy Hopper when you can buy the latest Blackwell chip, when you can buy the Rubin chip to come. And I know you'd pointed out, I think, Brian, that maybe he's going to make some comments about China and how they're going to handle export controls. He didn't say anything explicitly, as you know, but that comment about like why would you want to buy Hopper, in a way, it was sort of like a wink to like I'm sure everybody, whether they're in China or other countries around the world, are going to do everything they can, move heaven and earth, to kind of get their hands on these latest chips. So that's to come. Is there going to be like an equivalent of iPhone services to layer on top of NVIDIA? I mean, that could be the robots, that could be the autonomous driving, it could be, something like that. The CUDA was obviously sort of taking center stage there and sort of saying, look, hey, this is another reason why we're different from a Broadcom. We're not just sort of pumping out somebody else's chips. Like, we have like a very tight control over our ecosystem, our product roadmap, how everything all works together, and telling that story. And it is a strong, powerful story.
How many companies do you know, Eric, that can come out here on the scale NVIDIA with the innovation they do and lay out a product roadmap through 2028?
We just haven't seen, except for maybe Apple, a company operating at this scale, with, growing top line, charting out the future for the next 10 years.
Literally charting it out, literally putting on a screen in front of 17,000 people. Here's our product roadmap. Intel, if you can beat this, go give it a try, dude.
Right, with a hockey stick.
Yeah. Yep.
This is where we're going.
All right, hang with us, Eric. We're going to go off for a quick break. Lots more to talk about on NVIDIA. We're going to dig into a little tech. We'll be right back on Opening Bid.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
All right, welcome back to Opening Bid. Calling back in, a friend of the show, EMJ Capital's founder, Eric Jackson, all things NVIDIA. We're going to get to tech a little bit. Before we get to tech, Eric, because we don't have all day to talk about this stuff, buy, sell, or hold on NVIDIA. Has your bullish case on NVIDIA been shook in any way?
I think, it's been shook in the sense that I assumed a kind of quick, bounce back, or, like on a new set of earnings, we're going to see like this thing go trade back up to like 40 times forward PE at some point. And that just hasn't happened yet. Right now, given the sell-off after the last set of earnings and the broader Mag 7 decline, I think NVIDIA still looks good on a relative basis to pretty much anything else in the Mag 7. I think it's sort of trading above its recent lows. I think this sort of like let down decline after GTC is probably done, and I think the stock is now due, along with the rest of the market, for sort of a bounce back in the weeks ahead. So I think it can go back to like at the 140s, 150s, and maybe sort of chart new waters to something like 160. Is it going to go to 40 times forward PE though? That might take another year or so. I think once people really see this company sort of the growth of Blackwell, for example, and then start to get excited about Rubin.
What is, Eric, what is the catalyst if this stock is not going to move after another powerful keynote from Jensen? It's not going to move after they lay out a product roadmap through 2028 that is clearly better than everybody else's. Also outlining I would argue, a larger total addressable market for AI than some people thought. Coming out here again, hyping the potential for robots. I knew we knew these things, that's fine, but I think there were some incremental nuggets to the AI story that Jensen laid out. What will get the stock working?
I think it's probably still more applications, which won't come from NVIDIA. It'll come from their partners, their customers, the users of the Blackwell chips. So is it going to be the Palantir has sort of done a good job of like banging the drum. We got excited because there was some news like 6 months ago about Klarna, apparently like laying off a whole whack of customer support people. But when they actually kind of got into their numbers in their recent IPO filing, it wasn't as impressive financially as maybe we expected 6 months ago from what they had leaked out. So I think it's got to be another story like that coming from some company using AI that is seeing just tremendous cost savings and so forth. So I think it's going to come from that excitement, and then the fact that other people are feeling the need to play catch up to those examples, and then obviously they're going to have to buy more chips to kind of get there because of the severe lead times that are involved in producing these kinds of apps. But I think that's going to be those will be the leaders of the parade that will bring NVIDIA out to kind of new highs.
If NVIDIA is not going to work after GTC, can we make a bull case for the Mag 7, which is also off its highs?
I mean, it's got to. I don't think Mag 7s work without NVIDIA working. So, and I like I said before, I think they're among the Mag 7. I think they're the one trading highest off their recent lows. Still have a great story intact. Still have great kind of fundamentals, great recent earnings, great roadmap, like we've talked about. So I think they're going to work if Mag 7 works. Mag 7s have not worked in 2025, so it sort of reminded me of 2022 more. This isn't like a year, the more recent years, 23 and 24, where Mag 7 worked, but a lot of other stocks did not. This year, it's sort of like the Mag 7s are sort of sucking wind and treading water here. So but it's been several months like that now. So I think there's hope springs eternal that this is just like a recent pullback, 10% pullback. It's healthy, and the market can catch its breath and move forward, including the Mag 7 names.
It's not lost, at least on me. We're at the time of this taping, we're going to get a Federal Reserve decision. And the Mag 7 is sold off at the same time as rate cut expectations have been dialed back. Is this sell-off, and I guess tech more broadly, a function of what the Fed may or may not do this year?
I don't think so. I mean, I think, we were due for a pullback, but, in prior years, like the ones I mentioned, it was rate hikes, or increases that was sort of like the bane of existence of technology stocks, and concerns about that, and higher, as a reflection of higher inflation. So, rate cuts should be supportive. but I don't think in and of themselves, like, they mean as much when there are concerns swirling around the recession and uncertainty about tariffs and all the rest. So I think, we'll see whether there's like, some government resolution to that, i.e. like the White House comes out and sort of turns its back on tariff policy, which is probably unlikely, or more likely, I think, we've endured this kind of pullback, and its market sort of decides in its wisdom one day that despite the fact that maybe uncertainty is going to continue, we've had a long enough pullback, and now it's time to go back to work, and the market can move up again, just for its own reasons almost.
In this backdrop where the Mag 7 is not going to work, NVIDIA is going to get hit, what tech stocks do you like, and how are you finding them? Like, what clears your bar?
Well, I think there are a lot of sort of individual stories where companies are undervalued, so there's an undervalued component. They've posted some recent great earnings that have surprised the market, and so they are sort of marching to the beat of their own drummer. So Root Insurance is one that I've mentioned a couple of times, where not really well known, sort of part of a group of stocks that came out in 21 called InsurTech that kind of fell flat on their face almost immediately and got forgotten about, kind of the way like Carvana did. And yet they've had some really, really strong earnings in the last two earnings reports. And the market sort of like has to kind of put that into perspective and sort of said to itself, like, well, maybe we've totally undervalued this company. So the stock's been on a huge run lately. So those kinds of stories are few and far between. I'm also a sort of quantum fan. We're going to get a quantum day as part of GTC on Thursday of this week. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be interesting, given that Jensen's comments in January were the ones that took the whole sector down, saying that it was like 30 years away. And then yet 3 months later, here we are talking about NVIDIA's quantum day. Doesn't sound like a 30-year out story to me. So all the partners like IonQ and Rigetti and D-Wave Systems are going to be there. What are they going to say? There's a lot of hype there, but there's, that this sector, quantum, is still so small that just with a little bit of good news and customer contracts, sort of as we saw with the D-Wave earnings last week, these stocks can move a lot.
You're in good company here on Opening Big, because Bill Gates said he doesn't really agree with what Jensen said. So, I mean, we're only A-listers here on Eric, Eric Jackson. That's why we bring you on here. I want to get your hot take at the end here. And I remember you were really the first one that told me about a company called DeepSeek. Like months before that whole DeepSeek sell-off came to light, and many people even knew what the company did, I looked it up, and I'm like, okay, I guess I get what Eric's talking about. I push it off to the side. I mean, I discounted it. What else is on your radar that investors in tech or markets more broadly need to look out on? Well, like what is cool and what's happening?
I think I would say that we've gotten addicted over these last few years to the Mag 7, and with triple ETFs for single names like bearish Tesla ETF, Tesla Q, and all this kind of stuff. ETFs. These have all contributed. It's so much part of our the S&P 500, the Nasdaq 100, and so forth. These have exaggerated kind of these sort of market moves in these big names, and so I just think that they're great companies. There's a reason why they're so large and cash generating and so forth. But I don't think they deserve probably as much a percentage of your own portfolio as maybe you would have thought like a year ago, 2 years ago, when they were just like shooting the lights out in 23 and 24. So I think a lot of investors should take a step back and sort of try to discover the smaller names within tech. Tech is going to continue to be the place where people are just drawing like a moth to the flame because of growth expectations. But more cash should be put into some of these smaller names. I think there is going to be a renaissance of these smaller growth names in the years ahead.
In other words, Eric, a message to investors: do your damn homework, read SEC filings, get to know these leaders. Just don't go out there and trade these stocks because your next door neighbor is doing so. EMJ Capital founder Eric Jackson, always appreciate your time. Next time we're going to do this in some black leather Jensen jackets, I think.
All right, deal.
All right, Eric, good to see you. All right, and that's it for the latest episode of Opening Bid. Continue to hit us with those 5 stars on all the podcast platforms, Amazon Music, Apple Spotify, thumbs up on YouTube. Love all your comments. I really enjoy answering them, provided they are fair and not absolutely ridiculous. We'll talk to you soon.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor.
Podcast that will make you a smarter investor.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery. Welcome to Financial Freestyle.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement.
Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Welcome to Trader Talk, the podcast that dishes out the market straight up.
Welcome to Capital Gains. I'm your host, Madison Mills.
Welcome to Word Money. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we are your daily lifeline, because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor.
Podcast that will make you a smarter investor.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. I'm your host, Jared Blickery. Welcome to Financial Freestyle.
Hi, I'm Bob Powell, and welcome to Decoding Retirement.
Welcome to Living Not So Fabulously.
Welcome to Trader Talk, the podcast that dishes out the market straight up.
Welcome to Capital Gains. I'm your host, Madison Mills.
Welcome to Word Money. I'm Patrick Murphy.
And I'm Dan Coons.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we are your daily lifeline, because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. U.S. stocks climb as investors wait for the Federal Reserve's latest policy decision and economic projections. Shares of Williams-Sonoma under pressure despite topping fourth quarter earnings and revenue estimates. The retailer's full-year operating margin outlook falling short of Wall Street's expectations. Roku getting a lift as Trump media announces the release of True Plus for Roku TVs. The streaming platform now available in the Roku channel store. TMTG CEO Devin Nunes noting plans to release more TV apps soon. And shares of Signet Jewelers rising the most intraday since 2020 after providing an upbeat outlook. Signet's CEO highlighting positive trends into the first quarter, the company also boosting its quarterly cash dividend. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session.
Welcome to Catalyst. I'm Madison Mills, 30 minutes into your trading day. Let's get you the 3 catalysts that we're watching this hour. First up, we push ahead to the all-important Fed decision today and what the central bank has to say about the market's growth concerns. Plus, we track the tech trade as all Magnificent 7 members drop into the red this year. Could a rebound be on the horizon? We'll discuss. And we'll talk about navigating geopolitical volatility as tensions rise between Russia and Ukraine. What risk does it pose to the market? All this and more ahead. Half an hour into the start of your trading day, let's get you a check on the markets, brought to you by Tasty Trade. Taking a look at the major averages, I have some green to show you today. You've got your S&P 500 up about 0.6%, your tech-heavy NASDAQ taking the majority of the gains here, up about 0.8%. When you take a look at the sector action in your S&P, it is the tech names that are the biggest drivers of growth today. If that can continue, how much recovery will we see? Of course, the key Fed meeting at 2 p.m. is going to determine a lot of today's trade. But let's flip the board over to the bond market. Here you've got your 10-year yield hovering just above that key 430 level, moving to the upside just a bit this morning as you continue to see that sell-off happening just a touch here. And you've got the longer end of the curve moving to the upside still as well. But let's get to our favorite risk-on, risk-off indicator here. We've got Bitcoin moving to the upside, up about 3% this morning, hovering above 84,000. I want to welcome in Jessica Inskip, the Director of Investor Research at stockbrokers.com. She's going to join me for the hour as our guest host. And Jessica, it's amazing to have you. Thank you so much
so happy
for coming up and making the time. One of the things that we've been talking about is whether or not the market can recover without the Mag 7, given how much weight they have in the broader index. Is the AI trade going to help us with the market recovery right now?
I think it needs to participate, and I think it can help us. We had this big event with NVIDIA yesterday. We're seeing some comeback today. However, for some reason, the market hasn't been focusing so much on the AI narrative and is really focused on this uncertainty. Uncertainty causes volatility because we don't know what's going to happen. Uncertainty translates into businesses and consumers. We're seeing in economic data. And then uncertainty even with what the Fed's going to do today. So I think we need the Magnificent 7. We need that AI narrative, but maybe we'll see that translate over once we get past this uncertainty and get some answers from the Fed and even some trade policy talks with what's due on April 2nd as well.
So it sounds like there's not a ton that's in control of these tech firms in terms of making sure their stock prices recover. It seems like it's much more the macro, both in terms of the Fed and the White House.
That seems like what the market is focusing on, where the earnings were still really, really great for all of those AI stocks. They consistently beat their spending on CapEx, but they did that before in 2022 when we saw this turnover. We have seen CapEx spending consistently, so I don't understand why that's the big issue if they're still consistently beating earnings as well. Now we've got really compelling valuations, so the question is, if we get some certainty from the Fed today, we get some more certainty with the market, are buyers going to come in and swoop in and make that AI narrative come on? With seeing Bitcoin risk on, that's an early indication that perhaps that will happen, but I still think we're early on the AI revolution and the AI for everything. There is so much that's happening that applies to every single vertical, every vertical.
Yeah, well, I also want to give you a chance to talk about the Fed because obviously it's Super Bowl day. We've got a Fed meeting today.
It is.
How are you thinking about the Fed? What are you going to be listening in on from Fed Chair Powell?
So I think tone is going to be extremely important. Powell right now, he actually at the Boston Economic Forum about 2 weeks ago, he said that the cost to be cautious is really, really low. And like we were discussing before the show, is he going to be too late? Is he going to lose this window where he's not going to cut quick enough? And that's what worries me. I don't think he's going to do that today, but what I'm listening for is his tone. Is he giving us any indication that there will be some type of easing? How does he feel about all of this soft data that we're getting, consumer sentiment? And more importantly, we're getting an SEP and a dot plot today. Where does he see inflation expectations? So where are expectations from the Fed, the entire committee, and how that's going to pan out? I think that's more important than anything.
And one question that I have that I'm going to be posing to our guests throughout the show is whether if they do have a dovish tone and then the market responds moving to the upside, does that impact policy from the White House? Do we see this kind of domino effect where then the White House feels they have more free reign on tariff policy and then that impacts the economy negatively and then the Fed has to cut? Like, how does it all interplay?
It always interplays. And I think it's so interesting because the ECB did cut rates and they were mentioning uncertainty. Even in earnings calls, everyone is uncertainty with trade policy. So even though the stock market definitely moves on earnings, then we see the impact of the Fed funds rate on consumer behavior and borrowing, subsequently the yield curve, and then that going into models that tell us earning expectations, and then we'll adjust PE ratios even further. So that's the domino effect that I will see, and any softness is that effect that it will have on the yield curve, actually.
And really quickly, before we move to our guests, how are you thinking about recession risk right now?
Right now, I think they're on watch because of the layoffs that were mentioned today, but I think it's soft data versus hard data. And the soft data is saying that everyone feels that there might be a recession. We have inflation expectations. It's almost going viral now that we've got this increased retail participation. People get very hyped up on social media, and I think that's playing into even retail participation started since COVID. So this might even be this new generation's first experience with a correction, mean those recession fears are elevated just from a market participant's perspective. Personally, I think I need to see hard data, but I'm also worried about how the Fed sees that soft data. Soft and hard data is really the theme for me right now.
All right, Jessica, really great breakdown. Thank you so much for that. We're going to turn now to that Fed decision out at 2 p.m. Eastern today. Here on What to Expect, our Fed correspondent, Jennifer Schomburger. Hey, Jennifer.
Good morning, Maddie. The Federal Reserve widely expected to hold its benchmark interest rate steady in the range of 4.25% to 4.5% this afternoon when it concludes its two-day policy meeting. It is also expected to retain the outlook for 2 interest rate cuts at some point this year amid the uncertainty of President Trump's policies on the economy. The key theme out of the meeting this afternoon is expected to be uncertainty. Fed Chair Jay Powell is likely to reiterate that the Fed is not in a hurry to cut interest rates as it awaits clarity on the administration's policies and their impact on the economy. The Fed chair is likely to emphasize that officials' interest rate projections are highly uncertain given upcoming changes with tariffs. Investors are also watching for whether Fed officials now see inflation staying higher this year than previously estimated, and whether economic growth will be revised lower as officials begin to factor in the impact of Trump's policies. And while many Fed watchers expect the Fed to lower its growth forecast, Chair Powell is unlikely to give any signal that a recession is impending, though the bond market is signaling that the odds of a recession are rising now as uncertainty clouds business investment and hiring as executives wait to see what tariffs will look like. One of the biggest questions on the table right now is how the Fed will navigate the potential for higher inflation and lower growth, and whether that amounts to a stagflation scenario. One other thing to watch this afternoon is whether the Fed hints at any pause on its balance sheet drawdown in the face of hitting the debt ceiling soon, and whether that could cause complications for money market funds or the Treasury market. All of this decision coming down at 2 p.m. Eastern this afternoon, followed by Fed Chair Powell's press conference, she tried to say, at 2:30 p.m. Maddie?
You always crush it, Jennifer. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Well, a cloud of uncertainty looming over the Fed as the impact of President Donald Trump's policies on inflationary pressure and economic growth still a concern. The FOMC expected to hold rates steady, so the focus for investors will be on Fed Chair Jay Powell's commentary and what that could mean for the $29 trillion Treasury market after its recent rally. Joining me now with more, Vincent Reinhardt, Chief Economist at BMY Investments. We also have Brian Railing. He is the Global Fixed Income Strategy Head over at Wells Fargo, and Jessica Inskip.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky reportedly backed a proposal to halt strikes on Russian energy assets during today's phone call with President Trump. Sources familiar with that call say the U.S. and Ukraine agreed to work further to expand a ceasefire. Lexington Institute Vice President Rebecca Grant says talks are moving towards a ceasefire.
The continual pulse of shuttle diplomacy, plus the European discussions about peacekeepers and all that, and the involvement of Steve Witkoff, such an important back channel. That tells me there is progress here, but this was a big set of attacks all across Ukraine last night.
Yes, Zelensky said Putin's vow not to attack energy infrastructure was very much at odds with reality after that overnight barrage of drone strikes. White House Special Envoy Steve Witkoff says Putin's order to stand down came after the drone attack was launched. Witkoff says he thinks Putin is acting in good faith.
I tend to believe that President Putin is operating in good faith. He said that he was going to be operating in good faith to the president yesterday, and I take him at his word.
White House Special Middle East Envoy Steve Witkoff spoke on Bloomberg Radio and television. The talks between the Trump and Putin administrations, though, aren't over. President Trump has held the threat of economic sanctions over Putin's head, but Putin wants to restore relations with the U.S. Former senior U.S. intelligence agent Norman Rule tells Bloomberg News, do not expect more sanctions on Russia anytime soon.
I think the Trump administration will be reluctant to impose significant sanctions on Russia, but will do so if Russia compels this. So Russia's got a balancing act here. They want this relationship with the United States. They want to erode America's relations with Europe.
Former senior U.S. intelligence agent Norman Rule says Putin is playing the long game. Stocks are higher ahead of this afternoon's Fed decision. Jay Powell and company expected to keep rates on hold while they wait to see how President Trump's policies do affect the economy. Bloomberg opinion columnist Mohamed El-Arian says the Fed is navigating the regime change in 3 ways.
Postpone rate cuts and then communicate in a way that convinces people that you will have the possibility of rate cuts, not because inflation is coming down, the so-called good news cuts, but because growth is problematic, bad news cuts. And then the third one is do so without fueling inflation expectations, which already are pretty worrisome.
Mohamed El-Arian is president of Queens College, Cambridge, and a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. Our coverage of the Fed's March decision begins at 1:30 p.m. Wall Street time on a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides, on Bloomberg Radio and television and the Bloomberg Podcast's YouTube page. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.7%. NASDAQ is up 1%. The Dow up 0.6%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.3% and the 2-year yield at 4.07%. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin says he likes the idea of an across-the-board 10% duty, but markets need clarity and understanding. In an episode of The David Rubenstein Show, Peer-to-Peer Conversations, Mnuchin also spoke to the issue of the debt ceiling and encouraged lawmakers to find a way to maintain it.
Republicans need to get the debt ceiling into a reconciliation bill quickly. Given the size of the debt that we have today and the focus on the debt, I would keep the debt ceiling. I think it's an important mechanism. It's become too political, but I think spending and the debt ceiling should be passed at the same time.
You can watch the whole interview with former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin on The David Rubenstein Show, Peer-to-Peer Conversations, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Television. Israel's military has begun a limited ground operation into Gaza as the country steps.
Why we've seen this engineered I don't want to say soft landing, but the landing scenario that we're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, the market's been resilient. The economy's been resilient for years here, really defying expectations, quite frankly. If you recall back, we had a quite inverted yield curve, most people expecting much more of a slowdown than we saw. And a lot of that is to the labor market dislocations back from COVID. I think we've had some healing in that, a little bit more in balance. And so, you know, you're seeing what now is, again, I would characterize as a soft patch. You're starting to see a little bit of softness in the labor markets, but nothing that's overly concerning. And again, I think this soft patch is just around the uncertainty. I do expect that in the second half of the year, we'll see a reacceleration in the economy. And quite frankly, I think we'll see a reacceleration in inflation as well. So I think the Fed has to be fairly cautious here, you know, to see, you know, you just don't want to make a mistake here where you cut too much and then all of a sudden you're fighting, you know, that inflation devil, which is, of course, something that they had to do in the 80s, had to fight it a second time. You definitely want to avoid that.
And Brian, I just want to end by switching gears a bit and getting a sense from you what we're seeing in terms of global demand for U.S. Treasuries. What is that looking like right now? Is it signaling to you that there's still faith in the U.S. economy, despite the fact that we have this deficit, that we have obviously a lot of uncertainty in the room, to your point?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're not alone in our debt and deficit problems. The rest of the developed world is in a similar, if not worse, shape. So you are seeing a little bit resurgence in Europe. Europe willing to spend again, which is, again, something we haven't seen in a while. But yes, I do believe that the U.S. economy kind of remains at the top of the list or the top of the order in the world in terms of being kind of the best and the brightest right now.
All right, at least a little bit of optimism for us to end with, Vincent. Thank you so much for joining us. And Brian, thank you as well for joining the conversation. We appreciate you. All right, coming up, we're going to take a look at more trending tickers this morning, including a word of warning for Chinese markets. That's coming up next on Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
It's now time for some of today's trending tickers. Scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the day with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. First up, Chinese gaming giant Tencent posting a fourth quarter earnings beat on the top and bottom lines. The company's seen a 90% increase in profit from the same period in 2023. In addition to gaming, Tencent has expanded into artificial intelligence, releasing its latest model on Tuesday. The company reporting AI cloud revenue doubled for the year, but you've still got the ADRs here moving to the downside just a bit. I think it's really interesting, Jessica, in the context of what we've seen just in terms of the run-up in China, and specifically Chinese tech. We had BYD announcing that 5-minute EV charging yesterday. We saw that putting pressure on Tesla. Obviously, the DeepSeek news putting pressure on a lot of the AI names. So I've been wondering, are we entering into a period of AI dominance from China? But then Bank of America throwing some cold water on that idea this morning. What are you looking at in the China trade?
So I think it's really interesting and almost reminiscent of 2022 in our markets when things switched over and AI started dominating the narrative and held up the S&P 500, which means it could perhaps even be something narrow. It might be the other securities that aren't going to do so well. But it's so reminiscent as the fact as they announced some buybacks, their advertising has done well, but they're ramping up spending on chips and servers. It's almost like they're pulling from our playbook, which is great. We've got something to go off of and we can understand what's going to happen. But if everything is this multiple expansion, the follow-through from that is earnings follow-through. So now we have to see earnings follow-through. This is a great beat. I want to see that consistently. And if there is still earnings follow-through, and what I think we're missing, and what Wall Street, even coming back to the US and bringing it to this competition we have within AI, we are focused on that chips factor. NVIDIA yesterday told us about the software layer and inference and how it's really an AI ecosystem. So what we've learned is even though these big dominant players have a lot of spending, are doing well in AI, they're using AI to make more AI, to make more AI, and it's compounding, leading to consistently beating earnings, and perhaps it's just not understood, and therefore earnings expectations keep getting revised because of the uncertainty around AI.
Right, and a lot of efficiencies from that AI. I did think it was interesting quickly in this Bank of America note where they do call for a correction in China stocks here. They cite their trip to Shanghai, saying loan-only investors on the mainland are getting nervous, worrying about a lack of improvement in jobs, deflation and credit demand, and the impact of geopolitical tensions they call overlooked. So I thought that was really interesting. They're calling for some similarities in some of the bubbles that we've seen here in the United States. I wonder to what extent, though, if we take your point, are we just going to see what happened in 2022 where there was that sell-off and now we've seen tech names completely recover since then?
Absolutely. They recovered very well, but they also held up the market for a brief moment and perhaps even stopped our markets from going into full bear market territory. There's literally the Magnificent Seven was holding up the stock market from an earnings perspective quarter over quarter, and it didn't take until really the 2024 last year until it broadened out inclusive from an earnings perspective.
Yeah. All right, Jessica, we're going to continue talking tech today, but we do want to switch over to financials. Morgan Stanley planning about 2,000 job cuts to trim costs. According to reports, the reduction in staff will not impact financial advisors. The cuts were also planned before the recent market correction. The financial sector has been one of the hardest hit by the recent selling action. We saw a huge run-up in financials after the election of President Trump, a lot of euphoria about what was going to happen in terms of banking, deregulation, and now you've seen financials under a bit of pressure here. And then you have these job cuts. Jessica, I'm curious how you are looking at what's coming next for financials given the policy uncertainty.
Well, one, I am really concerned with how this looks at the broader picture. I'm still very positive on that AI narrative. However, financials is what really led up at the beginning of the year. And post-election, it was really, really great. The same thing with technology was what led us up before and then also led the decline. And this looks like it might be happening with financials as well. So it needs policy certainty. We were promised this pro-business and less regulation that seemed to benefit these financials. What I'm worried about is if this spurs any type of larger trend. Any mass layoffs is absolutely a concern. And if there were hoarding of jobs and now we're cutting and getting into labor trimming, that's a very cause for concern if that has any bleed elsewhere.
I thought it was really interesting, too, and I was just looking this up off the back of news about JP Morgan's traders scoring huge gains on the market amid the downturn that we've seen this year. That's something that's going to show up in their earnings, I imagine, right? If they are having so much success beating the market, I believe they're up double digits on the year. Meantime, the broader market is down nearly 10% on the year at the moment. So what does that look like in their earnings moving forward? Is that a good catalyst for financials?
Well, and we want to know why the earnings are doing so well. Is it because of the cost cutting that's happening on the bottom line? Are they increasing revenue? There's a lot of more increase in fixed income that helps with their margins because of the spreads that they can capture. So I really think financials have a lot of positive catalysts that go for them, but I think what the market really cared about was that pro-business and administration, and so clarity on that will help, but I am worried about the cost cutting and how that would bleed elsewhere. That's a concern.
And we have a former FTC commissioner on our show later who will be able to ask about that
so excited
as well. It's going to be a great conversation. Yeah. But as we head to break, let's get a check-in on shares of Boeing here. Boeing rising this morning up over 6.5% after CFO Brian West told investors the company is off to a good start in 2025, saying cash burn is easing. That optimism coming after an embattled 2024, starting with that mid-flight Alaska air door blowing out. That triggered a review of Boeing's manufacturing practices and also broader concerns just about the company's health, whether or not there were concerns about people who are working on the planes being able to speak out about any intricacies that they saw and problems that they saw with that manufacturing. The new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, making that a key focus. You can see those shares up nearly 7%. We'll be back with more on Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail.
Russia and Ukraine exchanged air attacks against one another overnight on Wednesday. The strikes came hours after Russian President Vladimir Putin agreed to a temporary pause on energy infrastructure strikes during a call with President Trump. Ukraine President Zelensky saying Wednesday that Putin's words are, quote, at odds with reality, adding he plans to speak with President Trump later this week. Joining me now, we have Ian Bremmer. He is Eurasia Group's founder and president. Ian, great to have you on here. I just want you to explain to us, how could this war actually end with Trump as president? What is the outlook?
I think a ceasefire, an actual ceasefire, is plausible over the coming months, but clearly the United States is prepared to accept much harsher outcomes than the Ukrainians at this point, and they're negotiating directly with the Russians over the heads of the Ukrainians and the Europeans, so that's problematic for them. The issue is the Ukrainians don't have much leverage, and it's not going to be easy for them to continue to fight, even if they want to. I mean, I would say that their ability just to maintain troop levels to ensure that they can keep more or less the present lines of combat probably doesn't last past summer. So one way or the other, the Ukrainians need to get to a ceasefire. But that doesn't end the war. And your question to me wasn't about a ceasefire, it was how do we end the war? Yeah. How do we bring actual long-standing sustainable peace between Russia and Ukraine, between Russia and NATO? And there I don't see an answer. There what I see is the Americans trying to engage with Putin and have a rapprochement that frankly is not likely to be accepted by the Europeans and is not likely to be accepted by the Ukrainians either. And that's the big change, of course, that's happening here.
And talk to me about how that impacts, obviously, the United States' relationship with Europe. We've seen, for example, this big run-up in European defense stocks on this idea that Europe's going to have to increase defense spending because the U.S. is backing down on their defense spending with the likes of Ukraine. Where do you see the U.S.-Europe relationship heading off the back of the Russia-Ukraine war?
I would say that the U.S.-Europe relationship is the one that has probably been permanently damaged by the events we've seen in the last 2 months. I wouldn't say that about the U.S. relations with the Middle East or with Canada or with Mexico or with the Asian allies, but I would with Europe because they're facing 3 different challenges from the Trump administration. The first, which everyone is facing, is the issue of higher tariffs and a more challenging trade environment and a sharper level of U.S. industrial policy as opposed to promotion of free trade. Secondly, the Americans are actively coordinating and trying to build a relationship with Europe's principal enemy, Putin's Russia, and they're not coordinating in any way those discussions with European allies. And then third, at the same time, the United States is saying that they consider that the European leaders, many of them, are actually the principal security threat to the relationship, not Russia, not China, not Iran, but rather this, as Trump calls it, wokeism, the liberal mind violence, the opposition to free speech, and the willingness of Trump and Elon Musk and J.D. Vance to promote Eurosceptic forces inside the EU, including the AfD in Germany, which is widely considered in Germany to be a neo-Nazi party. So, I mean, when you put those 3 things together, and no other countries in the world are facing that constellation of direct threats to their own ability to maintain their system of governance as the Europeans are, you understand why this feels urgent. And why it feels existential. And that helps to explain the sudden, pretty dramatic steps that European leaders are taking, which is also being felt in the markets, as you mentioned.
Yeah, my question for you is, right now we're dealing with this uncertainty that's happening with tariffs, and during Trump's first term, it caused a lot of volatility in the market. And it seems like perhaps because we're in that current chapter, the volatility is ever increasing today because of that. Do you think because of this bad situation that you so beautifully laid out with our relationships with Europe, that there could be even more uncertainty, retaliatory tariffs that are going to put us in more of a volatile situation that could impact our markets?
Sure. I think that some of the purpose of tariffs this time around is more structural. It's really to change trade flows. It's to get manufacturing in the United States. That will take a long time to bring about. So it's not just about trying to get the Europeans and other countries to react in ways the Americans want. It's an unwillingness to accept a free trade order. It's a belief that free trade order benefited some shareholders in the United States, benefited some corporations and banks in the United States, but didn't benefit the middle class or the working class, and they want to turn that around. Now, that's one problem the Europeans have, the fact that Trump isn't going to be constrained by his own economic advisors or by the markets the way that he was during his first term. His team is much more loyal. He's not running again for office. He was almost assassinated, shot in the head a few months ago, and is utterly convinced that he's right on this stuff. So he's more willing to, if you will, soldier through a level of economic pain. And you've already seen that in the way he's talked about a potential recession and the way he's talked about, globalists being concerned about markets. Those are his enemies. Those are enemies of the people, that kind of thing. But the Europeans aren't just dealing with that uncertainty. They're also dealing with needing to spend far more money on defense. They're dealing with the fact that their energy costs are dramatically higher than those of the United States, and they're going to continue to be at least for the coming year. And of course, they've got massive productivity challenges. They don't have the big tech giants that the United States or the Chinese have. Now, they do have a social contract that sort of takes more care of the average citizen and is expensive. But unfortunately, that system of governance that is more aligned with the average citizen has not led to growth and efficiency.
Right.
And so the Europeans are kind of stuck without a model going forward, and that's a real problem for them.
Ian, 30 seconds left. Given all of that, are you concerned we're heading toward a recession in the U.S.?
Not particularly, but I do think that there's a far higher chance of a recession than there was a few months ago, and it will be almost purely self-imposed if that's the case. I think that what we're going to see is a massive amount of uncertainty, almost all of which is being driven by the United States. Usually geopolitical uncertainty and market uncertainty is driven by other countries.
Right.
This time around it's not.
Right, and the question, of course, is it necessary? Yeah. Ian, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Coming up, antitrust enforcement under the Trump administration. What changes at the FTC could mean for deal making this year? That's next on Catalysts.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials this time, right? Uh-oh. Free trial alerts to the rescue, so you cancel on time from Yahoo Mail. Oh yeah, you're not gonna forget to cancel those free trials.
Hey guys, natural gas देखो मार्केट होने वाला है क्लोज इस कैंडल के बाद सिर्फ एक कैंडल और बनने वाली है फिर हो जाएगा मार्केट क्लोज तो जो लोग नेचुरल गैस में सेलिंग में हैं वो लोग प्रॉफिट मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो बुक कर लो ज़्यादा टाइम बचा नहीं है बाकी अगर ओवरनाइट होल्ड करोगे तो भैया क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना वी डोंट नो कल मार्केट कहाँ ओपन हो जाए हो सकता है गैप अप हो जाए गैप डाउन कुछ कह नहीं सकते बाकी फ्लैट ओपन हुआ तो वापस सेलिंग कर सकते हैं और ये कि पहला टारगेट रहेगा एंड देन दिस द फाइनल टारगेट ठीक है आगे देखते हैं अभी तो शायद ही आएगा ये पूरा नीचे लास्ट कैंडल ही है इसके बाद बाकी मिलते हैं कल मॉर्निंग पे थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग today's live session. See you tomorrow. Enjoy the weekend or enjoy it today. Bye bye. Take care. Good night, all of you.